What's up? Yeah, around 9:20, correct? That's what my prediction says. That's a huge improvement over the old EQB, which did it in 11 hours and 5 minutes. But there are another set of rows in the back. So as usual, I'll bring the Jova fridge with me. There is a new version now, which is for Model 3. This is a Model Y fridge. That's why it has this weird shape. It's tailored for Tesla. And then, of course, the washing equipment. Just like in the GLC also, when you are plugged in now in the GLB and you run HVAC, it pulls power from the plug to maintain the state of charge you have. Great! Okay, anyway, if you see, okay. If you see here, I'm gonna navigate to Kongal, Ionti Kongal. The car says 38% at arrival. I'm not sure if I can reach Valberg, but I think it'll be okay to just go over there, possibly arriving there with around 10-15%. Okay, it's a little bit past 10 now. Let's get all the final preparations and then off we go. (22:08) then, kind of weird time, but yes, I think that's gonna be it. I have to disconnect and stuff. Stop nagging me at that button off the man. Or it seems like it's going to 22:07. Well, okay. There, let's go. Yeah, it'd be nice on Monday. We shift a little bit here. Normally I'll swap cars on Tuesday, but unfortunately with this car I won't be able to do any Sunday drive on Monday, because on Monday I'm swapping from this car to the Model Y Standard. Okay. Finally I can drive a car with autopilot again. So that would be great. Yeah. And but then I have the Model Y only for 5 days. I will just do a quick, maybe I can do a quick range test. Yeah, I should do that anyway. Range test, maybe a retest the charging and see if it has improved or not. Maybe some interior view also, acceleration noise test. Probably no need to do a banana box test. And then what else? And then I guess a 1,000 kilometer challenge, yeah, with a newer battery, just to see how it hangs in there. Yeah, and then on Friday, actually next week, I switch over to Xpeng P7 Plus. It's gonna be game over, yeah. There's just lots of game over next week. And then I have the P7 Plus almost 1 week. I don't remember, it was from Friday until something. And then we switched to the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross. And yeah. But so this will be the last Mercedes for a little bit, which is good because I can finally drive cars with auto steer again. But next week will be quite busy because I might need to do, probably might want to do 2 1,000 kilometer challenges, and then the P7 Plus I want to do it in weekend, and then that means I need to do the Model Y on a weekday. So hopefully it won't be too bad, right, traffic wise and so on. But I feel like it needs to be done. We're supposed to have some wind from the north nowadays, so we get some headwind. See how annoying that idiot in a Tesla is? You see, it cams the left lane, and then it speeds up, and then it blocks me. Oh, douchebag. Should at least just behave, you know? Yes, exactly. Good thing that the headlights here are quite strong. I think it maybe gotten annoyed a little bit by the headlights eventually. That was illegal tint on the Mercedes, right, on the Audi, the BMW. So yeah, I get the impression, okay, this car has the multi-beam LED, which contains, how much was it again? It was just a handful elements. 28 or 38 elements, I don't remember exactly. Unlike the pixel light, or I mean, or the digital light, which has over 2 million mirrors, right? But then in the GLC, that has the digital light. I feel like it wasn't that powerful compared to these lights. These are nice. They seems to be brighter, but of course fewer elements. And nowadays I feel like it's getting darker outside. Yeah, summer is over, winter is coming, brace yourself. So yeah, it gets darker now. See, only 10. Okay, well it is clouded, so cloudy, so then that matters. But you know, me noob, on the 12th of August in the evening, when we were putting the kids to bed around 8, right, I told wifey, like, well, wow, it's getting darker nowadays, because it was quite dim, right, and it was also a bit cloudy. But it turns out it was, of course, the solar eclipse. That's why it was so dark that day. But it was cloudy, we couldn't see much of the eclipse anyway. Well, since that day, then Facebook feed has been cluttered with solar eclipse pictures and posts. So yeah, I realized that the old charging session of the CLA was done at the Neo charger. And I also know that the Neo charger has a slow ramp up, so I'm not sure when I have time, but maybe I should redo the charging test. Then I kind of need to keep the battery low-ish, right? Not sure also where I'm gonna redo the test. And it supports supposedly 353 kilowatts, and then I guess Ionity could deliver 350. The advantage with doing it on the Ionity charger, the old tritium chargers, is that you can see volts and amps there. So I like them. We're gonna keep it as long as it's possible before they die. If I do it on Alpitronic, then I either need car scanner, or I can record inside the car. Mercedes has actually a nice charging screen. Yeah, I could use that one. So then I could go to Hellerudsletta and charge there. But then, okay, we're gonna see during the challenge now what kind of speeds we hit, but it's not gonna go flat at 353 kilowatt for too long anyways. I might as well use Ionity. Because I mean, because the charging screen in the car, like most cars, they don't show you volts and amps, except for some of the Chinese cars like Seeker. Well, I guess the Xpeng might show you volts and amp if you go to that charging screen, but it's tiny, really small numbers. So, but I mean, does it matter? It seems like that session I had with the CLA was relatively quick ramp up. So, yeah, I might just ditch it, because I think, first of all, Mercedes, they haven't changed the charging curve. They usually don't do that in Mercedes. They whatever they implement, once they release the car, that's it. No updates, no improvement, no facelift or like that until the next 6 years. Yeah, when there's a new model. Plus that I see that the charging videos, they don't get that many views. And okay, when it was a CLA, maybe it got some okay views back then. But what the heck is that? What did that? Mercedes. Hey Mercedes. Hey Mercedes.
I'm listening.
Ah, no, don't listen. Go away. Shit. See, I forgot to turn off that shit.
No need to worry. I'm here to assist whenever you need. Just let me know if there's anything you'd like to discuss or explore.
Okay, can I get Helga instead? Bitteschön. Where the heck is that virtual assistant? No, turn, no. Huh? No, can we turn off that thing? Okay, hopefully. Hi Mercedes. Hi Mercedes. Hey Mercedes. Benz. Okay, good. Alright, I turn it off now. Good. Yeah, no. If people wonder why I never use the voice control, well, if there is a voice control button you can press to activate it, yes. But the reason why I don't use voice control, obviously, is because I shoot video, I live stream, and then I don't want that thing to trigger on every car I test. Like, hey, whenever I say MG or Mercedes or BMW, it will always trigger the voice control, right? Unintended. So, yeah. Right, anyway, battery status, 223 watt-hour per kilometer, down to 94%, 21 kilometer done. This car supposedly underreports by 0.9%, but I have to do a more accurate measurement. I measured only after around 170 kilometers. I'm not 100% sure how accurate that is, but okay. But yeah, call him it. It seems like this car is fairly efficient. Yeah. So wait, we have something behind us here. Achtung, Achtung. Okay, you need to get out of the way, Tesla. There's something behind. It could be an ambulance, you know. Don't dick around in the left lane, you noob. Oh my lord, come on, get out of the way. Someone might be dying over there. Use your mirror, pay attention when you're driving. No, what the heck was that? Phantom braking? Shit, man. Yeah, this car phantom brakes randomly. I don't know what's up with that. Wow, I see way too many times in Norway when there is an ambulance, usually ambulance, a polizei, trying to get past, and then those damn left lane huggers, they are not using the mirror, so they are blocking the left lane, so the emergency vehicle can't get past them, or they lose precious seconds on each car, right? Could stack up to be minutes. Yeah. %38% to Kongalv. Okay. Yeah, it says 37% now, but I checked now. It seems like we can't reach Varberg, and then if we don't stop at Kongalv, then yeah, we either need to stop at Kongalv or because we can't reach Varberg. I mean, if we can't reach Varberg, then we have to stop at Kongalv. All the other options, they are not good with this car since it's kind of it charges relatively fast, right? I'm not sure if I can suck on some amphenol, but No, actually, this has better charging curve than the GLC. Yeah, strange enough, the bigger battery has better charging, actually better average power, charging power than the GLC. I don't know what's up with that, but that means that I kind of need to go for Phoenix contact just to make sure we don't hit any limits there. No air suspension here. I could feel that the ride comfort here was worse than the GLC. But even the GLC didn't have air suspension. So, but it was nice. The GLC was very, very comfy. Quiet also. It was top 10. 10th place, only beaten by the Chinese cars. Also for acceleration test, it was also fairly quick. Only beaten by the Chinese cars. And when it comes to 1,000 km challenge, the GLC was also very good. Only beaten by the Chinese cars. And when it comes to price, okay, the Mercedes was kind of expensive. So then it was also beaten by the Chinese cars. That's how it is nowadays, right? And finally, Xpeng, they have a pre-production Mona or L03. They don't want to call it Mona over here. L03 in Norway Monday. Yeah, this Monday or next Monday. I mean, this upcoming Monday now. They have a Mona or L03 at Bjerke. I can check out and make some videos about. I actually haven't watched any videos, so that's going to be interesting to see how it is. It's supposed to be, I mean, it should be smaller than the G6, right? So that means also smaller than the Model Y. Car specs. Well, I mean, you can just Google about this. It's, well, as the title says, don't want to micromanage too much while I'm driving. But it has the same drivetrain battery, 90 kilowatt-stunden, 85 net supposedly, according to spec at least. 353 kilowatt max power, 10 to 80%, I don't remember. It was 260 kilowatt max power, 351 horsepower, I think it was. What else do you want to know? It is a bit, it's around 3.7 meters, a little bit over 3.7 meters. No, sorry, 4.7 meters. So it's not that big, and it's a 7-seater. Well, needless to say, it is cramped in the back. I mean, it fits 2 people in the back without legs. But, okay, but guess what? The price on this Elektroauto is 750,000 NOK. And you see, the GLC is 860. So the GLC is 110k more. Yeah, but the GLB, it's 750k for this car. Well, the Model Y long range is 550. The Xpeng G6 is 460, I think it was. Yeah, thank you for taking notes. So I mean, for 750k, well, you get a 7-seater. I mean, you could get a Neo EL8 almost. Well, there are not that many. Well, okay. If you want to get like Volvo EX90, it's very expensive. But yeah, guess what? Finally, Volvo Norway, they have EX60 press cars. And like, yes, they sent an email, I think it was last week, and then I immediately requested to get it in the end of September when it was available. And then they said they had to hold on a bit, wait, they had to stand by to see what, dude. I'm trying to book the car. I can't even book the car, and it's like I'm early. Like, I'm available in early September, October, right? So can we just get that car ready? We can test it. That's the last of the hyped up cars in 2026, you know, the third one that people are gambling on. That's gonna be great, because the two other ones, they were like, I mean, some of them were like, the iX3 was good in many things, but then not so good on noise. And then people say, but you need the 20-inch wheels. I'm like, it's not gonna be night and day. It'll be slightly better, but okay. Interior in the iX3 was also like, I feel like even the Xpeng G6 has nice, or the P7 Plus has way nicer interior than the iX3. So, well, I mean, the Germans, they're struggling. They have to do something to try to cut cost, right? What, the Zoe, man? Can you make up your mind? You just crossed over a continuous line, and there's an L in the mirror, in the back there. Yeah, it's L driving, okay? Well, you shouldn't teach your student how to do that, you know? I mean, you should just commit once you have passed, once you cross the line, then you just stay there, and you can always just go somewhere else and take a U-turn. But yeah, great news. Wife is doing the driving lessons. She hasn't taken that many lessons, but the teacher already. But you have to. The teacher will consider and test and consider which level she is currently at, and she already reached level 3 now. I think there's supposed to be some. Okay, we might need to deduct something here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Or whatever, it's not too important. We just deduct once we are in Sweden. Try the Twingo. What the heck? What the heck is that? What is that thing? I guess I'll try it. So a bit of slowdown here. To my surprise, because normally they won't have any Baustelle roadworks on weekends. But actually, it could happen on Friday. Yeah, I forgot. But usually Saturday night is very empty. But then I don't know. I do it today because I had a 3-hour nap this afternoon, so I feel confident that I will be able to drive safely. But here's the dilemma, because we want to go to Lilleputthammer, and tomorrow we will have the nicest weather at Lilleputthammer. No, you have to move. No, you're teaching the guy to drive. Yes, don't hug the left lane. Or unless you want to teach people to have left lane hug already from the start. Yes, it's got tidlig krøkes, yeah. But so tomorrow in Lilleputthammer is going to be 23 degrees Celsius, nice and warm. But then on Sunday it will be only 18 degrees Celsius. So it's best to go tomorrow, like weather-wise. But then, yeah. Then I can get the full sleep and recover. But then it means that if I want to go to Lilleputthammer tomorrow, I just need to survive and not be too much zombie. So that's why I managed to sleep enough, and then we should be able to charge enough so I can reach Lilleputthammer. I calculated that I need to spend only 40% getting there. So I might want to top up a bit on the supercharger. We can check if it's 80 kilowatt, right? Tomorrow morning, and then we go there, and well, we can just plug in at Ionity. Dude, there is a new Ionity at Øyer on the other side of the main road, on the, not on the supercharger side. Well, there's no supercharger anymore, but on the McDonald's side, there's the whole thing. But on the other side, at Extra, right, there is a new new Ionity side. Well, okay, great. Maybe I'll go check it out. Maybe I should bring my electric scooter in case I need to scoot over there or some shit. Let's see how I do it. Yeah, it was a Renault 5, yes, first car, correct. Oh, it claims 36% at arrival, really. Well, this car is remarkably efficient. Yes, I don't know what's up with this, but it seems like the modern, the CLA and the GLC drivetrain, they are efficient. It's the 800-volt architecture and the 2-speed gearbox. Yeah. No, but at low speed, I was getting around 150 watt-hour per kilometer in the 90 test, and then even in the 120 test, it was only 210 or something. I was like, oh, it's not too bad. Yeah. So, maybe I need to lower this slightly. Let's get the best there. So yeah, I mean, if we get even if we get 9.5 hours, but it's most likely going to be 9:20. That is almost 2-hour improvement over the old CLB. Sorry, what it's called GL. Man, so many. I get twisted in my tongue with all the GLBs. It was the CLB. No, it was the EQB. Yes. EQC, EQB, EQA, EQS. There was one other one. And then we have the EQS SUV. And then, what was the smaller one? They were not the EQS. What the hell was that called again? Man, so many names. Sorry. Yes, thank you. EQE, and then they stopped using the EQ namespace, and so then it becomes kind of confusing because there is also a fossil CLA, and then supposedly also a fossil CLA, GLC. Is that also a fossil version? Yeah. Sorry, I forgot EQV. Yeah, and then you have the what the heck is called? And I tested the Vito. Yes. So many different names, man. Very confusing. I'm trying to, when I shoot my videos, I'm like, yes, now we have the GLB, which is like the updated EQB. Yes, that's what it is. Yes. So I had to shoot 10 times before I get it right when the naming. Yeah, well, consumption is only 183 watt-hour per kilometer. Despite that, we have headwind now. We're gonna get headwind more or less all the way until Hollandsåsen. So my planned charging stops will be 4 total. First at Kungal, second at Hollandsåsen, third at what the heck was it again? Third at at 3 charging. Wait, 3 only. Yeah, 3. Wait, 3, right? Kungal first, second Hollandsåsen, third it's supposed to be Uddevalla, and then home. Yeah, and then optimal charging is to 50 to 60% only. Yeah. So, but even if I go 65%, I lose a little bit. But it's too slow to charge to 80%. Ironically, or kind of funny, but these German cars, they don't charge that fast to 80%. Unlike the Chinese. Shit, man. Like the Chinese, they just ruin everything. Because before it was like, oh, look at this, when I tried the CLA last year. But now it's like, well, compared to the Seeker and Xpeng, then even the these fast charging cars, they don't appear to be that fast. Well, I wonder how it's going to be with Tesla when I test it next week. But okay, we reached 20% and the speed plummeted, so it's time to disconnect and go to the next supercharger. Why is that a question? No, but I realized that the Q6 e-tron was actually not that efficient. Okay, it was better than the fat e-tron, but then suddenly when I start testing the Neue Klasse, okay, that one appeared to be fairly efficient. I was like, wow, okay, good. But then also like the GLC, same time, like, huh, wait, GLC also achieved way better result than the Q6. So you see, the Q6 e-tron and the GLC, they both have 100 kilowatt hour battery, around 94, 95 kilowatt hour net capacity. But as you guys have seen in the Sunday drive and also in the range test, but maybe people didn't notice it too much, but this GLC has way better range than the Q6 e-tron, and it is a bit disappointed because the Q6 came out like with a new-ish, okay, more. It has 800 volt architecture. It doesn't have 2-speed gearbox. It came with a new motor, more power or something. But still, you need to compete with the other Germans, and they are Mercedes and BMW. They are more efficient than the Audi. So. Yeah, I mean, why buy the Audi if you can get way better range in both GLC and especially the Mercedes, right? Sorry, and especially the BMW Neue Klasse. You just have to give up some soundproofing and nice interior. So I mean, yeah. And also, well, if it matters, but the GLC and the iX3, they both charge faster than the Q6 e-tron. So I feel like the Q6 e-tron is kind of lagging behind. I felt it this summer when I avoided Laderstau and I had to charge from 30-40% to 90%, right? Felt like it was going kind of slow past 80%. But the GLC actually has okay speed past 80%. Okay, not as good as the Chinese. Okay, nothing is as good as the Chinese. But at least if you want a German auto, then GLC might be a good choice. Then the X-Bang. Yes, well, the G9 is quite thirsty, unfortunately. But I guess the awesome charging speed kind of outweighs that. G6 is way better in efficiency, but then it has a smaller battery and doesn't charge that fast compared to, but still pretty fast, of course. But it's crazy, the X9 is way bigger but more efficient than the G9 and then charges insanely fast. Okay, the car still claims 36% at Kongar. Okay, I will see once I'm at Kongar and I calculate whether I can make it to Varberg or not, but it's kind of far. It's around 100, no, it's around 80, see, it's 117 from, no, 107, okay, it's around 85 kilometers from Kongar to Varberg, but it's the slow stretch via Göteborg also, so yeah. Yeah, exactly. For now, well, no. Well, we have to wait until I tested the XC60. No, sorry, EX60. Yeah. For all we know, the Volvo EX60 could be the Tesla Bjorn Car of the Year, 2026 award, the most prestigious award ever out there. The strictest, the hardest award ever. Awarded by an old fart. Just nagging about everything. Nitpicking about everything. Yeah. 148 kilowatt battery. Wow, that is quite big sauce. This car is a 260 kilowatt battery, way better. Well, EX60 is charged slower than the ES90, right? Okay. Oh, that's why they closed this tunnel earlier this week when they did the Sunday drive. No, it wasn't. Oh, they were slapping down new asphalt here. Okay, they're still not done. Video since it started. Wow, I could say I never seen or heard you be that stunned. But yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, yes, exactly. I was just blown away. Like, whoa, that efficiency, that charging speed, the comfort. Like, okay, for example, I like the Densa D9. You know, I was like, wow, very good car for the money. You know, good space. But then, okay, not so good efficiency, not so good charging. Probably also overheats, right? And there was like lots of stuff like that was not that awesome with the Densa D9. Nope, no flash charging over here. Next year, okay. But man, this week I ruined my Logitech K800 keyboard. I had it for probably a decade. Don't remember when the heck I bought it, but you can't buy it anymore. It's legendary. And then I tried to find some kind of replacement quickly. I spilled nudes on it. I mean noodle soup, and then that contains salt, which is conductive. And then probably short-circuited some things. I even never tried to clean it. I was like, okay, shit, it's dead, but whatever. It had some limitation. It had a bit short range. So whenever I was copying file from the memory card reader, the keyboard would just lag big time. So okay, I felt like maybe it's time to retire that thing. But I realized it was a very epic keyboard, but it had only USB micro charging and so on. But then I purchased this MX Keys S. And it was like, well, it was good, but there was no space between the F keys at top. You know, F1, like I use those F keys all the time because I use the keyboard. I use shortcut keys, and I use Total Commander all the time, and also in the browser, you know, F5 and stuff. And so it was like, I need to return it after one day of use. And then I might go for the case 650. I still love the Logitech thing, but there was also some gaming keyboards. I wasn't totally convinced. I was looking at some gaming keyboard. It was called G915 or something, but I wasn't convinced. And some of them don't even have numpads. I'm like, how the heck do you use a keyboard without numpads? What the fudge, man? Okay. So that's what I've been digging around with this week, man, trying to get a new keyboard. And also, yesterday I didn't have any driving to do, so I was actually home doing some house stuff, like cutting some grass, doing some pool stuff, trying to raise the pH level, did a bit of, I don't know, some gardens. Maybe I should try to allocate 1 day per week to do some house stuff. Also went to buy some cleaning, fungus cleaning, and some house wash, whatever, so I can prepare for painting soon. Valdemar said he would show up. So okay, cool. That'd be nice. But unfortunately, I didn't get the response from all my sponsors. I only have 2 sponsors that provided me some prices. So it will be Enhance. They shipped me 3 commanders with installation kits, and Valdemar will give some discount on service and some stuff. Yeah. So well, I guess we need to do some kind of raffle. But I guess it will only be one day we get together and do some stuff. Or maybe I can. Well, I could separate it 2 days in case some people can't make it one day. I can do it 2 days then. Yeah. So there's some flexibility. But then probably I need to do this either on a Saturday or Sunday, and then I have to also allocate my time so I'm not dead tired after the 1,000 kilometer challenge. You know. But yeah, the whole free airport. I have the G915. Oh, okay, numpad, and it's sort of heavy. Okay, metal, but battery still lasts weeks even after. Okay, good. Okay, well, I was interested in it, but I wasn't totally convinced because I don't remember what the heck it was. It was very expensive. I'm like, what the heck, man? And then it seems like the K650 is a very good value for money. And and the thing is that I don't need the illumination because, you know, gamers, they might want to play in the dark. But for me, no, I don't need the illumination. But then the K650 doesn't have rechargeable battery or USB-C. It charges on just, I mean, it uses just regular AA batteries, but that's good enough for me. It can last a year, but I can use rechargeable batteries. And even if it lasts only 3 to 6 months, that's no big deal for me. Consumption is 177, and we are down to 86%. No, it's not going to be 9 hours. It'll be 9:20, 9:25. But the G915 has also different variants that has some clicking sound and some not so clicky sound, and yeah, and numpad and no numpad and stuff. So, but it's like 2,000 NOK for a freaking keyboard. Seriously, I don't need that. So I think I'll just go grab one K650 at Elkjøp tomorrow and return this other one here. Say that, okay, sorry, I didn't check beforehand that the F keys were stuck together. Yeah. For me also, I don't need rechargeable like lithium battery, whatever, USB-C stuff like that, since I don't need illumination. So then those things will last forever, you know, with just regular AA batteries. 36% at arrival now. But I guess I'll try to do some preparation and start the cleaning of fungus on the balcony and do some stuff. And I'll also told wife that she can help me paint. So that will also speed things up. But the painting needs to be done in separate. I mean, 2 rounds at least, and then wait 1 or 2 days in between there. But then you have to clean it first, and then wait several days, and then you can start painting it. Yeah, the GLB has a huge front, 127 liters. I could almost fit 2 banana boxes in there, but I could fit the the microwave oven in there. So that was kind of funny. But yeah, the old K800 was very old, and I think it might be over 10 years old. I might have it already from Haugerud, from Millennium Falcon's time. Yeah, I don't know when it was released. I haven't googled that part. But it has served a long day, so it has definitely paid off. Then just happened to spill, but it was freaking nasty. It was like dust and shit over there. It was never cleaned properly. And at one point, some of the keys also was a bit, they were kind of stuck a bit and not that responsive. But I mean, but they still work for a freaking long time. Insane durability on those Logitech. And I have a MX mouse thingy that also lasts forever. But that is USB micro. So trying to get rid of all the other USB, and I mean, the Draghi device also uses USB micro, and also some of the baby cam stuff also uses USB micro still. So yeah, so I still have some USB A, USB micro, and but most of them are more and more USB C now. Yeah, I'm surprised to see that this GLC, the GLB and the GLC, the USB ports, they deliver 100 watts at least. I'm not sure if they can deliver more because I don't have any devices that can take 140 or 240 watts. But this is very impressive. It matters actually. 100 watts. You can charge laptop, tablets, or modern phones pretty fast. I'm not sure what else runs on USB-C quick. Yeah, well, portable compressor or power banks. Yeah, so I mean, it's very convenient that you have 100 watt here versus just, I don't know, like 60 watt seems to be somewhat common. And then of course the Volvo ES90, the flagship, has only 15 watt, 5 volt. That is a joke, man. That is a serious joke. You can't charge a laptop there. Obviously, you might be able to charge a tablet, but it's gonna go slow. And then phones will not charge very fast there. Oh, Starlink runs. Oh, cool. ThinkPad takes 104. Wow, dude, that is schnell. My ThinkPad can only take around, I don't know why, but it can take around 60 watt, seems like 45 to 60 watt. I wonder if it's capped at 3 amps for some reason, 20 volts. But if I use the provided adapter, the one that is a rectangular plug, then it's 85 watts, I believe. But yeah, I mean, it is convenient because from time to time I have had my laptop with me in the car to do some work, and then in the old days I had to use the inverter to make 230 volt, and then that one with the original charger, or I have to buy a car charger. But then with the more modern laptops, I can just charge it from USB-C instead. Oh, that's way better. Oh, Thailand, well, I consider it. It seems like Finnair is cheaper. I can get away with around 35k on Finnair, but then if I go for Thai Airways, it's going to be 50k. So that's roughly 50% more expensive, and it's almost the same time. Okay, you have to do you have to connect at Helsinki, and then you go to Bangkok, and then of course you have to change planes again over to Chiang Mai. So two connections versus just one connection with Thai Airways. But it's getting kind of expensive, 50k NOK, or almost 5,000 euros, around 4,500 euros for the whole family. What happened in the old days, I remember in 2015 when I met wifey around there, I could pick up a ticket for around September, October for only 5,600 NOK, around 500 euros one way, round trip. That was way cheaper back then. I don't know if it was because of some war in the Middle East, the oil prices went up, and then COVID happened. And then it seems like at least Thai Airways prices has never dropped back to the old price again. But Finnair seems to be okay. I like Finnair. It's good stuff. We need to support Finland. Yes, Chem Power for the win. Yes, it is a bit louder than GLC. Comfort also not that as good as the GLC, but still pretty okay. I wonder how the Model Y standard would be. Oh, I might need to do a headlight test. Do they have the same headlights? Oh, they might have the same headlights, but it's just the DRL that is slightly different. And the LED strip in the back. Well, unfortunately, all my Finnair points has expired, so yeah. But I don't know, because I talked to my partner, I said, you know, it's been a couple of years, maybe we should start the OS stuff. Because if you get the OS running, we can get some free items from EcoFlow, and I'm keen to get some EcoFlow stuff. They have lots of cool stuff I want. Just like Jova, you know, it's just dropped into my lap, and it turns out that lots of the Jova products, I love it. I use them every day, you know. Since they sell electronics and shit, this is right down my alley. And then the same with the EcoFlow. I was like, oh yeah, oh. It's like free candy, you know. So, but then EcoFlow, they don't ship to enkeltmannsforetak. They will only deal with AS. But then to make AS, I need to get some kind of initial, I think it was 30 or 40k NOK to establish it. I was like, oh, okay. There goes the heat pump money and stuff. And then, well, Nasir has at least tried to book a time with me on next Friday on Millennium Falcon. So just to get Millennium Falcon back on the road and start making money. And actually, when I'm not home, when I'm, I don't know if I'm on a road trip, Europe road trip or Thailand or somewhere, I could rent out Millennium Falcon, because for him, I don't care too much. Wifey was kind of like talking about, oh, you know, we could rent out the house on Airbnb when we are gone. Maybe we can get 4,000 or 5,000 NOK per day. I'm like, yeah, I also consider that. That could easily pay the whole flight ticket to Thailand and beyond. If we go to Thailand for, I don't know, 1 month, 2 months, and we can rent out the house for 10 days or 20 days while we're gone, that would be plenty. But then I'm not sure, I'm not 100% keen on renting out the house, the whole house, to some strangers. But when it comes to Millennium Falcon, and then I'm like, whatever. He's so old, so then he's like, whatever. Maybe I can rent it out for 500 NOK per day. It has free supercharging. That's a bargain, right? 500 NOK for a Model S. Well, it just has some degraded battery and some slow charging. But it's a legend. So if I can get like even, I don't know how many days, in 10 days, that's 5,000 NOK, and that helps, of course. Well, I didn't know it was going to be lots of rain. Okay, we get the free window cleaning then. There was some bug splat on the windscreen, but that should be gone soon. Right, 187 watt-hour per kilometer. New Roadster will be able to fly. Yeah? Temperature 17.5 now. Wow, that is still quite hot. Dude, I see that there is still some massive heat wave going on in Europe. Dude, what the heck is going on, man? Is this natural climate variation, or is it climate change? Yeah, it's supposedly 35 to 40 degrees Celsius across Europe nowadays, right? Massive heat waves several times this summer in Europe. We didn't get any crazy, we had maybe 30 degrees one day, and then some 25, 28 degrees. For us, it's like, oh, nice and comfy. But I feel a struggle down in the continent. Multiple fires and rivers drying out and shit. It's extreme, man. Yeah, I bet this also affects the farmers big time. Yeah, we have been lucky with some rain in between the dry things, or yeah. Yeah, I did a banana box test of this GLB, and it was a nice improvement over the EQB. This GLB is slightly bigger than the EQB, and it has a frunk, so the EQB could take 25 boxes, which is quite good for a short car. This can take one in the front and 26. So you could take one more than before, plus one more in the front, almost 1.5 in the front. So that's 27 boxes total. No, wait, 26, yeah, 27. So it's right on par with like bigger cars like a Seeker 7X and the what was it again? Like, G6 and EQ and the Q6 e-tron. So very impressive. But man, it's tight in the back. Like, why did they even make a 7-seater that is only 4.7 meters long? You know, even okay, at least Tesla in the YL. Okay, it's a long. How long is YL? 4.9 meters? No, it should be around 5 meters, right? I think I remember it was around 20 centimeters longer. But to me, like after testing some of those Chinese cars, like the Onvo L90, and also the Neo EL8 and the Hongqi EHS9, like it's like, to me it's like, what is the point? You know, anything shorter than around 5.2 meters is useless, except for if you can somehow make it efficient, or if it's a van. Yes, if it's some kind of like ID bus, you know, with a short nose like that, yes, that works. But some kind of SUV just way too tight. Man, this freaking Nissan, man. Yes, go. You know what's funny? After they overtake, then they speed up. But right when they are overtaking, then they spend freaking forever just to overtake. Yeah. 5 minutes that didn't went wrong. Okay. Kyle was impressed with the why. Yeah. But Kyle has been in China. I mean, if you've seen those Chinese cars, you know, with proper space. Oh, the same with this car, the GLB here. The seat, and the same with the Epic. No, it was going to be Peak, the Skoda Peak. It was just incredibly low seating position. You know, you feel like you're sitting on the floor almost. And I'm only a small Asian. You can imagine bigger guys. They'd be like, "What the heck?" I mean, so, well, I mean, it's borderline child seats, like a Model S back in the days. I mean, from what I remember, even the EL8 was fairly good. 191. EL8 was over 5 meters long, and it had decent space in the third row. It had a relatively large window, and also okay seating height in the third row. But everything else just becomes useless once the Xpeng X9 came out. It was like, okay, that's proper. Like 5.3 meters, lots of space, reclining and shit like that. TV in the back, massage and shit. Yeah, it's game over. Everything else is just useless. And it's like it makes the ID bus feel like Ryanair economy class versus the business class in the X9. Oh yeah, I need to test the headlights in Sweden. I recorded the first section in Norway, and then I had to end it in Sweden. So at least for headlight test, the days are getting shorter. So then the window where I can test headlight is getting better. So I still don't know what I'm supposed to do, but if we go to Thailand, it will be only for about a month, maybe it's 4 to 5 weeks, because wifey needs to renew her driver's license in Thailand. It only lasts for 5 years supposedly in Thailand, and then if she doesn't, dude, what the fuck, man? The woman in the ID, are you serious? The woman in the ID7 GTX I just hammered here. Wow, not bad. She was sitting so damn low that she barely saw past the steering wheel. Like she barely see past the dashboard. Are you serious? You know you can adjust the seat higher, right? Wow. Okay. Anyway, consumption is 193 watt-hour per kilometer. We are down to 76%. Car still claims 34% at Ayonti Kungal. Yeah, fortunately, the charge scale is linear here, and we have around 86 kilowatt-hour net capacity. So I can calculate quite accurately how many kilowatt-hour I have left, and try to estimate how far we can go and so on. So this will probably be one of the last tests I do with this car. I will only include a Lilliput Hammer trip either tomorrow or Sunday, and then on Monday I have to return the car, unfortunately. Wow, can these guys just be a little bit less annoying? Seriously? Dude, there's so many Nisse here today, man. What the heck is going on, right? These are Norwegians, by the way. They're not no foreigners or anything like that. Wow. Seriously. Well, she's on step level 3 now. It's getting close. The driver instructor said we can start looking for the driving test. Yeah, so she developed quite quickly. We haven't even done the training with Melinda Falcon, but yeah, she's been reading the theory, and also the few lessons she took was very useful. She learned a lot and improved a lot, so that's good. But then there was this homework with the technical check on the car that she didn't understand too much out. For me, for you guys, you know where it is, right? Where do we see the required tire pressure? Well, inside of the door. What does the load index 81 and the speed code W mean, right? 270 kilometers per hour. Load index 91 is probably around 700 kilograms. I don't remember exactly, but you know, we understand what that stuff means. Also the tire dimension, like 255, 45, 19. What does that mean, right? Well, she doesn't understand all that stuff. Well, I mean, I tried to explain to her, but it's a bit overwhelming. But then there was like test, like, how do you test if the servo steering is working? I'm like, well, in a Tesla, you can't really. Well, you can test it actually. If you haven't pushed the brake, then the servo is heavy. I mean, the steering is heavy. But once you push the brake, then there is no start-stop button. But you can leave the car and come back, and then you can kind of, yeah. So, but then I just happen to have a leaf in front of the house. Then I use the leaf because the leaf is dinosaur. It has a power button. So then we use that one to just demonstrate and test. And also, like, there was one point, like, where do you check the brake fluid level? I was like, okay, just pop the hood. And then under the hood in the Tesla, it's just the washer fluid. So, but then in the Leaf, you can see the brake fluid there and some kind of coolant. I think that's probably for the motor. And yeah, because the brake fluid was a bit yellowish, whereas the coolant, the other coolant was blue. And that's typically, the brake fluid is typically yellowish. So the blue coolant is, I bet that's for the motor. Or maybe the HVAC system? No, wait, no. And also there was one point was the, where is the 12 volt battery? And what happens if it's not properly fastened? And then there was like, okay, it can short circuit. The wife is like, what is short circuiting? I was like, well, you know, when the plus and the minus pole and the battery touches each other, kaboom! She was like, huh? Okay. So you know, I think maybe it's not unique for women to not have any interest in electronics. I don't know about you, your wife, or your girlfriend, or your mistress, but I claim that, I mean, I will teach Isabel and Axel to know about this, because I think that adults should know about short circuiting and electricity, and at least a little bit about AC and DC and stuff like that. But yeah, okay, anyway. 12 volt. Yeah, well, yeah, well, they have the low volt, no, the 18 volt, the 16 volts, yes, yeah. But it's not easy to locate in a Tesla. And then, like, how do you check for the airbag lamp? And well, you kind of need to start it, and you will see it briefly. And then, how do you check the brake? What the heck is called again? The brake amplifier, or the bremsekraftverstärkare, you know, the brake. You need to pump the brake and then start the engine, and then the brake amplifier will start, and then the brake pedal will sink in. But that doesn't happen. We tried to pump it in the Leaf, and then when it started it didn't change. So I was like, okay, so I don't know. But it seems like it is very convenient to have those cars at my house. You know? So I'm gonna keep this for at least a while now. The airport parking offer free parking and nice bonuses. I get lots of cars served at my house, and that is worth a lot for me to just check, make a video about some Jovo products, for example, that tend to fit in the Teslas. Takes the warning lights as a suggestion. Okay. My wife was struggling to find the hazard lights in a Tesla. It turns out it's on the ceiling. Yeah, she was looking everywhere for that triangle. She couldn't find it, and that's totally understandable, because in the Tesla it is a bit weird location versus many other cars. But I realized that I must be a car guy, because like all those questions about the cars, like safety system or whatever, right? Whether it's airbag or tire pressure or load index or like fluids and stuff. I know all of that. I could answer all of them 100%. But I bet that if you ask the average driver on the road, they might only be able to answer like maybe 80%. I think most people, they don't care about load index and speed, the speed code on the tires, right? And they probably don't care about or know about the production date and where what the heck is called again, tread wear, what the heck is called, tread wear. But the tread wear number doesn't, it's not a standard. It's I think it's only on most of the American brands, but in Europe they might not have the tread wear number. But yeah, wifey could ask me anything about either car stuff or about the rules, signs, all that stuff, and I could tell. You know, for example, okay, there was one thing. The teacher asked her to like do a 3-point turn, like turn around at this T intersection near my home, right? And then she did that. She backed up and then went, you know, the other way back, you know, to turn around. But then she got a little bit of minus point because she didn't use the turn signal before she backed up. So I was like, well, yeah, you should do that. You should use the turn signal. It's not a major fault. It's just a minor fault. So you can't just, you're not gonna fail a test if you don't use the turn signal. That's probably why people don't give a shit about using turn signal. It's very annoying. But I remember there was one guy many years ago when I drove Optimus Prime in the trailer. I followed this. Bjorn, what would you buy? Mercedes? I will buy the G6 because it's awesome. Very good value for money. The GLC cost 60-70% more. It's crazy, man. Normally around 80% more. It's 460 versus 860k. Look, it's crazy, man. And I don't feel like it's 80% better. Probably okay. But there was one like many years ago. I followed this Toyota driver. He's kind of slow. And then at the supercharger at Bangkok, the Toyota driver, he was driving really slow in the parking lot, and I wanted to get over to the supercharger. And then I went behind him, and as I went behind him, he put the car in reverse, and he was intending to back up into a parking spot, you know. And I was like, and then when I was charging, he approached me and he said, you know that you know, he was about to back up, and you know, and I was about to say, fuck you, buddy. First of all, you have to yield when you back up, and second, you have to use the turn signal to tell other people where you're gonna go. So even if I would run into him while he was backing up, it will be his fault. But of course, I wasn't trying to make any trouble, but it was like, okay, the guy's also awfully slow. Yeah. And he was kind of blocking it. Of course, I would go in front of him if I could, but he was blocking the path, so the only path was behind him. Yeah. Dude, I didn't expect it to be that wet. I thought it was going to be nice and dry tonight. Well, I mean, okay, in the old days, I was too fast. It was one time with the Renault Laguna, I backed up too fast and I didn't notice there was this like parking barrier thing on the parking lot, you know? I don't know, as I backed into it with too high speed. Maybe I had 15 kilometers per hour. So in the past, whenever I back up now, I tend to back up really slow, maybe like walking speed, right? 5 kilometers per hour. So in case I would bump into something, usually the bumper will be able to take the damage without too big damages. I mean, nowadays, like everywhere I drive now, in Norway when I drive, I always have to predict that they might do some great, like weird shit, you know, like people not yielding in the roundabout, or you know, like people not blinking and shit. Like I always have to expect that. Okay, that guy, he might do this, or he might change lane, he might cut me off in the front and shit like that, you know. And then many times that actually happens. Smart #5 versus Xpeng. Well, the smart, the Geely software, I feel like it is behind Xpeng. Before, I wouldn't praise Xpeng too much, but in the later tests, I was very impressed with they made stuff way less naggy, and they also made lots of nice features and hotkeys and whatever you can customize. But the G6, from what I remember, I think it should be more efficient. Smart is very boxy, but also very practical, of course, the big boxy shape. Yeah, okay. I remember one time, drive mode. Comfort. No wait, drive ice. I misread it. Oh, drive ice. Well, the G6 has improved a lot versus the old G6. That's why I like the new one so much. And the interior in the G6 is really nice now, versus before it was like, yeah. You kind of need to test, just try it. It might not be for you, or it might be okay for you. Depends. But I remember there's one time I was driving Millennium Falcon, and it was at the approach to Circle K Furuset, and it was afternoon stau and stuff, and there was a van driver behind me who wasn't paying attention. He was probably on his phone or some shit. Then he actually like crashed into me or bumped into me, but the speed was so low. It was probably 5 to 10 kilometers per hour, and those bumpers are designed to take a little bit. Okay, maybe there could be hidden damage beneath the rear bumper, but I think most bumpers are supposed to be able to take some hit, so there weren't much like visible damage. So I was like, whatever, I don't give a shit, you know. I was like, we didn't write any like damage report or stuff like that. So I was like, whatever, yeah. So it's not like I need to be some kind of Nazi and always pursue the law at any point. Just use some common sense. Yeah. But I mean, by law, he was at fault because I was stationary and he backed in. I mean, he drove nose into me, you know. In general, if you drive into someone else, then that's, yeah. They usually look at if you drive, it depends, you know, but usually when you drive into someone, crash into someone else, then you're at fault. And when it comes to maybe like a T intersection, then usually if you if the impact point is behind the rear door or some shit, then it's your fault. If the impact point is before or like towards the front of the car and you're supposed to yield, then yeah, then it might be his fault or the other party's fault. But many times when I'm in roundabout, I will see that people will jump right in front of me. I'm like, oh, well, I mean, there is enough space. I might have to slow down a little bit, you know, but maybe they should have waited, but yeah, they don't. They just jump in front. So you have to expect that could happen. And then, of course, we have other people who are not paying attention. It's clear at the roundabout, they can go, but they don't. They don't understand that, you know, that car to the left is gonna whatever, or oh yeah, typically you have to yield for the car from the left, but that car from the left also has to yield from the other car on its left. So then that car cannot move yet. So that means that you can go, right? So many people, they don't see that, all that stuff. So I'm like, chop chop. Maybe I'm half German, and I'm like, go schnell, go. Right, almost at the border now. Under the bridge, it was showing. Oh wait, from reset, no. Oh shit! Okay, I forgot the reset thing. Okay, whatever. We have from start, which should be good enough. I forgot to reset from reset. But fortunately, from start should be good enough because it saves it. We don't have any long breaks and anything that last more than 4 hours. Okay, I have from start and I have since charge and I have the distance. Yeah, I was focusing on the distance, which I have reset. Let's see, 152. Oh, from start has a bit weird timing. Wait, 158. Oh shit, from start has this evening drive. Okay. Then I need to somehow extrapolate some numbers. I mean, it's not too bad. I can always find out, but okay. Maybe I should just reset from reset now before it's too late. It's just gonna miss out a little bit there. Okay. We are now in Sweden, yes, and as always I will check the time. It's supposed to be 1 hour and 19 minutes. It was 1 hour and 23 minutes today, so we have 4 minutes of delay. There were some road works, to my big surprise. Yeah, okay, but here, it is a bit rainy. Okay, hopefully it's not going to be too much rain, right? But look at the consumption. Even for a boxy 7-seater, it's only 199 watt-hour per kilometer. Wow, this is wonderful. It seems like the new Mercedes is more efficient than before. Maybe it's because of 2-speed, or maybe it is because of the 800-volt architecture. All right, the car now claims 31% at the Kongar, so okay, I'm not sure we're gonna stop yet. Oh yeah, okay, I have to enable the matrix light. Let me see. Lights, auto, there. The multi-beam. Melinda Falcon is sitting at the workshop. how long is it gonna rain, man? Oh, okay, just a short now before it ends. Okay. Wait, where is it that you haven't seen rain in months? Where is that? Spain? Okay, I guess I'll wait until the tarmac is dry before I do the headlight test. I have to do 2 more sections around here with stop traffic, and then around Varberg. That's usually my last clip before I end the headlight test. So it has the multi-beam, not the digital lights. Okay, this multi-beam has 84 elements. But then the digital light has 2.6 million. Okay, so that's a lot better. Okay, I see here. Okay, now I think over here is perfect. All right, let me record the headlight test. Headlight test. We are now on the Swedish Autobahn around Strömstad, and yes, now we're going to check out the matrix lights. And okay, you know, I got the impression, I think it's true, that these multi-beam LEDs, they are actually more powerful than the digital lights. So the GLC I tested has the digital lights. And okay, both of these are matrix lights, but what is the difference? Well, here in the multi-beam we have 84 elements, but then the digital light has 2.6 million elements. It's way higher resolution, but I still feel like, okay, I mean, 84 elements, it doesn't feel too pixelated. But what about the big signs? Do I feel like it blasted up there, or because the digital lights in the GLC was wonderful. It didn't blind me too much. Here, let me see. If I do this, wait. I'm trying to do a test now. Okay, let's see if that is. Okay, I might disturb oncoming traffic, but I'm not sure if it does it on the light. Yeah, it seems like it detects signs. Yeah, because it dimmed on that sign. Seems like, so that's good. It illuminates on the right side, great. What about oncoming traffic? We need to check if I get flashed at a lot or not, and if the multi-beam matrix will misbehave or it will turn off in time. We'll see. But for now, it seems to be good. And yeah, like even here when we are lighting up on the bush on the side here, feels like it is powerful. And over here versus the Jessheim route, here the road is a lot wider and they have cleared most of the trees closer to the road. So yeah, you need stronger and wider lights here. There the car disappeared and it fired up. Yeah, great, man. So far so good. Right. So yeah, I should be in a good position to survive the night now without needing any energy drink. I have two cans of Red Bull in the trunk in the fridge actually if I need to, but we'll see if I need it or not, because I did get around 3 hours of sleep this afternoon, between 1 and 3 in the afternoon. So I should be able to finish this, and this should be a little bit over 9 hours, right? 9:20-ish. So not too long. If it's like an 11, there. If it's like an 11, 12-hour run, then that of course becomes longer. So then I expect to finish right before 8 tomorrow morning. And then that's usually when the kids wake up. So if I can get a half an hour power nap, then we are good to go to the Lilliput and enjoy some nice warm weather. We actually do it on a Saturday rather than a Sunday. Roadsters, I don't know. Who knows? Whenever it's gonna come to Europe. Yes, sometimes I get dangerously tired. Sometimes it's not safe for me to drive. That's when I pull over and sleep. Yeah. But ideally, like once the kids are more independent, you know, in a couple of years hopefully, or maybe next year, like I should be able to take an afternoon nap and then they can just, I don't know, play or do something or whatever. But now, like ever since the kids were born and shit like that, like it was always this, like I don't know what you call it, like this constant need to take care of the kids, you know. Okay, I think the rain should stop right around here. Oh, they are 2 and 4 years old, so it's getting better. Isabel can hold a bag for us, like a bag with some leftover food, just fine. So I mean, she's strong enough to lift oxel, so she's strong enough to hold like a half a kilogram or 1 kilogram bag for extended time and walk and stuff like that. Whether she wants to walk or not, that's a different story. I just have to be a bit strict with her and say, no, you can't be carried because I have to carry some stuff for, you know. So also when I traveled with her to Germany, or when I went to Flachau, she was able to also slide that thing, the stroller with wheels, or ride on it and stuff. So it's getting better, slowly getting better. 10 and 12. Wow, you went through the same shit. Like, you know how it is when you had a newborn and a 2-year-old. That was the heaviest workload ever, man. When you had that like that, oh. Yes, it keeps getting better. It is better and better now. But we chose to have the kids close in age. Many people, they wait maybe 5 years before the next sibling pops out, which is easier on the workload. But for siblings, like I see that Isabel and Oxa, they are very close in age and very close in size, so they play together really well, which is good, because then we don't have to, the parents don't always have to detain them. They can just basically entertain themselves, as long as they don't do anything dangerous or dirty, or yeah. Fight a lot. Well, Isabel is like a bit bossy, and she would take toys from, steal toys from Axel and stuff, because she's the big sister. But we always try to tell her to share. But then Axel, in the beginning, when he was a baby, there was not much he can do. Now he can actually fight back, but he tends to fight back by biting Isabel. And that is extremely painful for her. So then I had to tell Axel, no, don't bite. No. Yeah, life as parents, man, with small kids. Seven children, dude. I guess you don't pull out. Guess some people don't pull out. 2 children, for me, that's enough. Yeah. We don't want to put too much pressure on the planet. It already has enough humans here. Yeah, I know, your parents, but you were in the family with 7. Yeah, your parents didn't pull out in time. Shit, man. But I think it was more common in the old days. Maybe because life quality was lower, life expectancy was lower. There was, safety at many places, in cars or all over the place, was lower back then. So then, in general, they would just pop out more children so that at least one of them would survive. Yeah, Elon has left the chat. Yeah, and also, at least how it was in Thailand, and I think many Asian countries, was that having kids would mean the pension for you to secure your. When you get old, they're gonna take care of you, and pay for your bills and so on. But over here in Western worlds, we have, well, gamlehjem and pension and stuff, and the health care and stuff here is a lot better. But it's a different culture in over here versus in Asia, where several generations they can even live together, or but over here it's more spread out. Oh, okay, now the car says 29% at Kungal. Alright, consumption is going slowly up now, 208 watt-hour per kilometer. But dude, this is very good, because we have headwind. And it's a boxy car. I haven't checked the drag coefficient. I would assume it's something like 0.28. Yeah, I think I checked it once. I think it's 0.28. This is actually better than the ID4. Like, how can the ID4 have so poor drag coefficient? Skoda Enyaq is way better. Even the boxy Enyaq, not the coupe Enyaq. But strange enough, ID4 sells more than Skoda Enyaq. Maybe just brand loyalty towards Volkswagen, right? But here I can kind of see the matrix elements popping on and off. Yeah, I wonder how many elements Tesla has on the headlights. Maybe it's similar, around 80 elements. But I wonder for some of the Stellantis cars, they probably have only around 30, 40 elements. You can see big chunks turning on and off. No, I think Tesla has relatively high resolution because it can write Tesla on the wall. So that should mean more than 84 elements. What is Volvo? Yes, it was a damn Volvo with a freaking high beam on. Dude, it seems like it recognizes signs and dims them down a bit. It illuminates road signs, but it doesn't blast full on them. Because these are quite powerful lights, and if they would blast it full, I would be blinded by the signs. Like in the Polestar, for example. Oh yeah, also finally Toyota emailed me. There's a new guy now. After Espen Olsen, who left Toyota, there's a new guy at Toyota who will deal with the press cars, some Swedish dude. And he asked me, yeah, he's gonna follow up the thread about me wanting to borrow some BZ4X station wagon. And I was like, okay, yes, that's always interesting. And I'm not sure about the CHR Plus. Yeah, maybe I should test it. But they also said, yeah, they have the Lexus ES, what they was called again. So I was like, oh, wait, that's some kind of new Lexus. Oh yeah, I would like to test that. But still, okay, I'm available around October. Yes, next available slot. But I don't want to fill up with a lot of maybe not so interesting Toyotas and Lexus if suddenly Volvo said, yeah, the EX60 is available from the end of September, you know, so I need to give priority to the Volvo EX60. The last of the hyped up car, and the last of the 3 hyped up cars this year. Next is on Monday Model Y standard, and then on Friday next week Xpeng P7 Plus. Seeker 7X or the GLC and IS3. Oh, they are different in many ways. Software is definitely better in the Seeker, and also charging speed. iX3 has the best range, biggest battery. GLC has the best comfort. But I don't know, the press car didn't have head-up display. What? Can you get it on the GLC? I feel like a car that costs that much should have head-up display and auto steer. But I guess everything is optional on the freaking German cars, unlike the Chinese cars. Chinese car is like a buffet. You get everything, you know. Chinese car is like you pay for the buffet. You wanna get drinks are included, dessert, snacks, ice cream. No, whatever, everything, salad, everything is included in the buffet in a Chinese car. But in a German car, you pay for drinks, you pay for dessert, you pay for everything, right? You want chopsticks? Extra. You want napkins? Extra. You want another napkin? Extra. You want blinkers? Extra. Yeah, many press cars I test nowadays, they have header display. And when I don't have them, then it takes maybe one day or half a day before I get used to look another way. So, but I actually like header display. It's very convenient. But it needs to show like more than just some stuff. But those AR header display, the one that keeps showing this indicator on the car in front and shit, that's just annoying, disturbing. But if you can show some battery status, some navigation status, some cruise control status and stuff like that, yes, great. And also blind spot warning on the head display. Yes, that is game over right there from the Chinese brands. Well, I think that's Huawei hardware, right? Because both Neo and Xpeng, they use them, and it looks very similar. But yeah, over to something else that you guys might be interested in. I've been using Yotta Cloud now for maybe almost 2 years, and I think I'm gonna move away from Yotta Cloud because I found out that they throttle the upload speed. Download speed is not throttle, but upload speed is throttle. Beyond 5 terabytes, it becomes slower and slower and slower to upload, and I notice it. The dude like freaking takes forever because I have almost 10 terabytes in my Yotta Cloud account, and if I want more, I need to pay even more per year. So I'm moving now towards something called Black Blaze. There is called again. They have unlimited data and they have backup and nice pricing also. Only around $90 per $99 per year. Yeah, but I was struggling with Yotta Cloud because I tried to download a whole shit ton, like 650 files with like a terabyte, and then the thing zips down, try to zip down that shit, and then it just bugs and crashes, times out the web interface. And then I tried the client, which was useless, the Windows client, and then I ended up using rsync. I had to set up rsync, and with the help of Google AI, I was like, oh shit, it's a command line, okay, and then a config file and a README and some stuff and a manual. So I just, with a Google AI, it helped me big time to set up the command line, to set up the config, all that, get the token from Yotta Cloud, set up all that shit, and then initially it was bugging a bit, and then it worked, and then it was slow, and then we tweaked it to go more threads and stuff, and I managed to download lots of files from Yotta Cloud into my hardy drive, and yeah, I'll probably have some local drives, some USB drives, plus back it up in the cloud in case the whole house burns down or I lose the drive or some shit. But yeah, Yotta Cloud was good for a while, but I noticed it was annoying. It tended to log me out and I had to log in again with a 2-factor authentication. But lately, I've been logged out every day almost. Like, what the fuck is going on, man? So like, okay, enough Yotta Cloud, just shut down that shit. It will automatically renew the next year now in December. I'm not going to renew it. I will migrate over to the Black Blaze. I also consider other systems, but I think the Black Blaze seems to be okay. But it's like, it found 480,000 files it wants to back up, and 18 terabyte, 19 terabyte. I was like, okay, go ahead. 1 gigabit fiber, go. But then they tweak it so use multiple threads because it takes like a week for it to slowly back up everything. So yeah. So that's what I've been digging around this week, trying to find a new backup solution in the cloud and find a new keyboard. charge, 49% and 213 watt-hour per kilometer. We have done 208 kilometers now. Car says 27% at Kungal. I have, as usual, brought food with me, 3 slices of bread and some drinks and a little bit of chocolate this time for some weekend snack. No. And then actually, the guys who park at my house, many of them, they just, okay, nothing, whatever, but some, many people, they give me some gifts, like a sign of gratitude for the free parking, the couple of thousand NOK they saved, right? It's a couple of €100 they saved. And then some of them have given me like some wine in a box, or some what the heck was it again? It was a Ferrari champagne, I think, alcohol. But I don't drink alcohol. Wifey actually don't drink alcohol anymore. Before she met me, she was like a party girl. Like she would get so fucked up in the weekends and shit. Drunk as hell, you know, so drunk she didn't know what the heck was going on, and she had to be driven home. But after she started hanging out with me, she just turned non-alcoholic, and she never smoked, so that's good. But whatever, so we have some alcoholic drinks. I'll probably just give it to someone who drinks alcohol. And then also I've been getting some chocolate. So some people ask me, hey, do you want me to buy anything for you from Greece or somewhere, Poland? I was like, okay, maybe chocolate then. So we have been getting chocolate lately, which might not always be best for the health either, but whatever. Wife is munching some chocolate from Poland. It was so good that she just finished it herself. I'm like, what happened to that bar of chocolate? She was like, oh, I don't know. She finished it. Yeah, so that's what's going on now. But yeah, so I made a video. I'm gonna post it soon about about the whole win-win with a free airport parking. I suggest that, yeah, maybe if someone has a Zoe or whatever car out there, if I can borrow it, that's great. And you're gonna go on a vacation, great. I can charge that thing. I have TN network, 400 volt. We can do some 500 kilometer challenge maybe of a Zoe, one of the worst cars in history. Yes, it's gonna trigger many people in Germany. But but it's a good car. You had good leasing at least. Yeah, man, Zoe was horrible. It was inefficient when you hammered it. It was slow. It had inefficient onboard charger. The Camelon was shite. It didn't support DC fast charging until the ZE50. Yeah, and the interior was shite, and also the user interface, the infotainment was also crappy, and it didn't have any preheating. It was cold gating like hell in winter. It's like, oh man, there was so many things that was bad with the Zoe, and somehow people are still considering buying a second-hand Zoe. I was like, no, get rid of that shit, out of the country. There's so many better cars out there, like a classic Ioniq and even an e-Golf or Soul is way better than Zoe. Oh, sorry, 50k, huh? Satellite. Okay, 47%. I need to pay attention. Yeah, okay, very important for me, at Uddevalla. Because I'm planning on going from Uddevalla and home on the way back. But this car doesn't charge to 80% that fast, unlike the Chinese cars. So, but if I can stretch it to around 65%, that would be great. Yeah. But we have had some headwind now, so that means tailwind on the way back. Yeah. So if I can, we have to see once I'm at Uddevalla how many percent I have. I need to write down that also. We can expect roughly the same on the way back, because it's going to be a bit colder tomorrow morning, but then tailwind. Hyper screen on the, yeah, it has the same screen as a GLC, but that hyper screen is gimmick, man. That passenger screen is gimmick, because I was disappointed that when I played games with wifey, she couldn't play on her screen. We had to do the split screen. Like, what is the point with that, right? This car is running on a 286 CPU with 640 kilobyte of RAM. That's why. Well, it is a bit loud on the rough asphalt here. Wait, I need to eat the first slice of bread. One slice of bread before each charging stop. Yeah, light is on auto. No flashes. Yeah, it does a good job now, for now. That is good. Look, we haven't been flushed out yet, right? This is simply amazing. It sees the truck, it turns off in time. Great. And it doesn't turn it on again. Unlike some of the Chinese cars. It was pretty crazy, man. How bad it was. It was a Seeker, yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder, is there a point of the 1,000 kilometer challenge anymore? Or is it just a waste of time and money? Oh, hobby, we need to avoid hobby. I cannot charge here. 44%. Wow. Wait, that means 56% getting here. Oh shit. 43%. Oh. So I might need to charge around 70% or so. The last charging stop might be slightly slower, but I guess it's worth it because I don't want to have 2 stops. I mean, one extra stop. So I want Uddevalla to be the last one. Even Uddevalla to be the last stop. Well, dude, this makes me wonder. Maybe if someone can do a Google AI search. How much did the Mercedes EQB cost back in the days? Those were fairly popular taxis. Did they also cost over 700k NOK? Well, okay, back then they might have been lower taxes. Yeah. I would imagine maybe around 600. So they are kind of expensive, these Mercedes, man. And people say, but it's Mercedes. Yeah, but still, what are you paying for? Are you just paying for the brand? That's stupid. With so many competitors, why would you pay for a certain brand just because of the brand? But then you live with shittier interior, more noise, slower charging, less range, less efficiency, right? Pay for something that matters. Bigger battery, maybe. Better soundproofing, maybe. Better, nice interior, no? Okay, sound system is pretty good, but I feel like this Burmester is not on par with some of the other. Didn't give me like the ooh feel. Maybe because they have to make some compromises when they build this versus more expensive ones, like in EQS or even the GLC was quite good sound system there. EQB. Oh, that was it. But in no, I mean in NOK in Norway, because prices in Norway are not the same as in the rest of Europe. Oh, but do I dare to try Hobby? No. Do I dare to try Hogstorp on the way back? We're already down to 41%, so that means around 60%. And that means I should have maybe at least 5% margin, or I don't know. But I have the headwind, so I have to expect tailwind on the way back. It'll be slightly easier on the way back. Or do I need 4 charging stops? When I could stop at like Spekkerød and then Strømstad. Yeah. And then charge to only around 50% each time. But I mean, this car should be able to take it on 3 stops. What do you guys think? 3 or 4 stops? But the GLC made it all the way to Falkenberg, but the GLC has a bigger battery. I measured 95 kilowatt stunden. Here we have 86 kilowatt hour. Plus that I think this is slightly boxier, so slightly worse high speed consumption. 3 stops, okay. EQB 350, okay, same was 4. Wow, dude, 500k back then, huh? And now it's 600. No joke, man. I saw the document, 750k. I was like, what? Because I thought that this was maybe around 600k, maybe, right? Or I don't know, 600k. If the GLC was 870k, 860k. Yeah, this should be at least 200k cheaper. No. Yeah. So, like fastest ideal charging for this car is only 50 to 60%. I mean, 65%, you lose a little bit only. Yeah, 65, 70%. So, for one last charging stop before we end it, then probably is worth it. At least all the other stops will be optimized for around 55, 60%. I'm planning on stopping at Hallandsåsen, and then from Hallandsåsen I can go all the way to Uddevalla. And then each time I charge to around 60, 65%. But yeah, dude, okay. Hogstorp, we are not even at Uddevalla yet, and we're down to 39% already, which means we have spent 61% so far with a headwind. So of course tailwind with this boxy car will be better, when there will be a bigger difference between headwind versus tailwind. So I just have to see once we get past Uddevalla. Because here, I mean, yeah, those Circle K chargers, they have been behaving well before with the ES90 I tested, the Volvo ES90. So maybe it was just a one-time hiccup, it didn't work. Most of the time it should work, right? And then if I use the northmost charger, that one has the Phoenix contact. But then I should jump all the way to as far as possible, which is no wait, it's slightly further north. Oh yeah, I forgot, further north than Uddevalla. Yeah, okay, maybe I should go to Hogstorp and then plug and pray that Circle K is not gonna do any tricks. Because this car, yeah, doesn't have that good charging curve. So unlike the Chinese, they went to the Uddevalla and charged to 80%, no problem, very fast. Oh yeah, we had a bit of rain. That also brought the consumption slightly. Yeah, headwind and rain. Okay. Circle K has low. Nope, I haven't researched that part. Okay, here's Uddevalla. Let me see. There, 38%. Okay. That means we spend 62% getting here. Okay. But most likely we will need less than 62% on the way back. Maybe not as low as 55%, but maybe, I don't know, 58%-ish. So if I go to 65% at Uddevalla here, I should be able to go back home. Or if I can reach Hogstorp, then I can charge at Hogstorp at the Circle K, and then go home. And then I can charge maybe to around 60% at Hogstorp. So maybe that's a better deal. But then, in order to get here though, I need to charge enough at Hallandsåsen, and then come back here on the way back. So it's gonna be Spekerød now, and then with the headwind and crazy stuff, Hallandsåsen, and then Hallandsåsen to Uddevalla, and then Uddevalla home. That is the plan with these awesome 800 volt cars. I will see how BYD will do all the flash charging stuff. But I mean, okay, you know, I guess some people will want to get the flash charging, but for example, if charging time was the most important thing, right? Then why didn't more people buy Neo? Because they could battery swap, right? So it means that charging time on many cars today, they are already good enough. So that's why people are buying the Korean cars or some of the Chinese cars, even the German cars, even 400 volt cars, even the MEB platform was good enough, right? Only 100 and what did they operate at again? In the old days it was kind of slow, only 125, 135 kilowatt, and then eventually 175, and then lately 185, and then the biggest battery there, like in the GTX, they can operate at 200 kilowatt, but it had a little bit of rapid gate. So yeah, so it seems like around like 150, 200 kilowatt is already good enough. I guess even Tesla's 250 kilowatt would be good enough. Well, Tesla charging at 200-ish kilowatt could equal to almost 300 kilowatt on many other cars. So that's how Tesla can still be in the game. Literally those modern cars. The old cars, okay, people, they accept slower charging, just like people accept slow charging in a Kona or e-Niro, because it's like, okay, whatever, cheaper car, older car. But you see, this is what I've been talking about for a decade now, almost, is that you fast, I mean, like, people don't fast charge on normal basis. Even the people in my Tesla thing that has, in the beginning they had free supercharging, but then eventually they pay a low price on supercharging, but they don't supercharge a lot. They tend to just home charge. And okay, if they go on a road trip, which happens maybe once or twice per year, then they supercharge a lot or fast charge. So it means that as long as you have home charging and you have 500 kilometers of range, then who gives a shit about fast charging speed? And if you go on a long trip, then the human is already the bottleneck. So as long as you can charge within around half an hour-ish, that's good enough, right? But of course, I can understand like a freaking e-Golf or a classic Ioniq will be a bit tiresome in the long run. Too short range and so on, but as long as you have 100, 150 kilowatt and around 70, 80 kilowatt hour, then that's plenty enough. So it makes me wonder, will the megawatt charging be any great success? Will that be the standard in the future? How expensive is it really to push out 1.5 megawatt? Well, if they have batteries, then no big deal. But if they have to pull that much from the grid, then that becomes a problem. Like many cars pulling the same thing, you know. If you, I don't know, will it then become like a one pipeline site only? I think people don't want to wait 5-10 minutes for a slot. They just want to plug it in, even if it's slower than 1 megawatt. So I think fast charging will not be like gas pumps, right? In the gas world, you don't. I mean, that's the only choice. You just have to sit and wait for the Benzinstau. But for EV drivers, if they can plug in and get slower charging, and then eventually, if more power is available, you get faster charging, then that's good enough. It has been working for the Tesla owners since 2013, basically, where you have to share chargers. That back then it was quite shitty. We would get 70 kilowatt on one car, and then how was that again? I remember it with the Falcon. Those 70 plus 50-ish something. It was only 135 kilowatt in the beginning, and then eventually they upgraded to 150 kilowatt. So yeah, that I remember it now. With Mill and the Falcon, I would be pumping in 110, 115 kilowatts, and then some dude would connect next to me. I'm like, and then my speed would drop to 70 kilowatts, and he would get only 50 kilowatts. But if I was taking a burger at Yoff's, then I don't care if I get 70 kilowatts. Still need to finish a burger, right? Okay. Right now it says 24% at Kungal. Wait, how is the battery status going now? 34% to, well, dude, I can't plug in with two. Wait, battery status 23%. Oh, I need to put it in the auto. The preheats. Not sure if it's gonna preheat now or what's gonna happen. It claims no time needed for battery optimization. That 23% is already, 23 degrees is already optimal. But then it can take 215 kilowatt now. Unban the flash door. Oh, the flush door. Well, if I don't stop over there, what the hell? What to do then? $126 kilometers to wild bike. Okay, let me calculate here. 33%. That's a budget of 225 watt-hour per kilometer to wild bike. I'm currently at 209 right now, 219 right now. Whoa, it seems like we might be able to reach wild bike. Okay, cancel this. Will it add charging stop automatically? Oh, it claims 6% at Wildbike. You know, that sounds plausible. Okay, worst case, if we need to bail out, that's a big Kungsbacka. That's like, shit, man. But 6%, well, I think the car is quite accurate on that estimation. Let's see, can I get the help over the route planner here? Trying to bring it up. See if I can send some data to the route planner, Android Auto. Cannot be started. I don't know what the heck. Why can it not be started? Okay, let me see. From here to buy the Ruplanet claims I need 32%. Dude, I have 31% now. Can I trust it? Well, it's just 6% at Wildbike. Okay, once we get close to Spectre, then I have to decide. No, not Spectre, Kungalv, yeah. At Kungalv, I need to recalculate again. But yeah, it is plausible we can make it to Wildbike. That'd be great, yeah. Because then I can stop at Halmstad instead. And then I can easier reach Hogstorp. Then Hogstorp might be the last stop. And then hopefully Hogstorp won't make any tricks on me today. It should. I think it was just a one-time hiccup that I couldn't charge at all at Hogstorp. Because all the other times I've been charging at Hogstorp at the Circle K, it was fine. If I have problems with Hogstorp, then I can hopefully just crawl myself over to Hobby. That would be the last. Or I can use a supercharger. Yeah. At Hogstorp. As like an emergency. If everything else fails. But yeah, Mercedes has the worst 400 volt charging capability. Audi is slightly better. Mercedes only 80 kilowatt. Mercedes, other way around. Mercedes only 80 kilowatt. Audi at least around 135 kilowatt. But then BMW is the best 200 kilowatt. If that matters, but I think it's just a matter of time now before Tesla will start upgrading. We heard about it, right? You guys heard it in the news that the second 500 kilowatt, 800 volt, or 1000 volt Tesla charger is operational now in, I think it was Lithuania. Yeah, I wonder if that's the second country in Europe to get it. So it means that the big rollout might come soon, the big wave. That's what I've been foreseeing at Tesla. They have prepared the V4 and the 1000 volt. Because I bet that Tesla might be losing customers simply because it's 400 volt only. And they go to other CPOs that has the Alpitronics or Kempower, which is quite common across Europe. So once Tesla upgrades to 1000 volt, they will steal lots of customers from those CPOs. So that's good. Healthy competition is good. It benefits the consumers. You mean 800 volt, right? Not 800 kilowatt. But I understand Tesla because Model S and X, they were low volume and they were also prone to lots of issues, which probably cost them a lot of time and headache. Time and money, I mean. So that's why they ditched it. Simply because the Model Y and Model 3, they just sell way, way more, especially Model Y. And lots of the Model S and X production is manual versus Y and 3 that is highly automated. But I mean, I also feel like Tesla didn't develop the SX too much. They kept improving 3 and Y with the Juniper and Highland, and also even within those Highland Juniper, they also made improvements, like adding stalks and stuff, you know, bringing them back, you know. And also same like Model X, they haven't improved the interior. The seats are still the shitty ones compared to the Chinese. So I mean, yeah. Back in 2017, or 16 actually, when Optimus Prime came out, yes, then it was quite good. But even then, after some years, I was like, well, it would have been nice to be able to recline the seat versus just tilting it. It was just had the fixed angle. So for a flagship, wasn't that great. And also, it wasn't the greatest charging experience on the Model X when they started throttling the 90 kilowatt hour packs, like Optimus Prime, you know. Yeah. And then at the same time, the fat e-tron, they were slurping in 150 kilowatt flat. And Optimus was quite thirsty. I remember even when it was brand spanking new with the 22-inch wheels, he was really thirsty. I did some hypermiling test. Well, I was going at 60 kilometers per hour, and he was consuming around 160, 170 watt hour per kilometer. Whereas the more modern Palladium Model X would consume maybe around 100. Maybe 100 to 110 only on some hypermiling or some Sunday drive / hypermiling. Yeah, those 85 packs, they're still throttle. It's like early Tesla, you know, but at least they're not catching fire anymore. We hear that all the way in the news, but still some of the I-Pace. Whereas again, I-Pace and Ampere E / Bolt, they had problems. I also heard recently some of the Korean cars are having problems. Batteries catch fire. I wonder if those are all the LG Chem batteries. I wonder if it was e-Niro. It was e-Niro, not the latest, but it was the 2019, 2020 e-Niro. They can also catch fire. So let me guess, corrosion or something else. Dude, what the heck? Huh? What? Huh? Autos? No. Oh, suddenly the car says destination cannot be reached, and then it started slowing down. No, don't do that shit. Wait, does it adjust the speed automatically? What the heck is that shit, man? Okay, we need to do the scheduled charging stop automatically, which becomes really annoying. But didn't know that it wanted to slow down also. Okay, now it claims that I cannot reach Varberg. I can reach it at 5%. 5% is still more than 0% last time I checked. Or we can pull out now with around 25% at the Pawel. No, you wanna always go deep. But does it matter? You know what? I think it doesn't matter. We can charge at Pawel and then Hollandsåsen and then yeah. It's just that we won't be getting any crazy speed now. Let me check here. What is the battery status now? If I plug in now or soon, I'll get 250 kilowatt only. Does it need to heat up? It's at 24 degrees Celsius. It's already at optimum temp. 251. This keeps crawling up slightly before we pass Pawel, if I would decide to stop there. The car keeps telling me that the destination cannot be reached. What are you saying? He claims 5% at the destination. That is reachable. No, sorry, I misread it. My bad. Destination can be reached. Ah, okay. It's just small letters. Destination can be reached. Okay, 5%. All right, all good. I'll do some recalculation once we get closer. I need to calculate the budget I have. Let me check again here. It was supposed to be 86.6. No. Oh, it's 88.6 kilowatt hour. Okay, that's what I measured. I can try to calculate it now, actually. 298 times 222 divided by 0.76. Estimated 87 kilowatt hour. All right. I can at least use 87 kilowatt hour as the base. But it is likely that it is. Okay, let me check here. Let me check actual distance. 299 from start, from charging. Okay. Okay, it's going to be 300 soon. Alright, let's see. 300 times 222 divided by 0.7. There. 0.76. Yeah, 87.6 kilowatt hour estimated net capacity. Okay, I'll recalculate again in a couple of minutes once we are closer to Pawel. But the wind will be a bit stronger south of Göteborg, from what I remember. I think it was around 3 meters per second headwind. Tomorrow will be slightly better, then we get crosswind, wind from the west. Okay, 23% now. Yeah, and then in Göteborg we have to drive slow anyway. So let's see. I think we are almost there now at Pawel. I can calculate 23%. Okay, let me see. From here, 91 kilometer. Well, at least 40, 50 kilometer. That will be slower speeds. Okay, so if you have 222 now, yeah, it shouldn't be more than 222. It's 117 kilometers per hour speed. Okay. Yeah, all right. It's more likely that the consumption from here to Pawel will be around 210. So let me calculate 23%, possibly 22 soon. Okay, 22 times 87 kilowatt hour, 19.1 kilowatt hour left divided by 90 kilometers. I have a budget of 212 watt hour per kilometer. Oh shit! We might arrive with 1%. Oh, always go deep with Uncle Bjorn. Oh shit. Okay, do we bail out here with 22% or do we go deep to Wildbike? Always go deep, okay? Go further, okay? Well, the car claims 5% now. I think eventually it's gonna throw all kinds of tricks at me. It's like, oh, you have to stop here, you have to stop here, you have to stop here, because now it says 4%. Yeah. Once it goes below some threshold, it will start adding charging stops here and there. I cannot disable it. If I want to have the percent at arrival, I need to have the trip planner on. So that's kind of silly. Well, I have buffer, but I'm not counting on going below the buffer on a normal basis. Okay, so that's it. That's the exit. We have chosen to go past it. But I can bail out slightly past this at Hissingbacka, the truck charger. And the last bailout point, if I realize I can't make it, would be to either drive slower or to stop at Kungsbacka. But that would be defeat, because Kungsbacka is the devil. You don't want to stop there, man. It's gonna throttle, it's gonna slow ramp up and do all kind of shit. Okay, so now we will drive slow, fortunately, for a good time. And that will be quite easy on the consumption because of the boxy car. Maybe if we can find a boxy van that matches our speed, we can draft behind it to improve the consumption, improve the margin a bit. We're down to 22% now. Well, okay, so if I can charge at Wildbike, then what? From Wildbike to Hallandsåsen is only 103 kilometers. So that's way too early. Then I could charge on the way back then at at Halmstad. But I'm not sure if I can go all the way back to Wildbike. Well, maybe I can go oh, I could charge at Falkenberg. Oh yeah. Yeah, that would actually be pretty good distance. That's roughly 150 kilometers. And if I go to around 60%, then that'll be plenty, right? Huh? 8 kilowatt more. Did you mean kilowatt hour or what? Hour? 8 kilowatt, what? Okay, this is why correct unit matters. Okay, you meant kilowatt hour. So I don't know what you meant. If you were talking about watt hour per kilometer, you know, the kilowatt hour per 100 kilometer, but it's definitely not 8 kilowatts, because that's power. GLC is a benchmark. Well, it depends what kind of About what? Noise? Not really a benchmark. The X9 is a benchmark for almost everything. Okay, I don't remember all the numbers, but yeah, GLC, okay. But I made it to Falkenberg, not to Walberg. There's a long distance from Walberg to Falkenberg. I think it was around at least 50 kilometers, right? 50, 60 kilometers. Dude, what the heck? It's 20.5 degrees over here at night. What the heck is going on here? The heat wave is hitting Göteborg. I could walk around in shorts now. 21 degrees. What? 21 degrees, one at night? Okay. That's crazy. That is crazy indeed. And that's also helping big time. High temperatures. I think in the GLC it was only around 15, 16 degrees. Yeah, for a boxy car, high temperature helps. Okay, the car says 4% at Walberg. Okay, consumption is dropping now, 220 watt-hour per kilometer, so it's dropping now in the low-speed stretch. 20% left. Wait, what was it? Oh, okay, there was an exit that was closed, okay. At some time. Man, those signs, they are kind of small. I have to read them within 1 to 2 seconds only. Autobahn, GLC. What? Well, if the car claims 4%, then yeah, okay. I remember that the GLC was very accurate on the percent estimate. Now OK and then we're gonna skip it. We had 19%. We're gonna try to go to around 10 or below 10%. Yeah. Always go deep at Walberg. Yeah, that's what we're planning on going. I can feel the wind slightly now. It would be great if you can get some drafting. man. We're really gonna make it. GOM says 92 kilometers of range, and we are 71 kilometers away. Björn, but it's illegal to reach. Well, don't type so long messages then. I always encourage people to be very brief in the chat. You could have made your chat or your message way shorter than that. You know that? But yeah, I don't know if you know this. I mean, it's obvious, but the phone is mounted on the windscreen. That's why you see what you see. And then, at least it's less safe if you need to look down on something in the dashboard or in the center console. But at least if you're looking at something in the windscreen, which typically is a phone mounted there, you want to navigate to Google or something, then it's, of course, it's not 100% safe, but not the worst that could happen. Okay, well, do you have any suggestions what we should do then? It's not legal for me to read the chat. I can turn off the chat, how about that? GLC driving pleasure. I would say maybe an 8. Oh no, sorry, I was not supposed to read the chat. I take that back. I have no idea what you said. Oh, sorry, that was GLB. Okay, my bad. GLB, no, the GLB was not as good as the GLC. GLC was nicer, comfier ride, quieter also. So if the GLC would be an 8, then the GLC would be an 8, and the GLB might be a 7. Okay, I think they still have that roadworks here. iX3 was disappointingly noisy, but yeah, of course the range was very good. But like, I mean, like I pointed out, the range was so good that. How do I put this? Like it was almost pointless, you know. It was way more than what I could keep up with. So in a way, is it then an advantage to have the more range, the better? Well, it depends. If you want to pull a trailer, which I have lots of experience with, then of course, the more range, the better. But for driving without trailer, then at one point it doesn't, just like, okay, like if you have 60 horsepower or 100 horsepower in a 2-ton car, that is slow, right? Okay, we all agree with that. But once you push it to, let's say, 200, 300 horsepower, then it's great. And then if you can get 500, okay, it's slightly better. But it's like once you go past 800 horsepower, it becomes pointless, right? It's not really like a great advantage, unless you're a speed demon, of course. So the same I would say it's for range. People would always disagree and say, oh, the more range is better. Well, the more horsepower, the better, right? The bigger screen, the better, right? Oh no, okay, they don't have the slowdown here. Oh wait, or was it further down the road? There was supposed to be a 50 zone and stuff, but maybe they finished that already. Holy shit, dude! Like, ironically, the guy who is bitching about safety and stuff on reading the chat, he's the one who writes the freaking longest messages. Ironically, you talk about safety and you write the longest messages. Stop doing that. Sorry, I can't read that long chat. This is a big block on the screen here. It's way easier for me to just spend 1 second reading a short message. I don't know if you know this, but when I'm reading the chat, it overlays over the whatever you guys see. So when I'm reading the chat, I also see the background, which is the road. I don't know if you know that. Maybe you don't, but now you know. It's not. I don't know. I forgot. It's not like, yeah, it's not like what you see, because you see the chat on the side, right? But for me, the streaming app overlays the chat right on the screen, over, like, so I can see the road. It's basically like looking at the backup camera, right? And then you see some overlay text there. So now you know. Now you become a little bit smarter than before. How many hours? It depends how long it takes. Yes, I know. I mean, if this wasn't safe, I would. I don't know if you guys have seen it before, but if it's tricky, some situation, I would totally ignore the chat. I would just pay attention to the road. But as long as the conditions are okay, you know, then I would poke over and see the chat, and then I don't have time to read a long message, like a big block on the screen, like some people tend to do. Then I ignore that. But as long as there's just a short message, short sentence, then that's way easier to read. So yeah, actually I think I have a point here, which is that if the range is just like a lot, then it doesn't matter. You know, like fossil cars, right? Do people say, oh, my car has only 50-liter tank, I wish I had a car with 70-liter tank? No, they don't care. As long as it has 500 plus kilometers on the fossil car, it's fine because it refills quite fast and you can refill anywhere. And the same thing actually goes for EV, is that especially if you can charge at home and it has decent charging speed, then no problem. So, so my claim is that as long as range is good enough, then more range doesn't make it any advantage, or it's not a plus anymore. I guess it's the same like Elon Musk, right? He's so rich, so money to him doesn't mean too much anymore. He has so much money, so it's like whatever, right? And then I think also that for charging time, as long as the charging goes within, I don't know, like 10 to 80% in around 10 minutes, that's already fast enough for most people. I would claim that even 10 to 80% in around 15 to 20 minutes would be fast enough for most people, simply because you have home charging, and you know the way you use the car is that you charge at home, you go to work, you don't go on the road all the time and stay, like, sleep in the car or just constantly drive. Most people don't do that. They go to work and then they go back, and then they don't live too far away from work and so on, right? So and kind of like the same thing that okay, why do you buy a small car? Well, you buy a small car maybe because you don't want to waste too much fuel, or it's cheaper for a small car, or you don't need the space because you already the kids are they have moved out or shit like that, or you're single. But like a larger car usually has better comfort. But then at one point, if you have too big car, then it doesn't matter, right? It's like, so every measurement has the more doesn't always mean better. So, but it makes me wonder, because it seems like some people claim that you can never get enough range in an EV, or it always has a cost. It becomes more expensive, it becomes heavier, it takes up more space. Yeah, not sure what else, but it has of course benefits, because you use less cycles. But it seems like nowadays degradation is not that big of a problem. So yeah. Okay, 15% left. We just hit the 100 zone. Ioniq 3, how is? What? Is that a question? Would have been easier and safer if people use correct grammar, at least. I heard about Ioniq 3. It's like a small... Oh yeah, you're talking about small cars, right? Cheaper cars, yeah. Well, yeah. But I mean, why buy a small car? What if you need to transport something big, right? Well, you buy a small car because you don't want to spend too much money. Well, why buy a hybrid? What if you need to? I mean, why do you need a hybrid? Why can't you get just an EV? Well, because what if I need to drive a long distance and I don't want to dick around with charging? Okay, well then you need a hybrid. Consumption is 217 watt-hour per kilometer. The car says, wait, oh shit, okay. The car says 12% now because it added a charging stop. Okay, I need to go and then remove the scheduled charging stop. And now I don't know how many percent we will arrive with. I just have to do the ninja calculation myself. 51 kilometers to destination. GOM says 61 kilometers left. So we have the GOM as an indicator, and I can do some manual in my head calculation now. So 15%, that's roughly 12 kilowatt hour based on 87 kilowatt hour. 12 kilowatt hour divided by 50 kilometer is double of that, 240 watt hour per kilometer budget. But we still have a long stretch with 100 zone before it gets 110 zone. So, but quick math. Yeah, we can also do this this way around. Is that we have driven 345 kilometers now. We are still not done. By the time we are done, it's going to be almost 400 kilometers. So, which means that 1% equals to almost 400 kilometers. But then we have traveled past Oslo and stuff. So let's say that 1% 4 kilometers. Yeah. So let's say that 1%, at least in the high-speed stretch here, is at least 3 kilometers. So then it's easier to calculate. 14%, that's 42 kilometers left, and we have to travel 48 kilometers. Okay, I think we can barely make it there with 1%. Ioniq 3, well, yes, I will try it. Of course, any new car in the market, I will try it. From some kind of new and significant. And Ioniq is a common brand. And of course, I will try it. If there's some kind of like Dongfeng Nami box or Dongfeng Vigo or the what the heck was it again, the Suzuki D-Max electric, some of the not so common brands out there, right? Or like the Voya Free or Voya Courage. I might not have the courage to test it, so then we might skip it. But in general, you know, if you're wondering, any car from the big brands, BMW, Audi, Hyundai, whatever, any model they make, I will test it. Because it's worth it for me. I will get enough views and then I will test it. It just boils down to if those importers can get those cars in time or not. Neo and the Firefly, rarely see them. Okay. Okay, I don't know really what's going on with Neo. I mean, they make in general quite good cars, and I mean, and the charging speed is not everything, okay? Because Neo, they might not have the best charge, but they actually have okay charging speed if you get the Gen 2 battery and just camp on it. But then, yeah, then you cannot swap it, or yeah. So, I actually don't know. Oh, you know what? I think I know what is the problem with Neo is that they don't use the regular dealership, so you are stuck to having to go to a Neo service station. They want to do the Tesla way, but they didn't commit. Yeah, because Tesla committed and they built more and more service centers to cover. So many Neo possible Neo customers, they'll be like, it's too far for them to go, whatever place, right? In the old days, it was like that for Tesla also. Like people had to travel from Trondheim, or like I don't know, from Bodø to Trondheim or shit. Like they had to travel almost 10 hours to a service center, but they accepted that because back then there were not many other competitors and they want to go electric, so they went for that. But Tesla, they follow up and they build more and more service centers. So now, like if you ask today, right, would you buy a Tesla? Nobody would say, or very few would say, no, they don't have enough service centers, so that's why I will buy Volkswagen instead. Right? Nowadays, it's more like, I don't like Elon Musk. Yeah, it's a swastika. Yeah. Let me see, 12% now. Okay, the 12% is around 40 kilometers. Well, okay, we have 41 kilometers. Okay, we can barely make it there. Always go deep. Wait, what the heck is this? Blinking here. Let me see. Okay, we try to read the sign here. There's some kind of closed road or some shit. I have just 2 seconds to read it. On the 4 December, okay. On the 4 December, okay. Let me check here. 2nd to 4th September, they're gonna close E6. Will that affect me? Reserve. Okay, something is nagging on the screen here. Oh shit, 4th September is Friday night. Okay, in that case I need to schedule so that I do the 1,000 kilometer challenge on Saturday night instead. Yeah, then it will. Okay, so okay, they're gonna close this. Okay, close E6. That means detour. They're probably gonna slap down fresh asphalt. Okay, now the car is giving me all kinds of warning. 50 kilometers range left on GOM, 12% left is yellow now. We are 38 kilometers away from Varberg. Yeah, this will be quite close now. Let me check the wind also. I see some flags here. Yeah, I have headwind. %11 left. Uh-oh. It claims 48 kilometers on GOM, but maybe GOM has not been adjusted yet. Okay, it drops now, 47 kilometers left. Well, Wahlberg, here we come. We can get 350 kilowatt on those Ionity chargers, right? And they have liquid cooled cables, 500 amp. The voltage here is high enough, so you should be able to get 350 kilowatt. I think it will not hit 350. It will probably go at 315 again and claim that the infrastructure is not strong enough. But even when I go on 400 kilowatt charger with Phoenix contact, it still claims infrastructure is limiting. So I'm like, huh? Really? $9.10. We'll see then. %. Oh, always go deep. We're 34 kilometers away. Okay, so 10% is around 8.7 kilowatt-stunden. So 8.7 divided by 33 kilometers is a budget of 260 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, in that ballpark, okay. Well, we're not going to spend 260, right? On the remaining stretch now. Oh, there's an X. Where's an X-Bang? G9, G6? Or is that an MB car? Kind of resemble the G6 in the back there. It's not going that schnell. Okay, let me see. Is that a G6? Yeah, he flashed at me. Okay, he's a G6. He's watching. Okay, he's watching the live stream. Yep, that was an X-Bang G6. I recognize the taillights. He flashed at the oncoming traffic. The truck was like, "What the heck is that idiot doing?" Okay. %, 40 kilometers on GOM. I have no power limit yet. We'll have to pay attention to the power limit also eventually. I dropped the cabin temperature from 22 to 21.5 degrees. It's short by 15 kilowatts. Huh? What? Oh, really? Well, you mean that the Ionity chargers, they can only deliver 315 kilowatt? Well, that light turn off late. No, he actually meant 15 kilowatts. So you mean that the car requested 330 kilowatt from the charger, and then the Ionity charger can only deliver 315? Well, I saw that on the range test. It delivered only 315 kilowatt, and it said infrastructure in the screen, charging screen. Okay, 9% left. Wait, maybe it's like the opposite linear. You get a little bit extra juice at the bottom. Let's see, estimated 87 kilowatt hour net capacity now. Okay, the windscreen is not that dirty, but I can do a quick clean anyway once I'm there. Getting closer now. 33 kilometers on GOM, 26 kilometers to go. You know what, dude? I could almost turn off HVAC because we have 21 degrees Celsius outside. The heck is going on tonight, man? I have no idea. I should have brought my shorts. Now, dude, this is very impressive that we get 219 consumption on this GLB with headwind. Okay, but it's 20 degrees outside. Okay, that helps. Normally, on typical 1,000 kilometer nights, I will have around 10 to 15 degrees outside during summer or spring-ish or fall time, right? No, I cannot drive faster because I'm already driving at the fastest speed. We want to drive equally on every car. If I drive faster, that's basically cheating it. It is an advantage for some fast charging cars to drive faster. But that's the whole point of the 1,000 kilometer challenge. You want to simulate some kind of real world driving with some mix of some motorways and some cities even. Okay, let me see, 7% now. 23 kilometers left, 30 kilometers gone. Yeah, everything points towards that we can make it there, but just have to go kind of deep. And I wonder if the car will rapid gate, or I mean, it will go a bit slow past 50% because we went deep. You get the fastest speed at the bottom, like 340 kilowatt or something, right? But then you get slightly worse past 40-50%, just like what happened with the CLA. And it was supposedly designed to be like that. Okay. But let me see, what if I turn off HVAC now? I'm not gonna freeze because it is 21.5 degrees. What? It is 21.5 degrees outside. What? Heat wave for the wind. Well, someone is hammering it. Swedish registered auto. No, I don't use eco mode. Always in comfort mode because it defaults to comfort mode every time anyway. I can kind of feel the wind here. Oh, yeah, it tends to be more wind near Pawel, Falkenberg. That's why they put wind turbines there, you know. Oh, battery temp. Okay, let me see. Battery status. It claims 351 kilowatt now, and then the battery status is at 28 degrees Celsius. Nice and hot, yeah. I don't know yet how much, but possibly around 60%, so I can go back to either, well, I can charge either at Halmstad or Falkenberg. Yeah. But it almost doesn't matter whether it's Falkenberg or Halmstad, because from there I will just go to either Uddevalla or Hågstorp as the last stop. It's hip and hop. I wonder if actually Uddevalla Circle K might be a bit cheaper than Eveny. Yeah. Seems like there's a Model Y in front here that has almost the same speed as me. So I can kind of draft behind the Model Y. But then you know, this is interesting. When you are trying to draft behind a car and the car in front is very aerodynamic, like a Tesla, or let's say a Model 3, right? will you get much drafting effect versus a Geländewagen in front or a Volvo EX90, right? So they keep bugging me about pre-entry climate control, but they were not available, but that's fine. Okay, now, okay, I get all kinds of warning now. What battery low, whatever thing. Okay, oh shit, we are almost at Varberg now, and we have 4% left. Still no power limit, but 19 kilometers left on GOM. We have done 381 kilometers, and we want to try to reach Varberg, but that's 13 more kilometers. Oh, we're gonna go quite deep. Oh shit. Will this be possible? Well, I think so. And then also, if you look here in the battery status, if you look at the battery status, 29 degrees Celsius, battery is nice and hot, no preheating needed, and then we can take 351 kilometers. So okay, I think that's it. I cannot use the estimation percent whatever because it will add charging stops, but whatever, it seems like we should be able to make it there, right? Okay, let's see, and then this, then this. I was kind of just resting behind this Tesla for a bit. Now I'm gonna hammer it. Okay, 4%. There was a little scary uphill before Wildbike. Okay, I have 90% power now. It should drop in an even way. It shouldn't just plummet, and of course it's not gonna die at 40% power left like the M&B cars. So it's good that I've done some of the tests. Yeah, good news about the EcoFlow is that Foto.no, they finally replied to me, and they have moved to Ensjö or somewhere, what the heck it was again. Yeah, somewhere. So I can go there instead. No, it wasn't. Okay, whatever. Near Sinsen somewhere, they moved. So I can bring the EcoFlow over there, and they're gonna check it out. So I can get the EcoFlow up and running again. I'm of course hoping for an upgraded EcoFlow if they find out that. Well, they could either replace the inverter there, or they could just give me a new EcoFlow. Yeah. But then if I become AS, then I can hopefully become an EcoFlow ambassador and get some free items. I want some solar panels and some EcoFlow batteries and stuff. And of course, yeah, try that balcony charger. 800 volt balcony panels, and or I can maybe oversize it if I can go around 1.2 watt balcony, or maybe more even. I don't know how much I can fit there. And then some kind of, I don't know, the generator there, what they call a solar generator, and then feed 800 watt into the house. That would be nice. At least I can get that solar, the balcony solar thing will work. It's east balconies. I get it from morning until around noon to around noon-ish. So that's only 4 to 6 hours. Consumption 219 watt-hour per kilometer, 3% left, 12 kilometers on GOM, 6.3 kilometers left. Just hammer it like there's no tomorrow, right? Except for that we have this scary uphill now before Varberg. %2 left. Oh shit! Always go deep. 60% power left. We're not gonna see the red turtle, right? Oh yeah, I forgot something. I forgot to show the. Is that a question? Oh shit, this is scary. There's always this uphill, the last uphill before the charger. I'm at 2% now. 50% power limit. Uh-oh. I hope the red turtle won't show up, or the red tortoise. But I noticed something here. It's 20.5 degrees. Earlier, it was 21.5 degrees. 1:30 at night. What the heck is going on over here? Normally, it's around 15 degrees at night. Seems like the heat wave also hit Göteborg. Okay, microphone off. I need to prepare now. 2%. 1%. Uh-oh. 55% power limit. Dude, we managed to go almost 400 kilometers. This is simply amazing. This boxy car. Because it has the new CLA drivetrain. It's wonderful now. How far it can go for a 7-seater. Well, 7-ish then. 7-seater for 2 people in the back without legs. 1%. Oh. 50% power limit. Go. Go full speed now. YOLO it. Okay, now we regen soon. Well. Okay. Here, regen. Oh, damn. Made it to Varberg, huh? Not many cars can make it to Varberg. But this beast from Stuttgart made it here. Wow. That is simply amazing. Can I... Well, I haven't been here in a while. Or, I mean... I used to come here all the time, you know? It was like mandatory to come. Oh, the car is kind of sluggish. It's like a TDI without the T. Okay. So then, do we get 315 kilowatt? Well, I could show you guys the Ionity screen. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Wait, there's another car joining there. Okay, but I want to go on that side because that's is that a Marvel? Yes. Wait, I think so. Marvel doesn't charge too schnell. You don't have to worry about that one sucking too much power. Yeah, it's MG Marvel. Okay. Okay, we're gonna take this stall here. I think he's done charging. Yeah, he disconnected. Okay. So this should be the best deal. No wait, or was it the other one? Okay. I think I can do this. Yeah, okay. Here. Wildby. Okay, I just need the distance here. 394.4 kilometers, okay. Okay, let me see. There was a guy who recognized me. Let me see. I have to quickly set up this. You guys can see the Ionity screen. You can see the volts and amps. Okay, there. We're charging now. 1%. Wow. Right there. And then, let's see if that should be good enough. There. What, do you mind being in a video? Sure. Okay. I had to film this initially. That we.
Yeah, go for it.
And then,
All right.
yeah.
Wow.
We have a Wi-Fi, and then there is this woman.
Yeah, actually I'm from Berlin, Germany.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but we are migrating to Norway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ulf.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Björn, right?
Yes,
Yes, right.
Well,
Cool.
so just bump into a fan. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Amazing. In the middle of Norway.
Yeah. But check out.
Sorry for the... Yeah, go for it. I'm waiting. I have to make the carry. Oh, okay. But
Yes.
that's enough time for me. Let me park my car correctly.
Right. No, but this is pretty much maximum 240 each. So very fun. Because from one level to the yeah.
Actually, I was in your video.
Nice.
So I was wondering what kind of car I need for it. First was a
Oh, okay. That one.
yeah, that one. The California one.
Oh.
Yeah. Actually, I like it.
No, but no fast charge.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of hard charging I can dream about.
What I mean, you can get now, I'm very impressed in X-Spec nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah, they charge so fast and they have nice interior. I feel like the Germans, they need to follow up.
Okay,
Because you know how expensive this is?
this is more than that.
No, well, it's no, it's not that much, but it's okay, let me see. Let's start calculus and stuff here. That's 304.4. Okay. So here, check here. But nice here. 304. Oh, it seems to be spot on. Oh, okay.
Is the screen completely LED, like completely screen, or is it like
Oh yeah, there.
Oh yeah, I see. Like separate. Yeah, but they try to catch it together. Yeah, okay.
But it's almost pointless, the passenger screen, because okay, you can do some stuff on it, but when I play games, I play game with my wife. It needs to be split screen on that. So I'm like, Why can't we have each screen playing games? No, no, not possible.
Like trying to play.
Okay, I don't remember how fast it's supposed to be and all that, but okay, anyway, if I switch up a bit, well, I can, oh, this is gonna roll around, right? Wait, yeah. How do you do this? Okay, put this one there. Okay. Hey, why did it reset to this? What? Oh, what the heck, man? Ah, it starts like a Chinese car. Okay. 45% after 12 minutes. All right, we still need 60%. Battery temp, okay. Battery status, let me check. 53 degrees Celsius. Oh, this is what happens, I guess, if you go deep. All right, after 13 minutes, we are at 47%. It's a 1 to 47% in 30 minutes, but we're taking only 139 kilowatts. People are asking about the battery temperature. Well, it is 53 degrees Celsius. I'm not running HVAC, so I'm not stealing any heating power or anything, but I think this is just the reality. Once you go deep, this happens, even for an 800 volt architecture. So, I mean, after testing some Xpeng and Seeker, right, like this, I don't know, it becomes kind of slow compared to those cars, but whatever. What are we supposed to do, right? But I'm gonna go to 60%, which will take only a couple of more minutes, and then we will maybe go to Falkenberg on the way back, or we can stop at Halmstad. No big deal, right? I think for this car, even arriving with 10% is no big deal. It makes just a flatter curve. But also, yeah, compared to the old EQB, that was only 100 kilowatt. Yeah. Okay, so I screwed up by not. I have from reset. I have from charging from start. From start is 404. Okay, it's just, oh yeah, okay, it's close enough. Yeah, I need to announce that early now because it's going to be reset soon. Also need to turn on the navigation thing again. Let's see. Wait, not yet. Okay. Where to? I can just navigate to Holland source first. Okay, I made a small mistake here before I started the challenge, which is that if you look here, we have the correct distance from start, 394.4. Google estimates 394, so this is spot on. Yes, it's the German precision. But when it comes to this, no wait, I forgot to reset from reset. Yeah, I reset it somewhere in Norway, but at least here, okay, from charging is also from the end. I mean, from the beginning of the challenge so far, but it will be automatic reset. But let me show you. This one here from start is a little bit longer, 404 kilometers. So it's only 10 kilometers longer, right? And the consumption is, well, a bit higher there. Okay, but it's going to even out. So No wait, from there. No, 230 versus 2. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna look at some numbers here and find out the exact consumption numbers towards the end. But yeah, when we do the countdown, some of the numbers might look weird, but whatever is in the table, end table, will be correct. $55 kilowatt short. Okay, 45 kilowatt short. Okay. Well, it's because we got that. This is just how it is, right? With the GLC and the EQC, sorry, the CLA is that the CLA also did this. If you go deep, you get a nice boosted speed at the bottom, but then you take a penalty further up. So maybe it would be better to stop somewhere with 10%. But if I would stop at Kongar, it would be 20%. So I had to choose between 20% or 1%. So I think 1% here was still better than 20% at Kongar. And everything else in between is just bad locations to stop at. But of course, from now on, I will try to arrive with around 10%. Okay, I will also one last here. Well, we're gonna leave soon. So for this car, it's most optimal to charge to around 50 to 60% only. But also people in live stream have been commenting that we are it should be around 170, 180 kilowatt now. So, but that is from starting from 10%. So because we started from 1%, we get a worse charging curve. Yes. Okay, now I need to leave. If I'm gonna go at there, okay. What is the battery temperature now? We check. Battery status. 53 degrees still. Okay, 59%. This will be 18 or 19 minutes stop then. This might be one of the longest stops because from here we might go from around 10 to 60%, which will take 15, 16 minutes, right? But actually it was really fast, you know. It went from 0 to 11% in just 2 minutes. That was uber schnell. Okay, there, 100. Okay, we have to go now. Again? How the heck did this drop the phone? We survived this time again. -19-minute stop from 1 to 61%. And then Ragger again, making noise. At the charger. Why are they sitting at the charger? Oh, that's the thing moving around. Okay. One-eyed bandit, and it's the Norwegian registered car. What doesn't he notice that one of the low beams are out? No. There, I can feel the gear shift. And now let's see. 880 watt-hour per kilometer. 800 watt-hour per kilometer. 740. 680. Okay, now we will see then in the high-speed stretch with headwind. How high will it be? 600 watt-hour per kilometer, 590, 570. Oh, it's stabilized now at 5. Okay, it's going uphill now. But I don't know. It could be 250 to. Well, the GLC had 280. Okay, we can expect something similar then. But it's hot, 20.5 degrees. Well, good night. Have fun. Yeah, I met this German guy. He's moving to Norway because his wife got something, a job in Norway. So he's okay. They're moving there, whole family. So yeah, German guy. He initially he owned a Fiat. He watched my videos for many years, and he was like, "Wow, he met me." And then he initially he purchased a Fiat 500e many years ago, but only for 8,000 euros. I was like, okay, maybe it's not too expensive. Not sure what else is out there in Deutschland for 8,000 euros. Even a Zoe would be better, right? And then eventually he purchased I think it was an i3. He said E3, but I think that means i3. But then he wanted something with better range. And then he didn't want, he had a Fossil plus an i3. So then he got rid of both of them and he purchased that MG Marvel. Second hand for 20,000 euros. Is that a good deal? I don't know, but I guess but he said that the software was shite. It was like a really buggy software, and yeah. But I guess okay value for money still. Okay, let's pay attention to the battery status here. What's going to happen? 51 degrees, so it wants to aggressively cool down the battery, right? Oh, that might be like a peak in the beginning of consumption. Marvel, I mean, it's okay interior, okay space and all that. It's just that it's not full all-wheel drive, but I guess it's not too important. He lives in Berlin and he's moving to Norway, Oslo. I was like, wow, okay. But he speaks really well English, and then he's learning some Norwegian also, which is, I guess, not a must-have, but it's nice to know some Norwegian. I think many people can live okay life in Norway without even knowing a word Norwegian. But there are some signs and stuff that is in Norwegian, right? And it depends. If you are trying to deal with old people, they might not speak English very well. Okay, 367 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh shit, I forgot to unhook my trailer. Okay. So I don't know how hard he hammers it, but we might overtake some Marvel eventually. Because we're going all the way to Hollandsåsen anyway. Which is a long stretch, 103 kilometers. But he left around he left almost 10 minutes before me. So it takes a while for me to gain 10 minutes you can drive. Well, it depends how fast he drives, but yeah, if you do the math, in 10 minutes, if you're going at 120 kilometers per hour, that is 20 kilometers. So I have to gain 20 kilometers. So then that's okay. If I'm driving, let me see, how is this again? Meter per second. If I'm driving 10 kilometers per hour faster than him, that is only 3 meters per second roughly. So 20,000 divided by 3 is 6,000 roughly. Which means that it might take 2 hours for me to catch him. Wait, is that correct? No, wait, what did I do wrong now? Calculation. 6,000 seconds. Yeah, sounds about right. I need almost 2 hours to catch him. But I didn't use any calculator. It was just my Asian skills. No, I might have miscalculated something. Yeah, most Norwegians, especially younger people, they speak English really well. And also, well, for him, he spoke English also pretty well. Some Germans are not that good at English, so then they might struggle a bit when they go other places. I feel like in general, Norwegians, they speak better English than Germans. Wow. The consumption, well, it blasted a high beam on the truck in front. Okay, that was not good. The consumption is now 340 watt-hour per kilometer. It seems like it has stabilized. Well, worst case, we have to stop at Hollandsåsen and charge then. Okay, probably not. But no big deal if you have to stop at Halmstad. That's still fine. No stress. Oh, okay, 36 minutes. I miscalculated something. And then in 36 minutes, how far do I drive? Around 70 kilometers. Which means that I might catch him around Falkenberg or Halmstad. Yeah, Halmstad. But I don't know his speed. It's 6 minutes. Okay, you actually saw it. Okay. Well, we don't know his speed, so that's the big unknown. But he said he's going to Trelleborg and then over to Rostock. He's taking that route. He's going to Berlin tonight. So it's interesting. I found this interesting to know where people are going, which route they take and so on. It's because I know these routes also. I've been in Berlin many times. He said that it was nice and quiet in Norway because there are so many electro autos there. He wants to move to Norway. So yeah. So the question is Norway a better country than Deutschland? Because it depends what you're looking for, right? Like, if you like bigger cities, more restaurants, or more, like, I don't know, more stuff, then Germany might be better. Because it's just, in general, more people and more stuff there. But then Norway is more calm. But Oslo is, I don't know. I've been in Oslo from time to time, downtown Oslo, and it's just lots of people, kind of messy. They like trash all over the place. People, they spit and they throw chewing gum and stuff, and it's like not that nice and tidy, unlike Japan or Korea. I would probably like Singapore if I go there one day. But Gjesholm is not that urban, so it's actually nice in Gjesholm. Oh, Gjesheim. Yeah, Gjesheim. Well, I don't know. What was that? Really flashing at me? Or was that flashing at him? I don't know. Was the matrix light misbehaving there? Okay, I'm gonna do my Falkenberg stretch soon. But yeah, we have, boys, basically 0% error. It was 394 kilometers on Google and 394.4 on TripMeter. There. Okay. As usual, we do this. now on the concrete surface around Falkenberg, and as usual I will get a feel of how noisy it is in here. And you can hear that it is at least noisier than the GLC, but maybe even better than the BMW iX3 Neue Klasse. Okay, Neue Klasse had 21-inch wheels, right? But maybe if the Neue Klasse had 20-inch, it would be a lot better. People expect 6 decibel improvement, but now it's more like 1 decibel improvement, going from 21 to 20-inch wheels. But yeah, in the left lane here is better because it's not that rough. The trucks, at least many of them, don't drive on the left lane, so that's why. But what should I say compared to other cars? I guess not the worst, but not the best out there. So yeah. But yeah, consumption right now. Okay, I can't show you guys, but the screen here is reading 321 watt-hour per kilometer. Holy macaroni! I have headwind. I can see. I can get a visual inspection on the wind turbines now around Falkenberg that we do have direct headwind. It's supposed to be around 3 to 4 meters per second. So yeah, and with the boxy car, this car I think it has 0.28 drag coefficient. Not the best, but you know it is what it is, right? Short and boxy, 7-seater. So yeah, but also there's some kind of cooling going on now. Yeah, with the battery, just like with the GLC. Also, after it fast charges, it wants to cool the battery. So even after just 13 minutes now since the fast charger, Ionity charger, we went from 53 degrees Celsius to now 43 degrees Celsius. So once it drops to around 35 degrees or 32 degrees, then the cooling will stop, and then the consumption shouldn't go up too much. So yeah, in general, I've seen with cars with car scanner, right, that the cooling usually sucks around 2 to 4 kilowatts. So it makes a significant dent on the consumption. It typically counts, let's say, 20-30 watt-hour per kilometer while the cooling is active. But Tesla is different. They run only fans, and they slowly cool down the battery over not just 10-15 minutes. They might take half an hour, but they can also cool it down by 10, at least 20 degrees Celsius just by only fans. So yeah. Polestar 4. Okay. Impression of GLC now. Oh, dude, the thing is that this GLB is so expensive and it has smaller battery. Okay, it charges faster. Average speed to 80% is higher, but I guess if you compare kilowatt hour, it might be the same or similar because the GLC has a bigger battery. But GLC is like better on almost everything, right? It's better comfort. Better soundproofing, quieter, better ride, nice interior in general. Here I feel like several things have been downgraded, and that's what I thought. Oh, when I picked up the car, it's like, it must be a lot cheaper. But then when the importer sent me the documents, like, huh? 860k versus 750k. Why would you buy this car unless you just want a 7-seater? But even the taxis, like, can they actually count on using the third row for adults? It becomes quite tight. I tried it. You can fit people in the back, adults, but they better be only around 170-ish centimeters like me in the back. And then you better not have too much luggage, because I managed to fit only 2 banana boxes in the back there. But okay, only if one seat is occupied in the back there, then you have the folded seat, and then you can put some more luggage there. Yeah, so that kind of works. Wait, avstand. What the heck is that? I think that was just an exit was closed. Yeah, not the whole road. But I have to avoid doing 1,000 kilometer challenge between 2nd and 4th of September. I've written it down in the calendar now so I can avoid it, as I don't want to take any long ass detour. But what might happen is that it will be a 90 zone there if they slap down new asphalt. But that's still better than taking a long ass detour, unless there's something else they do. Yeah. Wow, okay, 312 watt-hour per kilometer now. Battery has cooled down to 39 degrees Celsius. Yeah, so I mean, quick math. If you're going at 120 kilometers per hour and you're pulling 1.2 kilowatt for AC cooling, that is, drop out there. So 2.4 kilowatt for AC, that's 20 watt-hour per kilometer. And I've seen as high as, well, I'm not sure if it's 100% correct, but yeah, I think I've seen something like 3-4 kilowatt of battery cooling. That was on the Ford Mustang, though. Not sure how representative it is for the rest of the car industry. But it's crazy because Tesla would only pull around 200 watt extra for only fans. And there's still plenty enough to cool down stuff. But yeah, 19 minutes now since the charger, and we have dropped from 53 degrees to 38 degrees. Yeah. So he wants to cool it down quickly to around 30 degrees. Seems like 38 degrees, okay. But keep in mind that we have the headwind now and the high-speed stretch. So it's going to be different once we turn around and get the tailwind. Dude, what a dick. He was using his LED bar. Didn't turn it on, turn it off. But this would be a massive upgrade over the EQB. But I mean, if it's true that the EQB only cost 500k back then. Wait, really? Wait. I think that was just the base EQB, yeah, without blinkers. I could dig in my email, and if Bartolostena sent me the document back then, I could find it how much those EQBs cost back then. But I could have sworn that it was at least 600k. I remember those EQBs were not cheap. Maybe for taxis, they avoid some taxes and stuff, then they can get them at okay price. But most private people, they didn't buy EQB. The EQB is not that popular in Norway for some reason. EQA seems to be slightly more common, but still, like EQA, EQB, not common at all. Maybe someone can look up on Elbil statistic to verify that. But for example, I see way more Ioniq 5s and VOGs out there, like ID4. You know, they are very common. 97. So yeah, I don't know what is wrong with the EQA EQB. Possibly just the price. It's just too expensive. Why would you pay so much when you can get a Model Y? You know, especially back then, Model Y they hammered. They could charge at 250 kilowatts, and then the EQB was like 100 kilowatt. Okay, 70 kilowatt hour battery. You know, like, yeah. But then also 7-seater. Well, Model X actually had okay third row space, where you don't sit on the floor, at least. Model X is kind of fat, big, but these kind of cars here, like 4.7 meter. You know, Model X is 505 centimeter. This is 4.73 or something. So it's like 30 centimeters shorter than Model X. Plus the EQB here, or this GLB, has somewhat long hood, so that also eats up potential space. So I don't know. Like for example, the EV5, the Kia EV5, I tried this recently. I was really blown away how much space you had there in the trunk and in the leg room. It was on par. No, it was better than the Q6 e-tron, the legroom. I was like, huh? Huh? 20 centimeters shorter, but the same, better headroom, legroom. Well, just shorter hood. Why do you need a long ass hood in an EV anyway, right? It's for the engine. Yeah. Wait, we didn't pass a Marvel yet, right? Because that the German dude, the Marvel, he's going to Trelleborg. He's going the same way as me, and he finished charging at Varberg, so he has plenty of range. Then he can probably go to 150 kilometers. Not sure. Malmö. Ionity Malmö, or Löddeköping. I don't know where he was gonna go. I forgot to ask him where his next charging stop is. But he should be able to go at least 150 kilometers, maybe Helsingborg, yeah. And maybe he hammers it faster than me. But it definitely feels like cheaper. Yeah, okay. Yeah, interior maybe not that nice and all that. 400 volt. But I mean, it could take around 150 kilowatt at least. But I mean, okay, compared to the Chinese, that's way behind. But then also when it comes to the price, I'm not sure. It wasn't like that cheap. Don't remember what the price was, but like many of the Chinese cars, I don't know how can they make them so cheap. And still with nice interior. I have multi-beam. Oh, how is the multi-beam? Okay, Alpha Delta. Okay, multi-beam. It seems to be stronger, but less segments. But I don't feel like it's a downgrade. The digital light, okay, it has higher resolution, but it's like the megapixel rays, right? It doesn't necessarily mean better. Okay, this is 84 elements versus 2.6 million. But I don't feel like the 2.6 million was doing like a ton better. This can still block out oncoming traffic, you know, stuff like that, and it's brighter. I feel like, at least. When I heard also some people say that it's the digital light is not that strong. Maybe some physical limitations because it has all those tiny mirrors and whatever. And that's also what the impression I got when I tested the EQS lights. versus, for example, BMW and Audi and Volkswagen. They have more the traditional lights, right? They felt stronger, wider. What the heck, man? What? Still, there's still some summer traffic left. Because this is a bit unusual that we have so many cars on the road too at night on a Friday night. Could be the remains who are traveling home, or yeah. Slave. I mean, seriously, do we still have slaves in 2026? Or is it just some, that was police, or is just some kind of assumptions about China, or ignorance about China? Good, it seems to be quite bright, the lights, because they tend to overexpose in the camera. What the heck is going on over there, man? There. Then there was another damn Volvo who didn't turn the lights off. I had to flash. I had to fire up the high beam at him, and then he manually switched it off like that. Or I don't know. I don't know. Many oncoming cars with annoying high beams on. They are actually Volvos. Is that a coincidence? Right, 300 watt-hour per kilometer now. So now it's kind of slowing down. Okay, battery is at 33 degrees Celsius. I think it's the bottom. It doesn't go much lower than that. Wait, that was 18-minute charging stop to only 60%. Wait, dude. I'm getting so spoiled after testing X-Bang and Seeker, because they would need only 12 minutes to reach 80%. Well, okay, from 1% they might need a little bit more, let's say 15 minutes to reach 80%. You know, I wonder, nowadays it seems like many chargers, they are around 400 kilowatt capable, and then there are a few 500, but they can't really deliver 500 because they don't deliver 700-800 amps. So it seems like 400 kilowatt is like the standard nowadays, right? And I wonder if that's enough, because you guys remember in the old days with 50 kilowatt chargers, many cars at that age, like Millen the Falcon or whatever, right? They would just flatten out on the max. They would max out on their 50 kilowatt chargers until 80-90%. And that could actually be the future for a long time. That modern batteries, they can max out on 400 kilowatts, and that would be plenty enough. It doesn't take too long to fill up the battery. Most likely, at least I think that passenger cars, they're not going to get 200 kilowatt hour battery. There's always someone who is willing to pay a lower price for only around 100 kilowatt hour. Which means that if you have 400 kilowatt and around 80 to 100 kilowatt hour, then it doesn't take too long, or you don't stay at 400 for too long, like no more than 10 minutes, then it starts throttling. So I think 400 kilowatt might be good enough for a long time, and actually it might be good enough period, because people will eventually find out that flash charging is not really that needed. More like swap, right? Okay, swap is faster, but for most people it's like whatever, 15 minutes, no big deal, versus 5 to 7 minutes on battery swap. And the same thing I think might happen is that, okay, some people are like, oh, okay, yes, we want the BYD flash, but then eventually some people find out that, well, but the BYD, they don't have the best software, they don't have the best efficiency, right? So then people are like, why don't I go for an Xpeng instead, which is way more efficient and still charges plenty fast enough? Or maybe one day if Tesla comes up with better battery tech, to be like, okay, why don't we buy a Tesla or some of the, I don't know what else, Mercedes, or or some of the other brands out there from China. We won't need very large, but yeah, that's also what I think. I think energy that it's like it's bound to happen. We will try to get better and better energy density over time. And I mean, like, okay, just put it this way. A plug-in hybrid has space for the fossil drivetrain plus the hybrid drivetrain. It takes up more space because you will see that the plug-in hybrids, they have less trunk space than the pure fossils, right? Which means that instead of making a plug-in hybrid, why didn't they make a pure fossil diesel with 150 liter tank? Well, nobody needs it, right? The 70 liter tank was already good enough. And that's also what I mean, is that like in the future, nobody is gonna make cars really inefficient. The cars will still be the same size. Many people, they don't want minivans even like X. So people still need to use those 4 to 5 meter cars, and they will need 150 to 200 watt hour per kilometer only, right? And then like countries will not get higher speed limits. They might even reduce the speed limit, which means that today's battery sizes are already good enough, and okay, even a little bit more would be nice if you don't have to pay too much for it, and if it doesn't compromise the space. So maybe in the future 100 to 150 kilowatt hour would be more common, but probably not 200, 300 kilowatt hour on like personal cars, PKW. Yeah. So then it means that you don't need 1 megawatt, like 400 kilowatt would be plenty enough. And then doesn't go crazy on the grid and all that stuff. But I mean, what will happen, I think already in a couple of years, is that the average charging power on EVs will go up, because nowadays it's only around 70 kilowatt. I think it should almost double to around 150 kilowatt once we get those old cars that pull the average down, like e-Golf and Leaf and stuff. and you get more modern cars and get rid of all the Teslas, then suddenly 150 kilowatt hours might be more realistic. Which means that maybe Kempower eventually needs to make more powerful power units, so that the standard 600 kilowatt cabinet might need 1 megawatt or something like Tesla has been rolling out lately. And that was yet another damn Volvo that had 2 bright lights. Oh, man, those Volvos are shite, telling you. 11. Now it's challenge going. We are getting close to Hallandsåsen turnaround point. Consumption is 291 watt-hour per kilometer. We are down to 34%. So yeah, there's a possibility I might stop at Halmstad. I can't make it to Falkenberg. We have to see once we are on the way back how it goes, how it's hanging. But I charge to only 61%. So that's optimal for this car, and there's no stress really. I don't have to reach Falkenberg. I could just stop at Halmstad, no problem. I could even charge at Hallandsåsen, you know. Got 31 degrees now in the battery, 16.5 degrees Celsius. All right, I'm quite well, I'm not that tired yet. Eventually I need to eat the second slice of bread. Yeah, let me do it now. Have a budget of 1 slice of bread before each charging stop. Wow, 290 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, I was expecting something like that for a boxer car with headwind in the high-speed stretch. Oh, you need to turn on the lights now? There, okay. That was kind of late. Right. Many people ask about that. GLC more comfy, quieter, some more features here and there. Nice interior, nicer seats, massage. Overall, better car, bigger battery also. Yeah. But you can get the GLC with the multi-beam, right? You can save a kidney or two. I don't feel like the digital lights are that much better. And I feel like they are weaker, the strength. I feel the wind, kind of, right? That means we get the tailwind soon. Turnaround point coming up in just a couple of minutes now. 289 watt-hour per kilometer. We're down to 31%. We've spent 30% so far. Wait. That means I could almost reach Pawel with 0%. Because I get the tailwind on the way back. Well, seems like we won't see that Marvel. He probably hammered it too hard. I couldn't catch him before I turn around. It's 30 degrees Celsius now. Let me see if the temperature goes up when we go uphill or not. Because the power is going to increase now. We can see on the stat info thingy, terrain here, let's see. There, 34 kilowatt. Let's see once we go uphill. Okay, from 34 kilowatt to where it's climbing now, 6% grade. 70 kilowatts. Wow, that's double power. 75 kilowatt, 81 kilowatt. Damn, 84 kilowatt. We are doing 1C discharge rate now, 84 kilowatt. Damn, it needs some massive power uphill. It's like the grapevine, right? Wow, okay, grapevine is even crazier. 85 kilowatt. Wow. That is massive. Okay, let me go back to the battery status then. It's still 30 degrees Celsius, just nice and chill. It's 800 volt architecture. You double the voltage, you halve the current. The losses are 1/4. Yeah. Yeah, 2-speed gearbox. Same as the CLA. It has the CLA power also. Same as the CLA. But where's the exit? It's coming here. There. Alright, turnaround point. Let me check distance here. There, 495.6. Okay, so drive a little bit past Yes Home. So here in the Opitynlufta, it's only 17 degrees Celsius from charging 293 watt-hour per kilometer. So from here, it should just drop and drop and drop. First the downhill and then the tailwind. Well, yeah. And then of course we had everything in the beginning, you know, the cooling was going on, the headwind, the kinetic energy. So now we get all the energy back, right? Except for the cooling part. Or, I don't know, it seems like this car just wanted to dump the heat fast rather than trying to scavenge on the heat. Use it in the cabin, like Tesla. But it doesn't. That's why Tesla kicks ass for the Lord. No, there's a gear shift at around 110 kilometers per hour. Now we head back to 38. Okay. How do we count time, man? We started at 22:07. We had 4 minutes. So it was like 22:11. And that means 1 hour and 49 minutes before midnight. Wow, so it's not 5 hours yet. Four and a half, roughly. Well, I mean, you can even put this in, like, the drivetrain itself is probably more efficient than the old, right? I don't know what is new here. You put the battery and drivetrain, and then you improve the 1,000 kilometer, because this car is quite similar to the EQB back then in shape and so on. But just because you charge a lot faster, that alone makes a big difference. And of course, a little bit of improvement in efficiency also helps. But in the old day, before, the EQB was only 100 kilowatt. So versus getting at least 200 something kilowatt on average now. Oh, the front motor, not sure if I feel that. I just feel a little bit of change in the torque when it's changing gear. But it's fairly smooth. It's not like a fossil car where you feel the clutch. You just feel like it's just losing a bit of torque for half a second, or not even that, maybe just 0.2 seconds, and then yeah. Similar to a Taycan. Most people might not even notice that little torque change. Especially if you're not using the full power, but I was going flat out or just hammering it VOT. Okay, 282 watt-hour per kilometer. I need to navigate somewhere now. Let's see, where to? Okay, I'm gonna go for it. Let's see. Search Ionity. There. Ionity Falkenberg. Alright, let's see. What will the car say? What the Fox say? 12% at Falkenberg. Oh yeah! Here we go! We can go to Falkenberg, no problem. I think that's maybe good enough. If we are with 10%, that would be perfect, right? We get the best curve. Then I have to figure out where the last stop should be. Can we make it to? No, we can't. We can't make it to Strömstad. That's way too far. Spekerud? No, that's too early. It has to be either Uddevalla or. Okay, you know what? And maybe no big deal. If we arrive at the last stop, Uddevalla or whatever, we might arrive with over 10%. But that's fine, because then it should get a nice flat curve to 65-70%, whatever we're going to go for the last stop. But I can imagine if you want to go from 1% to 70%, that might actually be slow on this car. I wonder if they have optimized it to go from 10 to 80% quickly, but it doesn't go that fast from 0 to 80%. Or, well, actually, I wonder, is it going to be slower if it went from 0 to 70% versus 1 to 80%, 10 to 80%? at 282 watt-hour per kilometer for trial now. Is it going to drop? Well, it will drop a little bit around Halmstad, but yeah, at least it seems like we don't want to stop at Halmstad. It's too early. So we want to go for Falkenberg. So that means actually 170 kilometer stretch. With a high-speed stretch. But okay, but it means that this is a prime example that you have something that was kind of shitty before, 100 kilowatt only, and it was 70 kilowatt hour roughly, and you just put a nicer drivetrain in here, bump up the price of course, and then suddenly the car performs way better. So what it means that with the influence of the Chinese cars, if they can provide the batteries, which they already do, right? CATL and well, actually, what are the main providers here? Main suppliers? LG. Do the cars still use LG batteries? But that's from Korea, right? But in Korea there was another brand, SDI or whatever they call it. Yeah, that also supplied batteries for Hyundai, Kia. Well, you have the CALD for NIO and Xpeng at least. But it means that in the future, maybe within just 5 to 10 years, most of the BYD, they use their own batteries. Yeah, most of the EVs should be using better battery tech, which means that there shouldn't be any cars with shitty range or shitty charging anymore, right? There would be at least 200, 300 kilowatt capable, and maybe even the low-cost city cars, like you won't find them with 40 kilowatt-hour batteries anymore. There might be at least 60 kilowatt-hour or more. Even the smallest Tesla batteries are 62 nowadays. Yeah, so I remember in the old days they offered 40 kilowatt-hour in the Model S. Holy shit balls! Good thing people didn't get that and they did kind of ditch it. They sold a couple of those, but they were actually 60 kilowatt hour that they software limited to 40 kilowatt hour. And then yeah, like Skoda Epic, you can get them with around 40 kilowatt hour, the smallest. So yeah, I wonder if nowadays the cheapest, the real poor man's cars, they get 40 kilowatt hour. And then the rich bastards, they buy a iX3 Neue Klasse with 116 kilowatt hour. No, once again, 113, okay, something like that. Oh, okay. But then will cars actually get sodium batteries? Because that thing is bad for now. Bad energy density. Nowadays seems like LFP is good enough. Low cost, good battery health, and quite robust and safe. Lots of benefits with the LFP batteries. Oh, 280 watt-hour per kilometer. We're down to 21%. Now the car says 11% at Falkenberg. Yes, okay. I guess we'll stop at Falkenberg then. As the second stop. But I would love to have sodium battery at home. Probably dirt cheap, right, compared to the other chemistries. And even if it weighs half a ton, it doesn't matter. Just slap it down in the garage. But also, I think in the future, home batteries will be more common. Might even be more common than solar, but it depends because solar has some limitation depending on where you live and so on, and also about the climate, right? But like, if you have solar on the roof in winter, you might not get any production at all unless you put it on the wall. But if you're living in an apartment or townhouse, you might have limited space. But if you have space for a battery, it doesn't have to take up too much space, right? And even if you have only 10, 20 kilowatt hour battery, it might benefit you in many ways. To, yeah, if you can shave off some peak shaving and some get some cheap when it's cheap spot price and so on. Halmstad, 19%. Okay, so if I charge only 50%, I could have stopped at Halmstad, but does it matter? Okay, I'm not sure. Whatever. 60% is still good. I think I've done everything optimal for now. Okay, I'm going to check something here. If I plug in at 19%, like at Kungal, how many kilowatt would I have gotten then? I would have gotten, it claims 351 kilowatt now. Really? At 19%? Really? What is the battery temperature? 30 degrees. Okay. All right, 277 watt hour per kilometer. Yeah, the consumption dropped a bit in Halmstad, but now we have to hammer it again. 276, okay. The distance is spot on, so for once we don't have to correct for anything, distance consumption. And also the state of charge scale is linear. So it's wonderful to deal with this car. It has trip meter, it has linear scale and all that. I wish every car could be like this, and it has pretty good trip estimation, percent estimation. Oh wait, the Teslas are like this already. Yes, they have been like this for at least 5 years, maybe even longer. So if previous stop was 18 minutes, the next stop will be shorter, possibly only around 12 minutes. No more than 15 minutes. Yeah, 12 to 15 minutes, 12 to 14 minutes next stop here. Let me see, I might not even go to 60% on the next stop. Oh, actually, no, maybe I'll go for 60%. Because then I might arrive with 15%, which might be an advantage. Okay, I should do the last part of the headlight test now. There's still some traffic here. There's car from, okay. Headlight test. Probably now in, well, yeah, Falkenberg basically. And yes, I have experience now that, okay, a few times they flashed at me. A few times I also felt like the car turned down the lights a little bit late, but most of the time I feel like it turned down in time. So overall, I'd say that the matrix part here didn't misbehave. And also, after driving a while, I feel like these multi-beam LEDs, they are more powerful than the digital lights. It seems like that's a trade-off when you get the 2.6 million pixels, right? Is that it's not that powerful compared to these more conventional LEDs. So overall, I kind of like this better. Yeah, and also, yeah, but what about, okay, but only 84 elements. Is that a problem? No, I don't feel like things are too pixelated or the chunks are too big. So I still feel like it's good enough. Yeah. So maybe if you're considering multi-beam versus digital, I don't know the price difference, but I would be happy with just the multi-beam. They are really nice. Yeah, and they work great. They don't cause too many flashes. So seems like the Mercedes engineers, they did a good job tuning the software versus the sensors and the hardware to make it work great, compared to some of the other cars I've tested in the past that was just super cringe and annoying and so bad. Not like the light itself, but there's the software. And I got flashed at a lot to the point where I didn't want to use the high beam, which is not good for safety. But here, you can safely have the matrix on all night long, no problemo. It will in just a few cases misbehave. We see here on the car I'm gonna pass now. It's kind of slow. Oh, we're in the 120 zone. Yeah, you see, no problem. And then high beam on, poof, great. So yeah, if I would give it points, the high beam here, or the headlights in general, with all the functions, I give it lots of points. Let's say 9 out of 10 then, yeah. Anyway, I think that's going to be for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching and talk to you later. Well, I didn't say why I didn't give it 10 points, but probably because it was still lacking that punch that some of the best German cars had. Like the auxiliary beam or whatever, right? Okay, it's kind of missing that part. I remember some of those, like the ID7 lights, I was like, damn, how can it be so damn good? Because it was not as strong and bright as the ID3, ID4 lights. So there was just something about the ID7. They are different than the other MAB. But same also with some of the BMWs I tried. I was like, wow, that was really good headlights, strong. Even the iX3, the old iX3 had that auxiliary beam and fired up, help. But this car doesn't seem to have any auxiliary beam, if that matters. Okay, 9% at Falkenberg. I think that's fine. That's not going too deep. So then some people might say, yeah, but why did you stop at Falkenberg? Why didn't you go to Himmler with 1%? Well, good question. Yeah. Do you guys have the answer? Why don't we try to go for Himmler? Go deep. Go 1%. What, 277 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay. Is it chat bug now? Not sure. Someone say poop. But the clicking sound though, I don't know why this clicking sound is different than the GLC. The GLC had a lower tone blinker sound. Here it's a bit high pitched. Okay, I gotten used to it now, but the GLC had a more pleasant blinker sound. I mean, the blinker sound is supposed to mimic the in the old days the relay that caused the blinking. But yeah, well, this is better than Polestar like blinker sound. That one is, I thought it was broken, but no, it's supposed to be like that. Okay, so I have to stop at Bremen then tomorrow morning. Charge a little bit, like 5-10 minutes. Quickly top up a bit. Top up around 10-20% there. So I think I want to go for Lilleputthammer tomorrow. But technically today, yeah, Saturday, we go to Lilleputthammer. Nicer weather, warmer weather. That would be at least be more enjoyable for. Well, I'm a Viking, but wifey prefers warmer weather. Same with Isabel. Seems like me and Axel, we are kind of Vikings. Okay, seems like the chat is bugged. I need to restart the app. Nope, it's not buggy. It's just inactive. But also very important, very somewhat annoying that the YouTube app will always default to the face cam every time I live stream. Like, why doesn't it remember the state from last time? It assumes that, of course, if you want to live stream, you will always want to use the face cam. No. Okay, almost there now. Falkenberg, here we come. The heck is going on over there? Schwarztransport? Even the 10-year-old Toyota can change turn signal sound. What? Really? That's great, man. Greetings in Western Canada. Well, the place I call Alaska on the map. But like, is this wind turbine? There's a long beam. Oh, that seems heavy. If it's steel. Okay, getting close to Falkenberg. Almost there. 10% now. Always go deep. 8% on arrival. It was perfect timing. 61% I went to. Yes. Alles gut. And then we charge there, and then we see. I might be able to go only around 50-55%, and then yeah, we can just. Or maybe it actually pays off to go 60. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll try Hoxton today. In general, it should work fine. Hoxton. Circle K chargers. We can test again, give it another chance, see if it makes any weird shit today or not. And I should have enough margin to be able to skip Hoxton if I have a problem, and then go to the Amphenol shite at Hobby. I don't know if Eon wants to replace those shitty ABB chargers, those 175 kilowatt. Get some proper chem power instead. But if they have 175 times 4 over there, that is 350. That is 700 kilowatt allocated. They could easily set up, slap down a chem power 600 kilowatt with 8 satellites, I think it was. Yeah. And you would then double the capacity, at least the number of stalls versus before, and even requiring less power, max power at least. Just better utilization of the power modules. But it seems like at least I don't know over there. Eon has kind of given up that site. I wonder if it's the same for the site at the Eon site at Bike. It's like same shitty ABB there, but Circle K did actually actively remove the damn ABBs. Like at Furuset, that big site, they just ditched all the ABBs. And the same at Yalo, Circle K Yalo. So eventually, once winter comes back soon, or yeah, I will go back to the Yalo test. And I think I also want to bring Isabel with me. We can have a sleepover there at what's it called again? That hotel. And yeah, it also breakfast included. Holmes, Dr. Holmes Hotel, whatever it's called again. Yeah. Wonder if it was that. Okay, almost there. Right. Microphone off. Get ready now. So then I need to record each leg and see this charging and do some ninja calculation to calculate total. Yeah, so I have to do some stuff. Yeah. But look at you take the current time plus 1 hour and 49 minutes. That is the 1,000 kilometer time. So we are roughly at 5 hours now. Almost 600 kilometers done. But ain't too bad in it. Wait, there was someone charging over there at Falkenberg. Wow, that is a bit unusual. I think I need to restock the rig is a bit cool now. And I see a guy running. he plugged in and then he ran towards the gas station or whatever is over there. This is a Swedish. What the heck is this? Is this the Raval? Cupra. Okay, I'm going to use this stall. Phoenix contact for the win. Let's see, there, and then sure, we need to turn off each. First, Falkenberg, and then HVAC off. Oh, this is the car with the display turns off after some minutes. Okay, bear that in mind. Well, I can get rid of the banana peel now. Okay, let me see. Begin charging at 312. Next stop is planned to be Hoxtorp. Okay, let me see. I can just plot it in now. No, can you just stop bugging? Dude, don't. No, stop it, man. We are charging now. Don't bug me about low. Okay, Circle K. Hoxtorp. There, you found it. Start. Okay. Second charging stop at Falkenberg. Look at that! 340 kilowatt. It's game over now. So many game over this year. Well, okay, that's good. So I will show you that the next charging stop is going to be Hogstorp. That's only wait, oh, okay. Oh, you want me to charge it? Okay. What, 192 kilometers? Ooh. Okay, but whatever. It's not the low. It's not the high speed test, high speed stretch anymore. So yes, okay, all is good. This shouldn't take too long, right? Look at that. It's still going at 340. You know, compared to the old EQB that could take only 100 kilowatt, then this is 3.5 times better almost. Okay, so this is kind of busy time. Then I want to put this in the trunk here. And then you take out the box and like clean it. Yeah, ABC. Oh, it's down to 267. This dinosaur software, man. Go there. Okay, we're back. Okay, let me get rid of some garbage. Not the software, but actual banana peel. freaking dinosaur again. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Are we charging faster now than before? Okay, let me go check out the charging curve. Wait, okay, let me do the calculation here. 182 kilometers, okay. 182 is likely that we'll spend, let's say, 220 watt per kilometer. Well, we spent only 46%. So if I go 60%, I might arrive at 15%. But can you stop bugging me about that, Chief? 48%. Okay. Probably have a couple of minutes, right? Let's be quick. Don't want to compromise anyone. Well, we have a little bit of... Oh, shit. Well, we have a little bit of time, so we can play games. I have the Jova game controller here. And you can set it to different modes, set it to the Xbox mode. And then just pair with Bluetooth with the car. And then you can play games. If you have a longer stop, you can just have fun in the car, huh? How about that? Oh yeah! Oh yeah, this is quality time right there. Yeah. I'm gonna get you so bad. Oh shit, the only problem doing this challenge is that the car charger is so schnell. We're almost good to go. I only have a couple of more minutes before I need to go. Shit, first world problems. No need to show the game. What the heck, man? I have the driving skills. I can outrun them. Oh shit! No, we have to leave now. 57%. We have to leave. Stop. The car charges too fast. First world problem. I can't even play games anymore. Shit. Back there, 58%. We're gonna leave at 60% exactly. We need to record the how much time it took, and then we'll disconnect and go. We'll fire up HVAC. Yeah, 61% again. It took 15 minutes. It's kind of funny, man, but it was game over because I had to stop gaming. I didn't have enough time to play, unfortunately. Is that kind of delivery man? Wait, so does it mean that the Alpitronic, they give higher power than the 350 kilowatt Ionity? So they got 340 kilowatt here flat for a little bit, and then they dropped to 258 kilowatt, and then they stayed there flat for a bit to drop more. So this was 15 minute stop versus 18 minutes on the last stop. There, felt the gear change around 110 kilometers per hour. But this was from 8 to 61% in 15 minutes. And the previous stop was 1 to 61% in 18 minutes. So it's 3 minutes slower, but yeah, overall, at higher stellar charge, it was going a little bit slower on the previous stop versus now. Now we're gonna hammer it all the way to Hogstorp. The car claims 22%. We'll see about that. We might arrive with around 10 to 15% there. and then Hoxton will be the last stop. Hopefully, Circle K doesn't play any games today. And then we just charge there and then we go home. Charge you possibly around 60-65% and then go home. Yeah. So it seems like even if I go deep, I don't lose. I'm not sure if I lose any time at all. I still got a nice flat curve at the bottom before it started throttling at some point, right? But it doesn't seem like there is a major disadvantage by going deep, unlike many of the Chinese cars that will go really slow at the bottom. It's just that, how do you put this? When you go deep, like 1%, you get a bit of earlier throttling, yeah. Versus if you arrive at 10%, then it flattens it out versus 1%. And then, but I haven't tested what happens if you arrive at 15 or 20%. Will it flatten the curve even further? At one point, it can't do that, right? You can't expect to go from 20. No, you can't expect going from 30 to 100% in the same time as 10 to 80%. But yeah, so it seems like the first 10% from 1 to 11% only took 2 minutes. But now it seems like it was 3 minutes to go from, like, if you go from 0 to 8%. So maybe this is, no, the deep we went 1%, we lost 1 minute. Is that big of a deal? Probably not. But I think this is the difference, because in Tesla it would be different. Then you don't get any penalty there. So then you will actually benefit greatly. Whatever you gain below 10% is great. Yeah, the ramps are fast, that's good. Unlike many Chinese cars that tend to be a bit slow, like they need like 30 seconds to 1 minute to ramp up. Tesla, from what I've seen, is the fastest to ramp up, because within just 5 seconds it hit max speed, or maybe even faster. It's so fast that I don't even have time to fire up the camera before it ramps up to max speed, and then it starts dropping. You see 250 kilowatt for 2 seconds, and then it drops. Oh, okay, good. Now we are not on concrete surface anymore. But dude, I can feel that summer is over and winter is coming, because we have relatively clear sky today. And normally when I pass through here, I mean, also in general, I start roughly the same time at Home, around 10-ish. And then by the time I come back here, it will be, now like 3:30 to 4 at night. And earlier this summer, it was bright. It was getting kind of like twilight. They call it the twilight, or the civil twilight, or whatever they call it. I don't remember. Now it's getting darker. The summer is over. Yeah, August now, mid-August already. I better hurry and organize the paint job. Invite people over in August before some höst fair, whatever is happening, right? If you want to organize some painting, it should happen now in August, within just a couple of weeks. But even if I just get 2-3 people to help me, that will help. That would be great. But I kind of need also some extra equipment, and or I can buy some extra, I guess. Just paint job doesn't require too much, right? But I need to know beforehand what people have, whatever they can bring, or what they don't have, then I have to buy. And then we help together and do that stuff. But I think we need to do it on weekends. So then it means that the wife will have to take care of the children. They can, you know what, like, if Valdemar wants to come over one day when we have nice weather, he can bring his family and they can play in the pool, for example, if they feel like it. Because wifey will have to stay with the children anyway, Isabel and Oxen. Well, that means that I need to announce this just 1 week ahead, kind of short notice, because then we know roughly what the weather will be. Because I don't want to come over there when it's raining, you know. But usually around 1 week ahead is quite accurate on the weather forecast. But of course, with forbehold, if the weather changes and we get rain, then we have to change it to another day. But it doesn't have to be sunny. It could be cloudy. I think cloudy is even better. Yeah, too hot. Yeah, I totally understand that. For Norwegians, though, it's been a nice and comfy summer. Not just cold and rainy and windy and all that. But we just get the remaining heat wave. Like now, you know, 18.5 degrees. Earlier this evening, when it was 21.5, I was like, what the heck? 21.5 in the evening in Göteborg. Yeah, that's crazy. That is unusually hot for a mid-August night. It should be around 15 degrees only. 12 to 15 degrees. So I don't mind a nice warm temperature we have been getting lately, but I also don't mind around 15 degrees in the daytime. It just means that I can just wear the long pants. Nowadays, I'm wearing the shorts now to kindergarten and when I go to the Yemen and stuff, because it's around 18 to 22 degrees and sunny. But if it would be around 15 degrees, then long pants, no problem. Even storm bag jacket, no problem. But when it gets minus 10 degrees, then it gets kind of cold. Yeah, I don't know how it's going to be this winter. I don't know if I can go to Thailand, but I think because this year is kind of critical. Wifey needs to renew her driver's license. If she doesn't renew it, she needs to reapply for new license, which takes extra time. So yeah, I will try to get to Thailand, even though it might only be 1 month, 6 or 5 weeks. Yeah. So I will not do the 2.5 months anymore, because that actually costs, over time it costs money, and I lose income. So it seems like if I go to Thailand for only 2 to 4 weeks, then I don't get too big economical disadvantage. Just have to try to keep it cheap. But what I'm going to do this time when I go to Thailand is that I will not go back and forth to Bangkok. I might not even go and pick up press cars at all this time. Just stay in Chiang Mai, and whatever I can borrow in Chiang Mai. Yes, there are lots of dealerships in Chiang Mai now, so I can just borrow cars over there instead. Short away, I can even borrow it for 1 week at a time. You know, do a couple of reviews of some of those cars at least. Yeah, and that would be great. At least I know Chang'an over there and some of those Chinese cars. Maybe I can even borrow some Xpeng if they have available for just 3-4 days. Okay. Or some Cherry group, yeah. Well, I still haven't tried the iCar. Maybe just try it for once. Well, it's called the Cherry 23i or something. not sure what else is over there. Could be interesting. I could try some of the Leap motors, because Leap motors, for some reason, they are not in Norway yet, but I seen Leap motor in other European countries. Yeah, I seen Leap motor dealership in Deutschland when I was there. I was like, okay, so they are here, but not in Norway for some reason. Okay, now 296 watt-hour per kilometer since charging. Yeah, it's cooling down the battery. The same thing over there. %% at arrival. Okay, let's see. And also trying to book that Leaf, man. They still don't have. Okay, the thing is that the Leaf was not. I mean, it was available, but I have booked other cars, somewhat important cars, which I don't want to move. I could maybe move the if it's not too late now. I could rebook the what the heck it's called again, Mitsubishi Cross Eclipse. I booked that one on the time when the Leaf was available. So if it's still available, I could just move the Mitsubishi, because Mitsubishi was originally booked for 1 week, but then they had to shave off 2 days on it because they needed it for an event. So yeah, well, I mean, then instead of borrowing it for 5 days, I can just rebook it and then get it for a full 1 week. But the only problem is there's a gap. If I borrow the Leaf, after the Leaf, I need to return home to Yeshope and then the next day come back and pick up a Tesla or something, wasn't it? Yeah. So I'm not sure how to do it. Maybe if I can put Millennium Falcon into shuttle service, that would be great. But I feel like then it's just sitting there still most of the time, Millennium Falcon. So for me though, it seems like taking public transportation between press cars seems to be okay. Okay, I'm spending some time and some money, but as long as it's public transportation, then it's dirt cheap. But if I take some taxis now and then, well, I guess it's still cheaper than like owning paying for a car, for insurance. Just the insurance alone is only already about 1,000, plus whatever other shit that's going on with the cars I own, right? But I should start generating some money with Millennium Falcon, make some videos when I have free time. Yeah, that's the thing. Now in the past, whenever I have free time, it's like, okay, what the heck did I do? Then I do some housework, but then maybe I should squeeze in a couple of episodes with Millennium Falcon at least, so we can start making money back what I paid for him. Yeah. And then I'm also willing to, I'm flexible, because I mean we can live without the press car shuttle, right, for now. And I can live without the like a family car shuttle, especially if I become an X-Bang, what they will call it, yeah. But also I wonder if I can rent out Millennium Falcon, right? Okay, if it's like, if no one rents him, then fine, then we can use him as a family car or whatever. But if someone wants to rent him, then okay, I'm still flexible with that. I can, you know, I'll be making some money on him, and I can always find some other solution. We already have the press cars I borrow anyway. And if it's critical, we could even just buy a shitty Leaf, or we could get a good deal on a Soul or Classic Ioniq as a secondary car. But yeah, we'll see what I do. I'm not sure how big interest it is. But I bet someone just wants to borrow or rent Melinda Falcon, maybe just for the nostalgic features or I mean the nostalgic feel about it. Or they actually want to go on some road trip. I can even pick them up in the airport. Yeah, since I live close to the airport, and then it's free supercharging and what else? Yeah, CCS, and it has the MCU2, so it's fairly updated. And in case, in the rare case, shit breaks down, I can try to come and rescue them. But yeah, still need some Viking and stuff like that, of course. But of course, we want to prevent that from happening. No surprises. We need to make sure that Nasir or Valdemar can detect any problems with the car long before the car shuts down. But yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? 500 NOK per day, flat, no week discount, nothing like that. Okay, it includes picking up at the airport and returning at the airport if you're a foreigner. So I'm somewhat flexible, but of course it depends. If you're just gonna pick it up and then drive it for 2 days, then back, yeah, then okay, but we'll see. But the 500 NOK per day, that's only around 45 euros per day. That's way cheaper than any electro auto you can rent from Hertz or whatever. They usually go for at least 100 euros per day. Maybe also consult with my partner how much we should charge for 1 day. But I think it should not be more than 1,000 NOK, somewhere between 500 NOK and 1,000 NOK per day, since it is kind of degraded. And it doesn't have any auto steer, or not even adaptive cruise control. Insurance, well, at least if the drivers are older than 25 years old and so on, then I think everything the rest is fine. You just have to make sure that I have enough kilometers on the insurance, because I haven't signed up too much there. But I need to know. I can always adjust that. I don't know yet how popular it would be. But I mean, for now, you know, since I need to borrow the press card for all the tests I do, I already have a car available for my whatever daily runs. And even if I don't have a car, well, that was the whole point with the Falcon, to be the backup car. But as long as I have some funds out there, I could always just buy a something cheap, you know, like a Soul or whatever, 20, 30k NOK. Like I had in the past. Like the Soul worked plenty enough for just those local runs. What do we need it for? Well, during winter, I don't feel like bicycling in the snow and shit. So then we only need to drive it 1.9 kilometers to kindergarten and then back again. So like even a Soul that has the broken battery, as long as it's still drivable, if I can get it dirt cheap, right? and it has only 50 kilometers of range, even that would be plenty enough. Just have to do some planning and avoid going too deep before the limp mode starts, right? But normally when I book, well, stuff could happen. Yes, it has happened before that some kind of press car I booked, something happened, and then he had to go to the repair shop, and suddenly I was without a car. But then I just happened to have the e-Golf or the Soul, right? But it depends, because if I become some Xpeng ambassador, then I will have an Xpeng at my disposal. I'll be using. Then actually the press cars I borrow from there, then just like Neo Björn, is that on daily basis I will use the Neo or I will use the Xpeng as family car and running errands, and then the press car I borrow will only be used for those tests. And it means that I will be spending less time with the press cars, and I might know less about them. So that could be a bad thing. But the only time I spend with them is when I do the range test and the banana box or 1,000 kilometer challenge. But it might not be that big of a deal, because I only use these press cars to go to the grocery store and kindergarten most of the time. Right? Occasionally we go to Lilleputthamn, but already 95% of the driving I do with the press car, there are the actual tests, and only a small fraction is the local runs. Yeah, but so we'll see, and at least Millennium Falcon hopefully will be back on next Friday. Then I need one more spot in front of the house. Then I can accept less cars on the what they call airport parking. So I might start being a bit picky on the airport parking then, because I might want to. Wait, can you make a template in Gmail? I think you can make several templates, right? Because I need to make these templates. Whenever people send me email about airport parking, I just click on the template, and then choop, it says, yes, here's my address, here's my phone number. I need the flight number on the return. I don't care about the flight number on the arrival. And then when you return, you go back, you go up to the second floor, and you wait for me, and then you tell me which exit you are at, and then I will come and pick you up, and it takes 8 minutes. There's lots of repetitive info I type manually every time. But I might be picky on which cars I accept, because I might have a little clause that if you allow me to like test the car, or like at least sit and review a couple of things like phone holder and stuff, that would be prioritized over other cars. And I might actually deny fossil cars, because I have no interest in them at all most of the time. But many Teslas are welcome because they are easy to deal with, and I have the Jova products that fit in Tesla, so it benefits me also without needing to drive anywhere. Because some people might also be concerned, oh, but you're going to drive the car. I'm like, no, just move the car, don't worry. But yeah, so I mean, it's a win-win. And then if one day the municipality or some shit would say, wait, you are doing some illegal parking business. Well, first of all, I'm not making money on it. But even if they say, but you are the parking, well, yeah, they are going on vacation, but technically they are lending me the car for me to test. So then that might not fall under a parking business. They just happen to deliver the car to me so I can test it while they're gone. Yeah. But I can see in the long run that I might not want to, okay, I experienced it. It takes a while. I mean, it takes a bit of time, a little bit of paperwork, you know, emailing back and forth, just keeping everything organizing. And I also try to pick up and return them and all that. But in the long run, I want to try to minimize it. Maybe go back to the VIP or some stuff, or only allow, at least filter out fossil and only allow Tesla or EVs and some stuff like that. Or maybe actual cars that they allow me to test, and I also have time to test them, do some 500-kilometer challenge or whatever that I need to do, right? But like degradation test, I don't know, I feel like it takes a whole day then if I want to do a degradation test manually, or I can run some SIVA report. But then they don't have to be in front of the house for the SIVA report anyway. Wait, so soon I need to eat my last piece of bread before my last charging stop, yeah. Wait, so the Model Y, that would be different then. It's not 800 volt architecture, it's fairly efficient, I guess. Oh, I wonder if it's more efficient than the regular Model Y, yeah, because it has those wheel caps. And then flat 170 kilowatt curve, yeah, for a while. What else? And then the Xpeng P7 Plus after that. So then the Xpeng should be able to go on the same. The Xpeng, the P7 Plus will also need just 3 charging stops, not 2. But each stop will be short, possibly only 10-12 minutes long. Yeah. And then, I don't know, are we gonna set a new record, or will it still be 855? 850, I think. 850 was probably the fastest charging EV, right? Yeah. I think I haven't seen 845 yet. But I don't know if the P7 Plus can do it in 845, simply because it doesn't have a 100 kilowatt hour battery and can do it in 2 charging stops. Actually, if we would have something like the golden battery performance, but in a 100 kilowatt hour battery and the P7 Plus or the Model 3 efficiency, then 2 charging stops and only charging to ridiculous, like 60%, you know, like charging only 7 minutes each time and shit like that. Then maybe even 10 minutes would be enough. Yeah, 10 minutes, 2 times 10 minutes, boom, and then 845 maybe. Possible. Huh? Model Y Ribbon standard has more efficient motor. Oh, I see. Okay. Or maybe is it just because of the hubcaps? It has these plastic caps. Looks ugly, but maybe it's efficient. Steel? Is that steel rim? It's so ugly that they cover up the whole rim, you know. Oh, here's Kungsbacka, okay. Yeah, so far we've been getting around 35 minute stops total, charging stops. But even the P7 Plus needs 3 stops, and each of them might be around 10 minutes. Yeah, so that's roughly half an hour total. And I will try to pick not too slow charging stops. like Hollandsåsen or Halmstad at the Circle K. Those are quite quick ones. I will avoid Ionity at Halmstad. And we have to avoid also Varberg. Yeah. So I don't know yet, but I'm guessing we might stop at either Kungalv. Even that one is okay. Like Kungalv and then Hallandsåsen, and then back to. On the way back, we can stop at Uddevalla, for example, following the G6 path roughly, or the Seeker 7 GT path. That's fine. Fairly short exits, entries. Actually, maybe Hoxtorp would be better. It is a little bit faster than with the Uddevalla exit. Yeah, might save 30 seconds to 1 minute on the detour time. Make it to Falkenberg. I don't know yet. It also depends on the wind. If we just happen to get wind from the north, yes, but wind from the north usually means lower temperatures, colder versus wind from the south. But then there's headwind. But with the fast starting cars, it's really not that big of a deal, you know, because even if you you can most likely reach Spekkerød or Kungalv, and then you can easily reach Hallandsåsen. And then Hallandsåsen advantage there is that the detour time there is really short to get to the charger, and it's 400 kilowatt Amphenol liquid cooled, so it's like the best shit. No, not Amphenol, Phoenix. So it's way better today versus just a couple of years ago when we didn't have these chargers. Then it was mostly just Spekkerød, Varberg, Halmstad, back to Varberg, Spekkerød, Strømstad, home. Yeah, it was for like many years I had to follow that Ionity path for the 800 volt cars. And then 400 volt cars, they had way more options with superchargers. Falkenberg. Wow, really? Model 3 longer, okay. I don't remember all the details. I remember that the freaking Model 3 standard range plus made it with a slightly bigger battery, the 62.5 kilowatt hour battery, made it all the way to Kungalv. Like, damn, man. 62 kilowatt hour battery to Kungalv. Cars with bigger batteries needed to bail out at Spekkerød, or before even. That was embarrassing. Yeah, I wonder if it was a Mazda 6e. Yeah, Mazda 6e didn't make it to Kungalv. No. What the heck is that thing? Oh, it's Polizei. Okay, that's why it was blinking. Or ambulance, maybe. What's going on? What? Oh, that was policeman. Okay, turn off the siren. It's still going fast. That was not 100 kilometers per hour. Probably going at around 150. Okay, but this stretch is back on 100 zone. It was 90 for a bit after they slapped down new asphalt and lane markings. So we are back on almost no deductions again. daylight is finally coming, 4 at night. Wow, okay, the consumption on this leg is 266 watt-hour per kilometer. Wow. Well, I was guessing 220 on the whole leg, but with some massive buffer also. We'll see once we slow down for Göteborg now. But the car says 17% at arrival. Plenty, no problem. Well, yeah, I was surprised. 266. Huh. Even with the tailwind now. The next stop will be Hågstorp. I'm gonna try now. Hopefully it works normal again, right? Circle K, Hågstorp. Hopefully that was just a one-time fail that none of the Circle K chargers worked. And then I have so much massive buffer that in case it doesn't work, I can always lump over to Hobby. But then whatever time it takes at Hobby, I just have to correct for it, those extra minutes, because of the amphenol throttling. Okay, that's the plan B if everything fails at Hobby, at Hågstorp. How many kilometers driven? 652 kilometers, so 350 left. Time, you take current time plus 1 hour and 49 minutes. So current time, we are getting close to 6 hours now in just a couple of minutes. 3 minutes. Now I get slightly tired, but yeah, the 3 hour afternoon nap helped big time for me to stay awake. So I hope the kids can be more independent next year, so that I can just okay, I'm gonna take a nap now in the evening. Don't disturb me, because I'm gonna drive through the night, you know. Even if I can just get a couple of hours of nap in the afternoon, that'd be great. But actually, what I'm most likely gonna do in just 1 to 2 years is that I will not wait until 10 in the evening. I might take a nap, but I might start like 7 or 8 in the evening. There will be some traffic, but no big deal. I'll just deduct for it by the time I'm at border, right? And then for the rest of the night, it's gonna be smooth sailing. But usually what happens now is that I have to do the whole like evening routine, you know, like change diapers, change clothes, and put the kids to bed and all that, you know, read bedtime stories. But at one point, those kids don't need that anymore, right? So then, okay, when will that happen? Isabel, next year she'll be 5 years old. Does she still need this bedtime stories to fall asleep? Some kids, wifey's friend, when her daughter was 3 years old, she would go to bed by herself. when I was 4 years old, I was also quite independent. So I expect some improvement next year when they are 3 and 5 years old. It should mean that it's going to be safer, and I will be not so tired when I do the 1,000 kilometer challenge. I mean, in the old days, I remember, but then I started 10 in the morning and I finished 9, or like, yeah, typically 9 in the evening, right? 11 hours or more. But kind of got fed up with the day driving. There was stuff happening. With more traffic, there would be some accidents and stuff going on, and I'd be delayed, and there are more deductions going on. So at night is way more consistent. So from now on, I will only do the 1,000 kilometer challenge at night. Just have to find a way to stay awake. Dude, that would be heaven if I can start around 7 instead. Just eat dinner and then dig around a bit, and then if I start at 7, that means 5 hours before me. I will be home by 4 at night for some fast cars. So then it means that I don't have time to become really sleepy, and then I can just pass out and sleep and wake up a bit late and wake up at 10 the next day, right? And I can still have a normal day. Well, that would be great next year, right? But I know that if I start at 7 on a Friday night, it is going to be a bit busy. So it would be probably better to then go back to Saturday night at 7. Then in general we have less traffic, and then if I come home 4 or 5 at night on Sunday morning, then no problemo. You just pass out and sleep. Like, yeah, if I can just get, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours of sleep, then that will be okay to survive the next day. Welcome to Göteborg. Huh? Nope, there's I'm using adaptive cruise control, but I have no auto stay here. That's paid extra, you know, which I don't have. Right, consumption. This leg has dropped to 247 watt-hour per kilometer. 17% on arrival. Okay, that's plenty. it has 149 kilometers of range at 36%, 35%. And we are 84 kilometers away from Uddevalla, Torp. No, sorry. That's Hogstorp, yeah, Hogstorp. The other Torp. It's Tingstad-tunnel. Yeah, in Norway, interesting. They're building the new road now around Høvik in the west side, Sandvik, before, yeah. And some new tunnels and shit going on. They're gonna reclaim some land so that, yeah, they put the road under the tunnel. But interesting, they put solar panels near the openings of the tunnel to feed the lights there to reduce the well, electricity needed. But I mean, it's like, well, I mean, we have 98% renewable energy in Norway. But okay, whatever, they put some local electricity there, that's good. Even Norway is going for solar nowadays. I feel like I need to join the solar club soon. I have solar in Thailand, yeah, but I can only watch it and enjoy it for a couple of months per year. Oh, this exit has been closed for a long time, huh? I wonder what they're doing over there, digging and stuff. Making some new bridge and shit. Wow. End of Baustelle. Okay, 243 watt-hour per kilometer, right? Yeah, I think it's good that we stop at Hogstorp because what? 20.5 degrees outside. What? This is unusually hot because usually 4 at night now, it's the coldest time of the night before the sun rises again, and it's 20 degrees over here. Damn, it's almost tropenatt here, the Nordic tropenatt, where the temperature doesn't drop below 20 degrees Celsius. feel like this asphalt is getting kind of rough. We're not gonna resurface it yet, right? It is loud here. This on this specific. You can hear on this lane is way better. See? But of course over here, dub duck is allowed. Yeah. Peak duck or studded tires. Go back here, you can hear how loud it is. There. Could be 10 years old. Wait. 22 degrees, no, 23 degrees Celsius. Where is that? Vancouver, Canada. Wow, what? Dude, that's kind of far north, right? Damn. Consumption is actually dropping now, 239 watt hour per kilometer. It's like, wow, that's what they have to expect, right, in the high speed stretch, even when we have tailwind. Okay, let me see here. Distance now 681 kilometers. Okay. I think it should be 9, maybe 9:15. 9:15, 9:20, right? Huh. I said 925 in the initial video. I wonder if that's the fastest 7-seater. Well, we don't count the X-Spec X9. But the crazy part is that the X9, it looks so nice and luxurious, has a bigger battery and all that, but the X9 is around 800k. Or you can go for the smaller, but this car costs almost as much as the X9. That's crazy. So, which means that if you didn't pull out and you have enough space for parking, then you could just get an X9 instead. If you have too many kids or you have more than one wife. Well, someone mentioned that. Why do you have so many kids? Well, it's like, well, you are divorced, and then you have 2 kids from the old wife and 2 more kids from the new wife. So that's suddenly 4 kids. Yeah, and then suddenly a 7-seater makes sense. You're gonna bring all of them, your kids. Well, not all of your kids, but the step kids also. Yeah, Musk, yeah, he needs a freaking bus, man. But well, at least the Elon Musk kids, okay, he has many kids, but the women he were with, they didn't have luggage, right? No, you need an airplane to bring everyone where they did somehow. Okay, 16% on arrival, right? We're 58 kilometers away. Okay, I need to eat my bread soon, the last piece of bread. Let me do it now. Now it's kind of chill, less traffic, less everything, just chill. Oh, dude, can you just steer for me for a second? wonder if one day if we feel like buying a cabin. Well, we won't. We're not gonna buy a cabin or a boat. We might buy an apartment in Göteborg, so we can visit Göteborg. But then what we're gonna do here? Eat? Well, chill. And then it takes, let's see, it takes 1 hour and 20 minutes without traffic. It takes 1 hour and 20 minutes roughly to get to the border. And then another 10 more minutes to get to Strömstad. And then from there to Spekeröd, almost an hour. And that means 2.5 hours to Spekeröd. So then around about 3 hours to go to Göteborg then. Not too slow. No, I didn't see the clips. I was just zoning up with the kids. Hmm? 1:30 to next DC. Oh, what? Plus. Oh. Seems like we can go around 180 kilometers with any charge. That's pretty good on the motorway, even with some cities in the mix. I remember in the old days, with many cars, I would go only 120 kilometers between each charge. Many times it was due to limited chargers available. Yeah. There will always be this gap between Hobby. Yeah, Hobby is the last outpost where there's some okay charging capabilities there. And then there's a big 40, 50 kilometer gap before Strömstad. Well, you have Tarnum, yeah. Yeah, Tarnum will eventually get 400 kilowatt. I mean, will eventually get the V4 superchargers. The repairs are installed, but even 150 kilowatt over there today is okay speed. This for the cars can take 150 kilowatt. But there's not much city on the thing anyway. Past Hobby, it's just empty stuff. Yeah. And also But the thing about it, it's almost no gas stations. If there's a gas station, there's always place for a fast charger there. But as long as there's nothing there, then we won't expect any fast chargers there. Well, it kind of gets brightish now. Oh, that means in about half an hour it should be a lot brighter. If I test what did I test again? I tested it is a Lexus, yeah. I wonder if I test if I'm able to test the new BZ4X station wagon. How slow that would be. Should be roughly at par with the Lexus, right? Because I feel like nowadays cars are getting faster. So I get more and more cars that can do it in less than 10 hours. It's like 9.5 or even 9 hours and faster. And also in general nowadays I can get away with only 3 charging stops. But with Tesla it might be 5, yeah, the Model Y. I bet 5. Wait, so the Model Y should be able to reach Hoxtorp. Yeah. Kind of want to stick with the superchargers. Or it could even reach Uddevalla, yeah. But most likely not Kongal. What about Spekkerud? Most likely not. Ljungskile? Yeah, I think that's how it was now with the Lexus RZ. I tested. They have a slightly bigger battery, and they also upped the limits. So when I did the 1,000 kilometer challenge, how was that again? I think I went full speed, and I still didn't get any throttling. But before I had to go slower. At the very end, it throttled. That's why it was fairly good. It has this weird curve where you don't get the full speed yet at the bottom, but after, at around 30-40% is when you hit the max speed, 160 something, 165 kilowatts. Okay, how is the wind here? Didn't see the, oh here. This one is not good. Okay, so we have some tailwind now. Okay, wind from the south. That's what. Oh, that's why it's so hot. Yeah, even at night. 20.5 degrees. Damn. Even over here. Yeah, so it's gonna be nice and warm now in Lilleputthammer today. So yeah, okay, we wanna have some nice family time there. 23 degrees Celsius, sunny. Well, that's always pleasant. Not sure what we're gonna do. Maybe the car, the electric car, some carousel. The carousel over there is way too harsh. Yeah. Isabel likes the horse carousel, but Oxa doesn't like it. So we start seeing now that Oxa and Isabel, they like different things. Oxa, he loves cars and like excavators and trucks and stuff. Isabel starts liking more girly stuff now, and Oxa likes more man stuff. And we haven't taught them anything. We haven't tried to push them in any directions. They just decided for themselves what they like. Now, okay, 241 on this lap. Okay, I was close. I was guessing 220. The car claims 14% of the arrival now. Okay, no problem, all right. Wait, but that means that, okay, let me check. Once we arrive there, from Hogstorp to home, to check here, 719 plus 28, so it's going to be 750 almost. Dude, what? We had to travel 260 kilometers on the last leg. Damn. Really? Okay, but Norway side is easier on the consumption. Also Oslo past, yeah. Okay. I might need to go around 65% or 70% this time. Just the last one. Let me do the calculation once I'm there. 27. No, it's going to be almost 750 kilometers. Okay. So then we need to drive around 250 kilometers. Plus, of course, the remaining distance to go back home. Or if I'm in the right direction, I could proceed and then go to Dal. Well, oh, I always wonder, can I actually go to Lilliputhamn and then go back without needing to recharge? That could be cool, for sure. What do we do on Sunday? Do we go pick berries again at the farm? Well, if the kids like it, then I guess I can go. I think we are almost out of blueberries again. Well, then maybe that'll be the last day of raspberries. Bringebær. Erbæren. Wife wants to plant some cherry plants. Wonder how much maintenance they need. There's a cherry tree, yeah. Maybe one or two of those. Well, but if we want to plant them, we should do it soon, right? Before winter comes. I suppose that my partner has some connection with some solar companies, so they should be able to sponsor the solar panels for free. So that'd be great. Then I only need the insulation material and cost. And I already have the inverter and the Pixie battery ready soon. That'd be great. I don't say no thanks to free electricity. I need lots of electricity anyway for my business and home, and yeah. Could maybe export some stuff. Or, well, if I have surplus, maybe I should just mine bitcoins in the garage, or I don't know if it gets too hot in there. There's gonna be some heat. Getting close to 7-hour mark now. We're also getting close to the charger. 15 kilometers left. Okay, that'll be the last charging stop then. One more cleaning session, a little bit of video, and let's hope that yeah, plug and pray. Hope that Circle K charger doesn't play any tricks on me today. Wait, so the phone slides out of the pocket and then into the Bermuda Triangle, which is between the seats. What the heck, man? Dude, where did the phone go? Dude, what the heck? Okay, I need to pick it up eventually once we stop. I think it is in a weird position. Yeah. They shouldn't, like, is it possible to, no, I think so. Many cars I test, there's a gap between the seat and the center console, and that's the Bermuda Triangle where stuff get lost. Could be, I don't know, pieces of food or other things that just get lost in there. Or it becomes really hard to get them out again. Like I dropped some stuff like a microphone and stuff in there. It's Really hard to get it out, man. What? Kilowatt per minute? You mean kilowatt hour per minute, right? Or did you actually mean horsepower per minute? How can the phone just drop in there and disappear, man? Okay, I'll find it once we stop. Need to put it, I cannot put it in the pocket, seems like. Because these standby pockets, the phone won't stay in there. It already dropped on the floor or on the ground on one of the other charging stops. It's got a little bit more damage every time it drops on the ground. I'm scheduled to get the back side of the phone replaced for around 100 euros. It's the glass back that has been broken in several places. And also even the front screen is slightly damaged. Because here is where I could pull out, but 15%, that's too early. So go slightly deeper to Hochstock that. No, it's not kilowatt per minute, it's kilowatt hour per minute. Kilowatt is power, kilowatt hour is energy. Oh shit, I kind of need the phone for starting the charging session, yeah. On the Circle K. Where did it drop into the center console here? No, it didn't. Somewhere. Okay. Let's hope I don't lose too much precious minutes by finding my phone. Okay, almost there. Right, microphone on, microphone off. This is why that trip with the G9 was so important, so I can map out everything beforehand, so we don't get any surprises. The region is really strong. I like it. Right, 13%. 456 when we left the highway. Now we go for the charger that is available. Good. I have to play. Okay, charge was on the right side with the wrong side. Should have been the left side with the right side. I guess we just back in. We could go. We could go nose install, but let's back in for that. Well, yeah, let's back in for the better view here. And just slightly on the wrong side, but no big deal. Hawkstoy. Let me quickly locate the phone. Yeah, I see it. Okay, I think it is relatively quick to start, right? So, okay, I have to do the whole cleaning stuff. Let me see. Oh, I forgot to turn off the HVAC. Alles gut. This is it, the last starting stop, and then, oh, look at that, 347 kilowatts. Wow, it ramps up really quick. Wow, very good. Okay, so last starting stop. Well, okay, maybe I don't want to check the navigation yet, because then the car will bug me about charging stops needed to get there, but no, don't. You're a munchie. Come on, could you just stop being annoying? Shit, man. Jävla munchie. Come on. 40% already. Good done. Let's see. I'm gonna show the amphin, no, the Phoenix contact outside. Wait, now we didn't black out. What? That's so random whether it black. Oh, 53% already. Wow. This is schnell. Okay. So now I have to check. From here to home is 204. Okay. 243, right? Okay, let's say 250 total then. And then the consumption was 240 on the previous leg, but it's going to be lower now. Now we might expect 220, 230. Okay, okay. Oh shit. The idea that was 66. We try about the root plan here. I calculated 66% needed. Is that really what we need? But root planner claims that we need 61%. Damn. Okay. I might need to go at least 65% this time. Maybe even 70 to be sure. I want to hammer it. I think it doesn't take that many extra minutes. Okay. Right, let me navigate. I need to borrow the screen for a bit. Where to? Riemann. There, Riemann. Start. The car will probably say I can make it there. No, okay, it doesn't estimate anything yet. Okay, whatever. I can just go back to the charging screen. I think we still don't have enough yet. No, it was okay. Yeah, I mean, compared to Tesla, this is still quite fast, right? I'm not sure compared to other cars. Well, compared to the Chinese, it's kind of slow. Freaking Chinese cars, man, they would be at 80% by now. Lol. Yeah. But then, do I want one last charging stop? I could stop at Rygge, for example, and pump in 340 kilowatts for 3 minutes. But there's the overhead and stuff like that. So, I mean, if I can almost make it there and I just have to charge for a couple of extra minutes, then it's still worth it to stay here. Yeah. Okay, let me see what the navigation claims now. It doesn't give any. Okay, it hasn't calculated anything yet. Okay, that's kind of silly. 90 kilowatt hour. Okay, a small minus with this car's navigation is in general it is quite accurate when it comes to estimating stuff, but right now I navigated back home and this says 63%. That's what we have right now, so it hasn't told me how many percent I will over. There finally took, wow, dude, that took several minutes. 14% on arrival it claims now, but it might not be the case, but okay, whatever. Home. This time, okay, in the past 2 other stops I went to 61%, but this time I calculated I need possibly 65 to 70% to be able to make it. But the route planner claims I need to spend 61% going home, and I have the premium, so it takes in account weather, temperature, lots of other extra variables to make it as accurate as possible. So yeah, I guess me, the Ninja, and the route planner, we tend to get the same result. I calculated 60. What was it again? Did some manual calculation. I calculated 66%, and then the route planner claim, well, not there, claim 61%. So it's roughly on that ballpark, right? So it means that now we are almost good to go. So I mean, shouldn't I have charged to only 50% and then hammer it to the next charger and then charge for 3 to 5 minutes? We have the overhead we have to count also if we take another charging stop. So charging just a couple of extra minutes like we do now is most likely worth it in most cases. Okay, now I need to get ready. We're about to leave soon. I'm gonna get my bottle and then this and then yeah. Almost 70% now. 68%. Okay, almost good to go. Get ready. 70%, okay. This was 16.5-minute charging stop, and the average charging power was still over 200 kilowatts. So that's pretty good, right? Okay. The way we count is that we take, okay, let's see. Wow, this is so bad, the haptic shite on this car. There, okay. Alright, last charging stop. So, we have done 750 kilometers. The car counts distance exactly. And then the way we count time is that to take current time, 5:17, plus 1 hour and 49 minutes. So we are a little bit past the 7-hour mark, and we've done 750 kilometers already. So 250 kilometers to go. Yes, this is going to be a fast run. Way faster than the old EQB at least. But will it be a lot slower than 9 hours? Well, let's find out. Then I need to do the recording of the myself with the thing here, because now we have perfect the golden hour when the lighting is perfect for before we get any sharp sun in the face and shit like that. So I look like a lobster. So I need to record right now. In the left lane, but I need to focus on the camera. So how is the comfort here in the GLB versus the GLC? Well, immediately I noticed when I picked up this car several days ago that the ride comfort is not as good in the GLB versus GLC. So GLC, even though it didn't have the air suspension, it was just nicer ride, comfortable ride. Also, soundproofing in the GLC was better. And then this GLB also lacked some of the equipment, some of the nicer features, some of the nice interior that we had in the GLC. So is like, okay, slightly downgraded in everything, right? But the crazy part is that the price in Norway, you need to know is that the GLC is expensive, 860k NOK, but this GLB, I expect it to be maybe just 600k, right? No, it's 750 versus 860. Like, what? Well, I guess if you haven't pulled out in time and you have too many kids, or maybe you have divorced and you have a new wife and you have 2 kids on that side plus your two of your own kids, then suddenly you have 4 kids and 1 wife, right? Or you have 2 wives and 2 kids, or I don't know, and you need a 6 or 7 seater, then you need this, then 5 seater is not going to cut it. So yeah, I guess that works. But in terms of comfort, I would take the GLC any day, man, as long as we can fit everyone in there. You can drive 2 cars maybe, yeah, how about that? But overall, I mean, this is still nice, nice car, but I just wonder if the price for the car can justify what is it, charging speed. X-Bang is better, or Seeker is better. Comfort, well, the Chinese cars are better. Efficiency, Tesla is better. So I'm like, okay, whatever. This car probably has a purpose anyway. The 7 seats, just for people without legs. $20. Okay. Whoa. Wow. So there, you see there, there is some significant overhead in terms of plugging it in, right? Getting out of the car, plugging it in, using the app and so on, and then disconnect and get back in the car and turn off the speed nagging and stuff. You know, I can do that while I'm driving, of course, but I tend to, yeah, want to do all that stuff, not click too much before I start driving. So yeah, well, dude, what was it again? 14.5 minutes. So that's 5.5 minutes of overhead, around 2.5 minutes on each side of the charging session. Well, yeah. So I mean, even if okay, we went 70%. What if we went to only 40%? Well, I could have done that and then hammer it somewhere, but I have to then be able to match the charging stop somewhere in Norway. But it's relatively easy in Norway side. I don't know, Rygge, kind of, or not sure before that. And then I could take a 5-minute stop or 3-minute stop at Rygge. But you have to expect, Rygge, like almost 5-minute detour, right, or whatever they call it, overhead, which is 0 kilowatt charging, and then combine that with, let's say, if you have 5 minutes of charging, most likely you don't need 5 minutes. But if you have 5-minute charging, and even if you can average 300 kilowatt during that session, it will only be 150 kilowatt average. So versus just sitting here and still receiving 170, 160 kilowatt, you know. So that's why if you just need a little bit more, then it pays off to just sit and wait rather than trying to split it and take 2 stops and all that. But yeah, I did document that on the other 2 stops I went for only 61%. It was only the last year that I needed 71. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, 764 kilometers done now. Wait, I didn't want to put the phone there. I had to make sure the phone is somewhere else. There. Okay, just I'll have to pay attention. I want to check on the since reset 245. Okay, from reset 245. from start? 235. Okay. Yeah, so this 235 is close to the from start. Yeah, 235 is close to the total. It has a little bit extra local driving, but we know what ballpark it is at 235. Okay, and then 90 seconds charge. It's cooling down the battery, I guess, every time from charging here. 264 right now. Okay, we just have to make sure we can make it there. The car says 21% now at arrival, so even if it's 10% or even 5% is plenty, right? Did I charge too much? Should I have gone for 60% instead of 71? Well, I guess we'll find out once we are in Yes Home. But let me see, how long does it take now? 222 kilometers. I can usually average about 110 kilometers per hour, right? 2 hours and 13 minutes, the car claims. I can do it in 2 hours roughly. That means 5, 6, 7:30 I will finish. Oh, that would be 9:20. Okay, so we are looking at that ballpark. 9:15 to 9:20. Yeah, and then my spreadsheet calculated 9:27 as the best time. Yeah, so usually fast charging cars, they will do it better than my spreadsheet. So 9:20 is quite legit, I'd say. 5.5 minutes from 60 to 70%. Okay. But I mean, people can't expect me to arrive on 999 at 1%. I'd say that if I 999 and I have around 10%, then that's within spec, right? I have tailwind now, okay. But I also need to go home, so I also need a little bit extra percent just to get back home safely. But I think as long as I get home and I have 10% or less, then that's within spec. People can say, oh, but you could have charged 3 minutes less and gone deep and arrived home at 1%. You want to have the margin, you know. Nobody goes that deep on a normal basis. So we will see. We will get a more accurate estimation once we reach Strömstad in. Let me see, what was that again? We stopped at Strömstad in around 20 minutes. We get past Strömstad, because I know that from Strömstad to the border it will be 10 minutes, and then from the border to home that will be another. Well, I quickly said from Strömstad to home it's 1.5 hours. Yeah, quite fairly accurate. I normally need to drive a couple of minutes past home to 999. But there shouldn't be too many delays now with low traffic, and yeah, we're not too late. If we are in Oslo by 9 or 10, there could be more traffic, but we should be in Oslo by 7, which is usually too early for most people on a Saturday. But yeah, there's one point of improvement lately is that you guys probably don't care about this, but the routine, the evening routine when we put the kids to bed is that up until earlier this week actually, I would carry Axel in the carrying strap thing until he falls asleep, and then we take him upstairs. But now we try just to bring him upstairs with Wi-Fi. So Axel will just suck on some titties, and then he usually just falls asleep because it's time for him. He will get tired usually around 8. So then that means less time or less overhead or whatever you call it. Because normally I would have to carry Axel for 15 minutes to half an hour, and then go up with Isabel, and then wait for Isabel to fall asleep. She needs the bedtime stories and stuff, and you know, a little bit of cuddling and listening to some lullabies on my phone. And then she normally needs around 15 minutes to half an hour to fall asleep. So now we shave off maybe 20 minutes on average. So from now on, I should be able to start earlier if I can just get my stuff done. Like, I tend to have way too much stuff. I need to prepare uploading tomorrow's video and copy some files and shower and do stuff in the evening. But maybe if I rushed it a bit, I could have started half an hour earlier, and then I could have been home half an hour earlier also. The car claims 20% at the arrival now. Really? What did I just clean the windscreen? It's getting kind of dirty already. Wait, 210 kilometers. But wait, if I'm home at 7:30, then I don't have to go to the supercharger. I bet they have the 80 kilowatt converter anyway, right? So I can just start charging at home instead. 3. So if I charge now at 7:30 on 11 kilowatt, I should be able to gain enough juice so I can make it to Lilleputthamn if we leave home by, well, actually I don't know when we're gonna leave. 10 already? 10 noon? 10, 11, 10? Because no big deal. Okay, if we must, then I can always top up quickly at the Dar early enough before the kids fall asleep. Just top up for 5 minutes, that'll be plenty, and then we can reach Lilleputthamn, and I can do the remaining charging while we are at McDonald's anyway. Last charging stop, yes. Or what was the question? Did you mean where we charged last time, or if we have charged already, or not sure what the question is. That was a bit too short question. No, we are just charged now. We are just going home now. Yeah, I think this is possible, the last stretch, because we have this is 250. No, the slow speed in Norway and Oslo Pass. There's only the other legs. We had a high speed and some headwind, and we did around 170, 180 kilometers. But the last leg would be longer than the others, around 40% longer. But it makes me wonder, did I have the charge at 70%? Or could I have gotten away with 60%? That's always hard to tell. Until we have finished everything. But I can see we have the tailwind now. can always deduct for a few minutes of overcharging. Well, yeah, we can do that. But just based on a Bedrour planner claimed 61% needed. I claimed 66%. Maybe I was a bit pessimistic, or I don't know. So it was either 61 to 66% needed, and then I went 71% to have that margin, because I always want to have that extra margin just in case. Plus that, as we know, when we're 99, we can't just go, I mean, we are not home when we're 99. We need to drive usually around 10 kilometers extra, which usually means 2-3% extra needed, unless we of course bail out at the Fortum charger nearby. But it's like kind of need to dig around there and then go home and stuff. So that's why in general I want to have a little bit margin. That's the whole test here, that we want to make it realistic also. So people would also have margin. Just nail it down to 0%. But we're not talking about like 50% margin, but at least around 10%, 5-10% margin. You can just safely go home, and then you have 11 kilowatt charging at home, so then no problem, right? But of course, there could be places where you don't have home charging, or you have some kind of public charging outside your high-rise building, and it's not guaranteed you will get charging, and then you might want to have 10% margin, or maybe more, in case you can't get any charging, right? Well, I don't know, but as I've seen it in Oslo, many people live on a place where they don't have the dedicated spot. But there's been cases, I don't remember what the heck it was. I wonder if it was a Volvo ES90 or what the heck was it again? I had to go real deep and even have to stop at Fortum to charge a bit more just so I can get home, because I was like 99 with 1% left or shit like that. So yeah, then the car spent more than I expected. And maybe also when I have non-state of charge scale, then non-linear state of charge scale, then it becomes also hard to calculate, because then I can't just take the percent I spend on the way down versus whatever I need to charge up on the way back. And the weather condition might also change during the night. But yeah, this car did give me an estimation. But it seems like every time it estimates in the beginning while we are charging, that's not what we're going to end up with. We usually end up with less than that, like 5-10% less than that. So that's why I need to have good enough margins. Even if the car says, oh, we will arrive with 19% now, most likely it's not going to be 19%, it will be 9%. We'll see in a couple of hours. But I would say that if we have more than 10%, like 15% or 20%, then I would agree to deduct some charging time. But as long as we have less than 10%, then that's not deductible. It's the margin we should have, the safety margin. Is that Fiat 500e? A small auto. It's so small I can barely see it. I mean, it's probably not. It's probably a fossil Fiat 500, right? It is Norwegian registered. It is a. I think that's a Fiat 500. Wow, they're on a trip even. This freaking trunk is full of shite. Damn. But this makes me wonder. Okay, why would you buy an Inster? Because it's very small, right? Or Fiat 500. Yeah. So why would you buy an Inster? It's so small that you can barely use it as a family car. Well, you can kind of use it, but you buy the Inster because it's cheap. What if you get something bigger, but it is Chinese and the software is actually good, like a Mona, no, the L03. Then because people say, oh, but you know, when they live in Paris or Hilton, then it's tight over there, and then they can't get big car. Well, okay, fully understandable. You don't want a 5-meter long Model X, but what about a 4.2-meter long car, right? Like ID3 or the Skoda Epic, or yeah. There are plenty of good 4.2 to 4.5 meter cars out there that doesn't ride like I don't know, strongly, but go-kart. It has some comfort and space and more flexible in case you need to do stuff. But also, dude, I think I need to buy some stairs. Yeah. And this car has okay length. I measure it. It's like 2-meter length. But if I actually pull the stairs all the way in the front somehow, could even get more, almost 3 meters. You have to make sure that it is as safe as possible in case of a crash. I have to strap the stairs. But I wonder if the stairs are only around 3 meters long. So I could put the whole thing in there and maybe open the back a bit, but as long as the stuff doesn't poke more than 1 meter in the back, then I don't have to even mark it. Just have to open the trunk, and it's just a 3-kilometer trip from Biltema to home anyway. Well, I think I need a 5 or 6 meter long stair for accessing the roof of the garage and some stuff in the balcony, so I can do some stuff. Now I feel like I'm lacking a bit of that because I never needed that in the old house, but now with the big house, then I feel like I need stairs. I need to invest in one of those, but they are kind of like 1,500 NOK, so maybe I can find second hand on Finn, or maybe we can just buy that one. I feel like it's necessary. Trying to save money and prepare for the tax I will get. Yeah, we get it by the end of August. They will send the next round of tax, which is around 10,000 euros to pay. I think it was 107,000 NOK last time. Yeah, and 4 times that per year, or every 3 months. Tailwind, good, okay. This is like 261 watt-hour per kilometer, alright. So far so good, huh? Where's the cable? Right there. to camp for a little bit. Don't need too much. Wait, there, okay, good. Alright, Gen Metro Suzuki. I mean, for us, like local driving, Model 3 would be plenty. But for those road trips we tend to do like once or twice per year, then we can always just borrow some SUV. Since I'm in a position to borrow those press cars, and like Audi was happy to lend me the Q6. I can test it and just they get some exposure. I get to borrow a free car and I get to experience how it is. And the more experience I get with other cars, the better. So I mean, I always feel like I don't need a big car, because every time I need one, occasionally I can just borrow one. So more, and in general, bigger cars, they are more expensive to maintain and buy and all that stuff. So we can just get away with the Model 3, for example, or even Melinda. You know, dude, like, I bet if I went on some trip, even if it was just Göteborg or somewhere, like with Melinda Falcon, people would watch that shit. Road trip with a 13-year-old Tesla. How is it? Yeah, let's find out. Space on Melinda Falcon is unmatched. The trunk is so big. I think it's bigger than anything else, except for maybe some like pickup trucks, right? And even the trunk is quite big. Oh, I wonder. I'm getting the Model 3 fridge now. I wonder if the Model 3 fridge will fit better in Model S. But the Model Y is just too big. The fridge is pokes out. It's too fat to fit in the hole there. Yeah, that's what he said. But the Model 3 fridge is only around 20 liters. When this big fridge I have now is 35 liters. I think we can go on a road trip with only 20 liters. You just have to not put all the drinks and shit in there. Just put the necessary cheese and whatever in the fridge, and it'll still be fine. Poor efficiency. Yeah, I think mainly because they are short. Because, you know, for better drag coefficient, you want to have a longer vehicle. So that's why the X9 was so awesome, because it's 5.3 meters and they managed to make it spacious enough for passenger and cargo, but also they could make that teardrop shape for efficiency. And that's why Model YL is more efficient than the Model Y, because they have basically the same shape, but the Model YL is just a little bit longer. Okay, we are gonna pass by Stromstad. Oh, the birds are... Wait, where are they flying? I thought it's gonna fly south. Dude, you guys are flying the wrong way. Not north, you need to go south. Those birds are lost, man. Okay, here. 5:48. Okay. We should be at the border almost at 6 then. Wait, almost at 6. Okay, that means we'll land in line at 7:20-ish. Well, it could be 9:10. Wow. Because it will be current time plus 1 hour and 49 minutes. Or 1:50 basically, yeah. Yeah, seems like it now. New estimate. 9:10. Wow, that is very good if we get it in 9:10. Well, it'll be slightly worse than the GLC, obviously, because this has the worst efficiency, but way more space than the GLC. No, the EQ, what's it called again? CLA, yeah, that's what I meant. CLA was not that great from what I remember, the space. 999 will be at 720 estimated. And that should mean 910. Maybe we have a Toyota BZ4X. Yeah, I wonder why people buy them, because the software there is freaking dinosaur. Efficiency is like, yeah, okay. Space is also like, okay. I mean, Model Y and Xpeng G6 is better. Also, Secret 7X, of course. Let's not forget that. Maybe they buy the Toyota because they are reliable. They have the long reputation of being reliable. You buy the quality brand, Toyota. Today, tomorrow, Toyota. The power of surprise. And then, I don't know. It doesn't have a glow. Oh yeah, it has that infra heater shite. They're just trying to make the car more efficient. How about just implementing some octavalve? You know, that makes way bigger impact than digging around with like, camera mirrors or something like some brands tend to do. Or I don't know, slick door handles and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, it helps a little bit, but just get the HVAC system to be efficient. That makes a ton of a difference. Like Tesla did. Tesla already had the aerodynamics already from start. Like Model S was already quite aerodynamic, and Model 3, Model Y. But they didn't have the HVAC very efficient, especially during winter, man. Holy shit balls, man. Oh, it's so thirsty with the PCC heater and the dumping of heat from after the supercharging. But it seems like even today, about 6 years after Tesla introduced octavalve, still many car manufacturers today, they haven't invented anything remotely as close to Tesla when it comes to the octavalve. Only BYD has a 7 valve, but I haven't felt like it was that great. Also, when I tested the Kia EV, you know, the e-Niro in minus 20-25 degrees Celsius, it was not as efficient as Model 3. Xpeng G6 or Secret 7X, but Secret 7X is more expensive. Order soon. If you're not sure, I would go for G6. It has received nice upgrades, and this G6 already has very good software, and it has the hardware that can receive all the new updates. The Seeker is more like gambling. You can try that, but it has nicer interior. In general, like nicer ride. It's kind of both, you know, it's comfy. I don't remember all the numbers. I think Seeker might also have slightly better space and also better noise, and also more power. But it is more expensive. But the software is somewhat annoying in the Seeker. So that's the gambling point, that you don't know if Seeker or Geely will fix all that or not. But with Xpeng, we already have the great or the way better or less annoying software available. So if I would choose, I would get the G6. I like that car a lot. Versus the old G6, and the old software was like, it wasn't really convincing. But now it's like, oh yeah. There are a few things I would like to change, like the horrible 0.5 second throttle lag, but I can kind of live with that. I just have to, you know, my brain need to pre-program that I need to preload the car for the 0.5 second lag in an intersection or roundabout. Yeah, exactly. If you have the money for the 7X, get the G6 or G9. Well, the G9 I feel like is outdated. It seems like that Xpeng, they are going for the G9L instead. I haven't seen the interior, but I would guess that it has the more updated interior and probably a head-up display with a projection of the blind spot there and so on. Just like the P7 Plus on the X9. Oh, okay, probably leasing. Well, but like I said, Xpeng, they already have better software, less annoying. But then with the Seeker, it's a gambling. You don't know if they're gonna fix it or not. They claim that they are working on something, but it's not specific what they're gonna work on. So it would be great if they could just say, yes, we're gonna fix this and this and this and this and this. You know, the people, not only me, but other people have been nagging them about, then that would be safer. But they kind of need to promise that they will do it, or even just release the update. Worst case is that you get that Seeker and then it's still shite even after some update, and they didn't care about fixing the important stuff, nagging and all that stuff. I don't remember. 36 points, at least 10 or 15 of those should be kind of important or critical. The rest is more like nice to have, but yeah, you can live with them, right? Okay, 260 consumption now. Now the car says 16% at arrival. Okay, so it keeps dropping and dropping. Well, interesting. I got to check now at the border. We'll be at the border soon. Yes, okay, that's going to be out right around the 6 o'clock mark. Company leasing. If it's not a question of money, why don't you get the X9 instead? Neo's project is when it's in, huh? Do you believe in Neo's project? Nope, I don't. I have talked about this many times. You know, when I was the Neo Bjorn, the influencer, I was kind of pretending to be a Neo owner. You know, I kind of had the car for several months. We did some trips with it, so it was kind of like trying to be an owner without paying the bills and all that shit, of course. But and I felt like things could have been better. You know, many things could have been improved. But of course, I understand also that stuff costs money, and they don't want to just throw money out of the window. However, sometimes, I mean, they don't like this probably, but when I question the benefit of Neo House, like how much it cost versus, well, I have to pay attention there. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna write 6 o'clock arrival in Norway. Oslo, yeah, okay, no, Schweinsund, okay. It's 5:59, but it's basically 6. Oh, too big, yes, with the double O. Okay. No, actually, the remarkable thing is that the X9 is incredibly efficient for the size it is. So, yeah, you would think that the X9 is thirsty, but it is like a Seeker 7 GT, which is a shooting brake, consumes roughly the same as the X9, or some of the BYD, like the BYD Seal maybe, right? Or even the a sedan or a station wagon consumes more or the same as a minivan. How is it looking now? Big difference. You mean time, right? Well, it might be around 15 minutes slower than GLC. Now the sun is up, just behind some clouds. G6 has, I think it was 83 kilowatt hour, or I don't remember. But the net capacity was around 80 kilowatt hour. No, but it had 92 before, but that was the NMC battery. And then when they switched to LFP, it got shrunk. How was that again? Don't remember exactly. Net capacity. What was the gross then? 83, right? So very little buffer. Yeah, I think that's how it was. The G6 got a bigger hit on net capacity or the battery size, whereas the G9 had a smaller reduction in battery size, but also LFP, both of them. Yeah, that's the thing about like even the Seeker 7 GT Core. It has a smaller battery, but it charges so fast, man. So then it's like whatever. I mean, you can reach 80%, even 90% relatively quick. You can reach 90% at the time that other batteries need reaches only 70%. So I mean, practically in long trips, that's what you need. That's the thing that many people don't understand, is that for short trips, then whatever, you have plenty of range anyway. You charge at home, but on long trips, then the fast charging speed matters. And then if you can just top up. Okay, well, on the first leg, yeah, I forgot. The first leg, okay, then the range matters, the battery size matters. But from there, then it's just the top up speed that is important. Get the classic Ioniq instead. It's overall a better equipped car with better auto steer, and they seem to have less major battery problems. Just you have to be careful about the motor problem though. You have to service that in time before it goes kaput. But yeah, I mean, Ampera E has better range, but it's also less efficient. But overall, it has still better range because the battery is around more than twice as big. So net capacity, I don't remember, I measured around 57 kilowatt hour when it was new. They might be reduced down to around 50 by now. But then the classic Ioniq is down to around 23 only. Okay, I need to power nap somewhere without anyone disturbing me. If I can power nap like half an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, then I'm good. Then we can totally go to Lilleputthammer, no problem. X-Bank Seeker. Well, I would actually rate X-Bank to be higher than Seeker right now, simply because the software in the X-Bank, they have tuned it for at least the European market. I'm not sure how it is in China. In China, people probably want the bing bongs and nagging, all that annoying stuff that I don't like. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, everyone is talking about BYD, the high sales numbers, but after testing the BYD, okay, in the beginning I was like, okay, nice, but then it was like horsepower hour, and then new energy, and then the BYD infotainment seems to be not nearly as advanced as Seeker and X-Bank. The way you can customize things and just navigate through the menu and find settings and what settings are available to set and change and all that. Or it's more like the other brands, they have improved over the years, but BYD has been kind of stagnating on the software. Yeah, exactly. BYD is more like that, different league. And the same with MG. Okay, they have improved it, but also feel like it's not that user friendly and not that advanced. And they're doing all that shit with a 2-screen and shit in the IM cars. I don't know, maybe they think that having more screens is more premium, but to me that's more it's clumsier. I would rather want one bigger screen than several smaller screens. But I see many people in Norway, they purchased the Mazda 6e and also Deepal S05. I bet the S05 is probably because of price, and then the Mazda, I don't know, just brand loyalty and probably also okay price and okay spec. But the software on those cars are very annoying. So I wonder if they'll fix it. Yeah, some of the Chinese cars are very nice. But some of the Neos also, at least some of the Cherry cars. The Atlantic's ET is very nice, slick sedan. But the software in the ES, the SUV, was very annoying, some of them. And I suppose also the ET is the same. Wait, which one are you? I mixed them up. I think ES was a sedan, ET is the SUV that I tested. It's supposed to come into Norway, Europe, eventually. but how good is it? Guess we'll find out. New battery swap. Well, yeah. It's just that they haven't really followed up too much. Or Neo. X-Bank did adapt. In the old days, some of the X-Banks, they were really shitty on the charging. Well, I mean, with the G3, it was really shitty. Just chod them all. They took some shortcuts and because it was simpler to implement CHAdeMO since they already had the GPT standard. They're also physically very similar, the plug. So not that much needs to be changed, and they can offer the car at okay price. But then the problem is that they made a shitty product. So not many people, fortunately, did buy the G3, but I see them from time to time in Norway. And also the P7 has been sold, but not that much. But they fixed that in time, and they went for the G6, which was a good choice. G9 also, yeah. So I feel like Neo should have done the same thing, just like ditch the battery swap, go for faster charging instead. They already have the tech in the GLB battery, right? I mean, that could have gained more customers. Morning. Good morning. Well, 251 watt hour right now. It's going to be lower and lower on Norway side. Car says 13% arrival. Yeah, seriously. Maybe I was right and we'll arrive at 5%. Right, we have 113 kilometers left. That should take a little bit roughly an hour then, yeah, finish. Consumption might be around 240 total consumption by the time we end it. Eight 76 kilometers done now. See, it's been raining earlier, but over here we have not that much wind. %80%. I don't have that, but I have 10 to 75% range. It's shown in my spreadsheet. brand partnership in the making. Well, Avilo asked me if I'm interested. And then, well, I haven't replied to them yet, but the answer is going to be no. I have my reasons for not getting Avilo as a sponsor. They could pay me some stuff, money per month, and make some videos about Avilo and stuff. And if it's 7 people, yes, but 2 of those people will be without legs, or some Asians, small Asians. That then kind of works. Oh, a brand. Okay, you meant car brand partnership. Well, I don't know. I sent the request to Xpeng. I wanted to be Schaubjörn, but they haven't replied yet. They're probably busy. Yeah. Okay, now I feel the fatigue, getting sleepy now. Now to stay awake for the last hour. Well, next year, I hope I can sleep somewhere between 4 and 6 hours in the afternoon if I go on my challenge. Plus start a bit earlier, that also helps. Because yeah, if I can start around 7 in the evening, I'll be done by 4 at night already. So by now I should be in bed sleeping. No, car says 12 minute arrival. Do you recommend this car? Well, if money is no question, then well, I try to understand what is the point of this car, and I guess the point is that you get a compact 7-seater, but I mean, is that even a point? Because it's so tight here. With the sponsorship, yeah, I get the impression that they have some sponsors and stuff going on, yeah, and some probably pay some advertisement and stuff. But I believe I can really be convincing. There could be, I bet there are many people out there who are not sure, or they haven't heard about this brand, you know. And at least based on my experience with the cars I borrow, it's great now. It wasn't like this before, you know. I'm not doing this only for the money. I mean, of course, I'm also doing it for the money. But before, it wasn't too convincing. I mean, they were still okay, but now with the newer software and the newer hardware in some of the cars, I was like, wow. So of course, I mean, you can say, how many ID7 did I help sell? Because I also love the ID7. Comfort, the space, the design, the efficiency, or you guys know, right? So how many ID7 did I help sell? Probably a lot. How much money did I receive from Volkswagen? Nothing. At least when I helped Tesla sell cars, they rewarded me with lots of referral prices. So, yeah. So that's why I think it's just fair and square to get some money or for helping people find the right car. And that would, I don't just want to, like, I mean, how to put this? Okay, some cars that are not that great. Yeah, for example, if Stellantis came to me, you guys know how the story goes, right? You know where this is going. If Stellantis said, we want someone like you to promote the Citroën EC3, I'd be like, how much money are you guys paying? Seriously. It better be big, right? But I mean, even if they paid me a shit ton of money, then what? Because people are gonna find out that the car is shite, They Björn think it's great, and then they buy like, what the heck is this shit, right? I'm gonna lose all my credibility. And it's like peeing in your pants to stay warm, because then I lose subscribers, I lose credibility, and then I won't be making more money. But as long as I recommend the good shit like Tesla for many years, for over a decade now, people, they purchase the car, it's good, they love it, like just like enhanced products, just like Stormbag, but they're not available except for Norway. But it's also important for me, if they agree that I will become a Schaubjörn, is that they need to improve the software to stay ahead. Otherwise, people will buy the Xpeng, and then after 2 to 5 years, other brands are caught up and they are better in software and hardware. But Tesla kept improving over the years. Better software, better hardware, nice interior, better efficiency, better soundproofing, better ride quality. So they kept improving, which is very important. So they become the benchmark even after 10 years, right? Shake me, recommendation behind it here. Short video with summary. Oh, behind a paywall. I'm in general not a fan of the paywalls. I keep finding it every day, and it's like I tend to just shoo away from whatever site or newspaper that has a paywall. Xpeng are doing campaigns all the time. Maybe they should consider an Xpeng Björn campaign. That would be global expense for them. Yeah. Okay. I guess I can just be transparent for now. I heard about this, that there is some like influencer, whatever. They probably have lots of followers on TikTok or Instagram. They make a deal with the dealership, which is Bilia. And something, I don't know all the details, but something like they can borrow a car, I don't know, or whatever, right? An Xpeng, so they can promote it. But also for every car they sell, they will get money. So that's what I'm thinking. Minimum, if for every Xpeng I sell, maybe they can grade it so that, okay, an X9 gives me bigger reward than an L03, understandable. But in general, I would require at least 5,000 NOK or around 500 euros for each Xpeng I sell. Might even be higher, because when you think about this, in the old days, Tesla gave the buyer 10,000 NOK credit and the seller, the referrer, 10,000 NOK, because they found out that getting a customer to buy a car, a Tesla, would cost them 20,000 NOK. So it worked great. They sold lots of cars. But I don't know if things have changed now. But yeah, lending them a car to me doesn't cost too much, and every car they sell is great. It's like a snowball effect. More and more customers would get the X-Bangs, and the people will see more X-Bangs on the road. And then, you know, the whole mentality is, okay, if lots of people are driving them, it can't be that shit, right? Well, lots of people are also driving Toyotas. Oh, you're in Denmark. Okay, cool. Thank you. It was, I remember it when they had this campaign. They made this advertisement, and they wanted me to be in the video. Yeah, so already back then, it was 1 or 2 years ago, they already considered me as a face for promoting X-Bank, right? But it was a clear advertisement, and that's the thing I didn't like, because it was more like I had to follow a script and say whatever they wanted me to say, right? So it's like, and I remember they were like, okay, you can highlight this, then like we have the nice massage and the ventilated seat, and when you are on the road, you're like, oh, this is great, you can listen to the music. But I thought, the sound system wasn't that great, right? And then also back then it was like, well, and the auto steer is kind of annoying. It slows down in the curve. No, we don't say that. We don't say that we don't say negative things in an advertisement. Yeah, true. But how about just fix that shit, you know, before you start advertising? That's what they did eventually. They fixed all that annoying things. I feel like this car is really generous on the washer fluid. Okay. Let's do some status update here. 905 kilometers. Oh wait, really? 905? What? 81 kilometers to destinations. That would be what? 9? Wait. I calculated no error, but is that true? Something doesn't sound right. Because when I'm at Yes Hope, I will have 986 kilometers and have to drive 14 kilometers extra. Well, maybe. Wait, was it? Yeah, maybe that's correct then. Was that? Yeah, okay, we checked at Varberg. It was supposed to be 394 kilometers, right? And the trip meter shows 394.4. So okay. 3 charging stops. Varberg, Falkenberg, and then Hookstop. Yeah, they're not that long stops, not that long detours. compared with Osco with the vertical panels. Every time I drive past them, which happens every week, I'm like, oh, I want some vertical solar panels. Like they even slapped down some vertical panels on the west side. Damn. They have money, right? Or they probably have high enough consumption to justify all those panels. Look at that. West side and south side panels, vertical. And the good thing about that is that they will work great in winter. Because I still don't know if I get solar panel on the roof, how can I clear the roof during winter? I mean, do people clear the roof? There's one guy in the neighborhood. He has just a few panels, maybe just, wild guess, like 400, 500 watt total. But he clears the roof because he lives on a slope, so it's relatively easy for him to clear the roof. And that one is fairly flat, an east panel on the roof. Like, could be something like 10, 15 degrees on the angle on the thing. Oh, the Cayenne. Well, I guess I could try to get one, but I feel like it's not the highest priority. Other cars that I've been testing now this summer feel like it's more important than the Cayenne. I mean, what is good with that car, except for lots of horsepower? When it comes to charging, it's not super fast, right, compared to the Chinese cars. Peak, yes, I want to test it. It's Peak with a Q. Telescope, so I brush to clean the solar panel. Wow, okay, good. Huh? Really? But what kind of house is that? Because for me, it's quite far up there. Two stories tall and no slope I can rely on. So, yeah. But for me, I would just think whatever is on the roof there just stays there, right? But wait, the solar panels they become a bit slippy, right? Versus the roof. So the roof has some friction and the uneven surface, which tend to make the snow stick longer. So maybe the solar panels will make the snow fall slide off earlier in springtime. Yeah. Is that a question? Probably a solution, but okay. Well, okay, I'm up for that. I mean, using water is probably a really bad idea. But what about burning electricity to clear it? It sounds like, well, not sure. You have to burn a lot of electricity, right? Or maybe it's worth it. It depends, of course, how much surface you want to clear. If you can just burn electricity to melt the snow, that helps. Also depends on the ambient temperature. I mean, and also you don't need to clear everything. Even if you just clear most of it, then the rest will just melt once there's some sun out there, or yeah. I don't know. You know what? Would be maybe it's a good idea to prevent the snow from sticking there in the first place, which is blowing it off before, but it's not gonna happen. Even if you have a fan there, there will be you can't. You will, or I don't know. Can you blow? Because when you blow it there, you will also suck something into it. So melting it sounds like the quietest idea, but then it just requires a lot of energy. So in a way, yes, in some situations blowing it would be better. If it's cold outside, you just need to blow it away. After that's the thing. You need to blow it after the snow has stopped. Yeah. Because if you blow it while it is snowing, then you suck in more. You suck in the same amount that you're trying to blow off. But of course, with a high enough speed, but then that generates noise. Then that could work. Like if you have some kind of, I don't know, leaf blower or some shit up there you mount. But when it's cold, like really cold, then usually it doesn't snow that much. But it depends. But if it's cold, minus 10 degrees, then the snow becomes quite fluffy and perfect for blowing. And then that will require a lot of energy to melt it. But if it's right around zero, wet snow, then blowing it will be way too heavy or hard. And then melting it might be a better idea. But the problem with melting it is that there will be water suddenly running down somewhere. But then you need to then melt all the way. Otherwise, it will actually... What the hell, man? Bird poop shit. Otherwise, it will accumulate on the roof and freeze again somewhere on the roof. So, yeah. But there's one thing though, we are kind of blessed with some wind, so there will be periods where the snow will fall, but then it will blow off. But maybe because of the shape of the roof tiles, it tends to stick. But with a smoother surface on the solar panels, it can then blow off easier. So we just need to test this. MG4. Okay, where is it available? Well, now it says 10% on arrival. Huh? Told you I did. Yeah, we'll see. Who will be right by the end of the day? Denmark. Okay. Because I calculated 66% needed, which means that we went for 71%, so you might end up with 5%. Abedruplan claimed 61% needed, so then we end up with 10% if Abedruplan is right. But Abedruplan and also myself, I only navigated to home, not the 10-15 kilometers extra we need to drive for the 909 point and back again. But I still believe in the vertical panels, because vertical panels, they almost don't need to clean. I mean, if I need to clean them, well, it's just on the wall. I can just use the garden hose and just squirt a bit, and then that done. You know? And they will still produce during summer. And yeah, my business partner, he said that we should go for we could ask the sponsor for some vertical panels, and if there is a little bit gap between the panel and the wall, then we get some bounce off. So I don't know how they are supposed to be mounted. I guess they are not 100% flush with the wall, right? So if there is a bit of gap, then yeah, even just 5-10 centimeter gap generates some bounce, and the backside gets a little bit of stuff also. heck is this noob doing? Okay. As long as you don't get in my way, then that's fine. Fence. Huh? The swimming pool. What? Wait. What? A solar panel? No. Nope. Not for the swimming pool. Good, is this guy drunk or some shit? I don't know, but he's Norwegian registered. I just have to be careful about this nude, man. Seems to be a young driver. Probably not older than 30 years. He hasn't learned lane discipline yet. Oh, he was driving slower in the tunnel, okay. But, I mean, why do people do that? Well, I've been talking about this for a long time now, about putting vertical panels as fence. They would be around 5 meters away from the house. So it's going to be north-south. South is the main surface, and then the back side it will be the north, but then it gets bounced off from the white wall. But then that fence will actually shade for the ripsbuske, Johannesbären that we just planted. So I actually wanted to place it slightly further to the house, but then wifey wanted it like that, so I was like, okay, then we ended up with that position. But I guess it's not a big deal, because the south wall, those bushes, they still get the bounce from the White House until we start getting some black panels on the on the south wall. Yeah. So actually, that means that once we get black panels, it kind of steals a bit of the bounciness. But also the panels, they also have some reflective surface, even if it's black, right? It's black glossy, right? Not black matte. Oh, it's been raining here last night. 15.5 degrees here. lovely rain. Oh yeah, chill down. 15 degrees Celsius now. Oh, wait, Danes arrived. I've seen several Danes. Huh? Do they have summer vacation now? Well, consumption on this leg is 240 now, okay, and it's dropping and dropping. Okay, let me see. 7, 8. Oh, yeah, we're getting close to the 9-hour mark, and we are at 944 kilometers. And then the total consumption on this challenge is approximately 235 only. Yeah. Dude, I'm already down to 18% now. Wow. Still in Oslo. Car says 10% on arrival. Okay, at least seems like we didn't charge too much. Oh, the Cyberster. I mean, I have tested it when it was winter. Yeah. What do you want me to test on the autobahn? No. I mean, it's okay. It's some kind of sports car thingy, but yeah. I feel like Model 3 has better handling and might even be lighter. I don't remember the weight of the Cyberster. Wait, I wonder when we're supposed to go to Lilleputthamn. It takes almost 2 hours to get there. If the kids are hungry around noon, then we have lunch. I think we should leave by 10, right? Which means that kind of need to start. Right? If I arrive now at 7:30, I have 7:30. I have only 2.5 hours of charging time before we're supposed to leave. And I also need to take a power nap before I leave. So then 2.5 hours I can get, well, let me see, it's what were they measuring it? 88 kilowatt hours. I can get around 10% per hour. Okay, that means only 25%. Okay, I might need to top up quickly at the supercharger at only 80 kilowatt. Yeah. Oh, it depends where I'm located. I might. Okay, we'll see. Once we get closer to 99 point. But I might go to Ionic Dal, but then that's around 10 minutes of hammering away from home. So since I'm only gonna top up a little bit, then it doesn't matter. I can just top up at Remen. But of course, getting 340 kilowatt is a lot faster than 80 kilowatt for 5 minutes. Yeah. My Model 3 long range shows same number at 100%. Well, but no, don't. I mean, don't look at the kilometers range. You have to look at the kilowatt hour. That's what matters. And every battery degrades. Okay, is that EX30 gonna change lane? I have to prepare that he might change lane suddenly. Okay, doesn't. What about that? When I get in the Toyota here, will it change lane in front of me? Let me just speed up a bit to avoid any problems here. There's some fresh asphalt over here. 952 kilometers. Welcome to Alnabru. The ghetto I used to live at. Okay, maybe not. Well, it's kind of ghetto. Lots of weird shit going on. The police had razzia in the neighborhood many times. I thought the degradation of Tesla can be determined by comparing. Oh, it doesn't. The kilometer is just estimated kilometer. They can change that stuff. What matters is the kilowatt hour. In a way, kind of similar to a fossil car, you know. The tank, well, the tank is constant though. Yeah, it doesn't change over the years. Not sure what else I can use as an example, but yeah. It's a mistake to only look at the kilometer, estimated kilometer. But we have seen it over and over again that the degradation happens. Just some car, even the ZS EV I used to own, appears to have no degradation, but there was something going on there. And many cars have seen it, that they tend to hide degradation at one point. Then it's not possible to hide it anymore because they're eating up some buffers, and then you see the real capacity, and then stuff starts dropping. Oh, what the heck is this? Oh no, shit! It went down. No, okay, shit. I clicked it so that it went to the speed limit by accident. Over here, there's a lot of mid-lane huggers because. From Alnabru to past here before Lørenskog, it splits eventually. So that's why many people are hugging the middle lane. Because if you stay on this lane, you will end up in Lørenskog. Oh, Ionic 9. Some taxis, right? They go for Ionic 9. I mean, that's a proper 6 or 7 seater. Big enough for space. Also, the EV9 is big enough. But these kind of cars here, well, the funny thing is that they cost roughly the same, I think, as the Ioniq 9. But this car here, like, it could be, what is the point of the 7-seater here? You can fit some people, yes, but you have very little space. Even in the old days, I tried the 7-seater XC90, and I was like, what the heck, was freaking tight in there. Those fossil cars were not very efficient in the space utilization. There was a big ass engine and a gearbox. C-Class electric, huh? Which one is that? Man, there's so many cars here, I don't know all of them. No, but I haven't booked it. Third row in the GLB. What do you mean try? But I have an interior view, and then of course I sit in the third row and I slide the seat forward and I see how much space we have in the front and all that. So yeah, just watch the interior view coming in a couple of days or sometime next week. 959 GLC with 2-speed gear, huh? It's tight, and also the seat is uncomfortably low. But did you mean the CLA? Is that what you mean? I did try the CLA, but both, I don't know if you don't know this, but both the GLC and the CLA and also this car, the GLB, they all have the 2-speed gearbox. Okay, navigation says 27 kilometers left, so I have to drive past that point. There, 960 now. Okay, so 40 kilometers left. Huh? There's C-Class. Okay, but whatever. If it's very new, then obviously I haven't tried it yet. I haven't booked it. I haven't even made a first impression. Usually it goes like this. Car manufacturers announce something. There might be some kind of camouflage that's typical Volkswagen and Audi stuff, and then eventually we get to touch it, not drive it, but just see it. First impression, static view. Some pre-production things fall off or they don't work when we try to press some buttons, and then eventually there might be a test event where there's one or few cars we can test drive, and then eventually I will be able to book it for a full week. So that from the first time it's been announced or revealed until I can borrow it, book it, could take somewhere between 6 months to 12 months. Oh, test drive the launch. Okay, but not everything follows that order, but most cars follow that order I just listed. I'm interested to try the Ferrari, but I probably burn all the bridges. They're not gonna let me that car, allow me to test drive that car. I have 14% left. Seems like I might be right. 9%. Now the car says 9% on arrival. Okay, we'll see. So how is this again? 1 hour and 49 minutes. So we are getting close to the 10-hour mark now. I don't have any contact with Ferraris. I have to try to get some first contact somewhere. 965, 35 kilometers left. And let me see, in 3 minutes we will hit the 9-hour mark. Okay, some traffic we can tolerate, as long as it's not too crazy bunch of snow left lane huggers. Lost, okay. Here's the Ionic 9. It is around 5 meters long, right? It seems like they utilize the space quite well. I remember it was a pretty good space for a 3-seat row, I think. And it seems to have maybe roughly the same nose length as a Model X. How about this Toyota CHR? A neighbor has that Toyota CHR Plus. She used to have another Toyota or something, and then suddenly I saw that, oh, she went fully electric. So in my neighborhood, lots of people, they drive electric. It's a bit impressive that there are actually more EVs than fossil in my neighborhood. $7:10. Yeah, so the kids, they usually wake up around 8. I guess I'll just have to go to the Yemen then. Or, well, I could make the summary outside of Ionity. I'll see. Well, I can kind of know it now. Okay, 906, 900 and almost now. Wait a couple of seconds. There, 970 kilometers, 16 kilometers to yes home exit, or yeah, okay, so that means 14 kilometers past that point. That's almost Ionity. Ionity is 16 kilometers away from home. Wait, that means I need to 9 a little bit before the Ionity exit, really? Okay, let me see once we get closer. But I could have sworn that when I checked everything at Baalbek, that's 400. What was it again? 420 kilometers, something, right? 424 from home. Yeah. That was already a very long stretch, so that the distance error should be very accurate at that point. Yeah, seriously, like this Volvo in front here, you don't see it yet, but it has really annoying driving behavior, because he would drive slow in the left lane, and then he moves over to the right lane and speeds up, and then he gets in front of this Mazda again. And it's like, yeah, like now, you see that Volvo with a freaking roof box. mean, how hard is it to just keep constant speed, right? Or get the fuck out of the way. Okay, anyway, I'm down to 12%. We are still not done yet. It seems like by the time I get home or at some charger, I'll be down to somewhere between 5 and 7%. Well, you're going to get in front, you better hammer it. I'm hammering it now. 976 kilometers. EQS 450 plus. Okay, it's a taxi. See the VT, whatever on the side. Let me check consumption now before the countdown. Okay, 234. Yeah, that's close to the actual consumption. I will calculate everything once I gather all the parts. I need to gather all the segments plus the last segment. Okay, there we passed the 9-hour mark now. 9 hours and 4 minutes so far. We still have 20 kilometers to go. Okay, I just need to get past this dude because he's been camping a lot, so but I have to be careful not to drive too fast. It seems like I want to drive a little bit faster than him, but he just keeps camping in the left lane. So that means I need to block him. Once I blocked him, then no problem. There. Okay, let me see. 981 kilometer. Time is now 9:05. We have very little delays today. The roads are just in normal condition. No slowdown, not many Baustelle. Just a couple of short ones here and there. And then like, what the heck is this shit? You know? Okay, now he decides. Oh, maybe I need to move to the right lane. Yes. Okay, I'm down to 9%. We did not charge too much. That is quite clear now. Okay, so I calculated we should arrive with 5%. Seems like I had a better prediction than the route planner. $983. Oh, freaking taxi camping in the left lane now. It's a Neo taxi. I wonder if it's an E5 or ET7. It's a BYD Han, but it's a taxi like I spotted earlier. Alright, dude, can you stop being annoying? Man, just trying to sabotage. Okay, 985. What? Seriously? Okay, 986. Yeah, now we have to we just passed the yes home exit. Yeah, for cars with few charging stops, then we normally need to drive a little bit past it. So yeah, as long as it makes sense, right? We end up roughly in the same spot like other cars, then yeah, that makes sense. And that means that my distance error calculation is correct. 987. Yeah, some cars that had several other charging stops, they were usually 999 around here. If you have like 5 charging stops or so, then you add several extra kilometers. But I mean, I still wonder, did this car actually under-report by a couple of, like, 0.2%? So it should have been 998 instead of 1000. I don't know. But I calculated, it was 424 versus to a while back. I don't know exactly. It could have been that it's 423.5. And then in the screen it shows 420. I mean, that is over-reporting then, yeah. But yeah, sometimes I also 999 around here. The last time I did, yeah, with the GLC, I 999 right before the exit here. But I still have 989 kilometers. So it kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, we should 999 by now. Yeah. But then the GLC, what kind of stops did I have? Falkenberg first stop, and then this was Varberg, and then after that it was Halmstad. Okay, short, and then here there was okay, whatever. Let me not overthink this. We have 990 kilometers now. Some cars, yes, I 999 here-ish, or in this stretch, or even we have 7%. $720 now, so that means 911. Oh, okay, it'd be 915 as yeah. So I forgot when I was navigating towards the house point. We still need to go a bit beyond that, which is what we're doing now. So I could turn around and go back. I lose maybe 1 minute, but probably no big deal, right? Otherwise, I had to keep driving until we hit Ioni Didar. Yeah. Okay. I think it doesn't cost too much to turn around. Let's do that. Wait, except for that. Yeah, okay. I think it will be just barely enough now if I just turn around here, and then I'll 999 right before the exit and shit like that. Okay. Oh, wait. I have to be careful here. It could be slippery. I think it might not matter. Now it's probably going to be 9:15, right? Now it's already 9:11. Or yeah. Okay, there, 7 kilometers left. But I'm already down to 6%. $9,934. Okay. But do I have to go past the exit now, or because I kind of we need to? Yeah. Okay. Kind of need to 999 before I take the exit, right? But when I did the range test, I calculated that this car underreports by, wait, how much was it again? Yeah, on the range test I calculated 0.9% underreporting. So yeah, that means that we should have hit 1,000 by now. We are at 995. It should have been 991, but I don't know how accurate the range test was in the distance thing. Yeah, but normally when they do 1,000 kilometer challenge, it is usually quite accurate. So now it's 996 soon. Let me see, times 7, how is this again? 7 plus 11, 11. 23 minus 11 is 12. Okay, so it's 912. Yeah, so it would be 915. Well, I think that's decent. That is legit. Oh, but where's the exit now? Exit in 4 kilometers. Count. Okay, we will. Oh no, with exit. Yeah, so we will 999 right before the exit. Okay. Then I have to swipe down to the consumption eventually. 997. Need to get the camera ready. There, 998. Exit is in 1 point. Oh shit! Okay. Not sure how I'm gonna do this because it seems like I need to 999 and then exit or some shit like that. Alright, let's do the countdown. 9990, 9991, 9992, 9993. No, stop, shit. 994. Stop bugging me. 995, 996, 997, 998. Well, the problem is that I needed to exit. Yeah, otherwise I have to go an extra 8-kilometer loop. So there is 999. But we're not gonna hit 1,000. But whatever. Wait, I'm gonna show you something here. The time is 7:26. So you take the current time plus 1 hour and 49 minutes. So it becomes 9:15. Okay. So 9:15 then, and then consumption. Okay, I forgot no, don't gonna reset. Okay, the consumption was roughly in that ballpark, 233 watt-hour per kilometer. But I'm gonna check it once we calculate everything. But okay, very good. What is it beeping about, man? Shit. 9:15 then. Now I had to go charge a bit because I'm down to 5%. So at least we see. Oh, okay. So I have to check. Not from start, but from charging. Yeah, okay. I need to this last section. Okay, let me see. Okay, the last section here needs to be added. The last section was 231 watt-hour per kilometer and 253. So now I should charge to at least 15-20% before I go. But I can do the quick summary here while we are parked. Okay, which stall do I use? It almost doesn't matter, but I can take maybe that stall. Yeah, okay, let's do that. 2D stall. Oh, there's 2 taxis. Maybe 3 taxis. Oh, there's 2 taxis here. Okay, we get the low price now. In the morning hours, I think before 9 we get the low. I wonder if it's 1.6 NOK per kilowatt hour, which is quite cheap for fast charging. see. So this should be charging. Okay. Well, I don't need HVAC right now. I can turn it off. Where you guys want to see the charging session? We're getting 80 kilo. Okay, let's see. Check here. Charge the other EV. Yes, home. Now it is between midnight and 4. Huh? That's strange. Huh, interesting. At Yes Home here, between midnight and 4 at night is 3.1 NOK per kilowatt hour, but between 4 and 8 in the morning is 1.8 kilowatt hour. So we're getting it now. Yeah, the lowest price until 8. And then it's 3.1. Okay, so well, I can show you guys, maybe you can see the numbers here. Oh shit, there we go. Okay. But it seems like many people they charge here at night between midnight and 4, so then they raise the prices. Okay. Anyway, anywho, 1.8 kilo NOK per kilowatt hour. That's good. Okay, you guys want to see the you want to be in my shop, right? Okay, I bet you will. It says causes. What is that? Let me see here. We are now at Byporten. We are now at Remen, Byporten, yes, and supercharger V4 stall, but V3 hardware, 400 volt architecture. This car uses this onboard converter, so it works at least. The first CLA I tested last year, wait, was it last year? Yeah, I think it was last year. Didn't have these converters. It couldn't charge in 400 volts, but it can take only 83 kilowatts. So this is one of the weaker ones, right? In Mercedes, they are like this. That the slowest. Well, actually, Seeker also, and actually, well, Lucid, if people care about that. But for example, Audi, the Q6 e-tron, can go at 135 kilowatt. They split the battery pack in half. BMW iX3 Neue Klasse is even better. It can take 200 kilowatt, half of that, yes. So it says causes. I want to check now what it claimed. No, here. If we go here and then go there and then battery status. No, wait, it's not. Charging power. Here, power. Okay, interesting. Reason for power reduction infrastructure. So it blames the charger, which is partly true, but it's also the car that doesn't take more than this. Okay, whatever. All is good. All right, so now we have done that part. I can put that away. There's a check here on the baby cam thing. Oh, okay, they're still asleep. She is probably still. Let me check Isabel. Okay, she's still asleep. Yeah, she normally wakes up right around 8. Okay, so she's still asleep. All right, everything good. All right. I was going here. Did I get an email last night? No, I don't. Okay, good. Now I have time to check some emails and check some stuff. Okay. Last thing here, quickly check. Okay. Nice and steady. Oh, what the heck was that? What? $700. Oh, I see. Some dude purchased a Model Y fridge. Huh. Well, okay. Hopefully they will be happy with it. It is expensive. I'm not gonna lie, man. Okay. 9 15 then. Initially I claimed 925, but fast charging cars, they tend to be better than my spreadsheet calculation. Well, I think the Korean cars, they can take 100 kilowatt, right? At least, so that's slightly better than this. Yeah, what about BYD? Never tried that. Huh? Like Sea Lion, how many kilowatt can it get on the 400 volt? So yeah, 85 kilowatt. It's gonna take 1 hour and yeah, 10 minutes. Oh shit. Okay, there. All right, let me just prepare now. Maybe okay, this shelf will be and in the way, so I put it there. Oh. And then I say GG, right? And you guys have a nice Sunday, or actually Saturday. If I get to around 25%, I think that would be plenty. Then I charge the rest on AC, and then I can make it over to. I think we're gonna try that today. Enjoy some nice weather and go to Lilleputthammer after the summer. We haven't been at Lilleputthammer now since springtime or June. We skipped it in July. So alright, let me put the thing there. I need to remount some stuff and then do my end speech, and that'll be it. Yeah, the stuff here that I've been using, they are paying for themselves. Like this camera here, I think it's almost 10 years. No, I wonder if it was in around 2019, 20 maybe I was able to buy. So yeah, it's old now, still does some okay job, along with some of the other cameras. I feel like I don't need to renew my stuff, and it, I mean, like, people need to look at the footage. Maybe I need to make a video one day. And people say, "Oh, why don't you get 4K?" But the problem is not the camera. These are good optics, you know, Canon lens, quality lens. It's YouTube that crushes the quality, because when you look at the 1080p 35 megabit per second footage from the camera, it looks really good and sharp. But then YouTube, but then I render it, okay, and then YouTube also crushes the quality, and then, yeah. But of course, when you use 4K, then YouTube forces to go higher on resolution, on bitrate. I could do that. I could link a file, put it in on Google Drive or some shit like that, so people can actually see the raw video how it is. But they need to download it. They can't watch it via YouTube. Oh, wait, but the charging power is going up. It's 87 kilowatt now. So it seems to be voltage based. How is that? Okay, wait. I know that the voltage is around 700 something, right? So 87 kilowatt now divided by, well, we're already at 19%, huh? I think it was 750. It's fairly high voltage. 116 amp? That doesn't make any sense. No, wait. How many kilowatt is this thing? Is it like a voltage step up? No. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. If it's a voltage doubler, then that means that it takes 700. 250 volts divided by 2, that's 375 volts. Okay, 87 kilowatt. That's 230 amp only. Nothing makes sense here. When they're gonna test score, I have no idea. I haven't booked it, so I have no idea when I'm gonna test it. Okay, let me do this. Constant amp with increasing volt. Yeah, that could be it. That it's locked on a certain current, and then as voltage rises, the speed goes up. Because now it's 87 kilowatt. We started at 81 kilowatt. But then there was a biggest rise in voltage in the beginning. Now we are 21%. So it was, yeah. How is seat comfort for a long drive? I mean, it's actually okay. It's good firmness, some nice side support. Doesn't feel butthurt, but I feel like sometimes I would like to get some kind of... Wait, the cooling is going, right? Some kind of seat ventilation. Let me check here. What is the battery status? Battery temp. (33°C). Oh, okay. It's barely heating up then. Yeah. It's the wonder of the 800 volt architecture. 33°C. Because the voltage is double, so then the current is lower, and then the losses are 1/4 of what it should be, and shit like that, right? Yeah. Yep, those are the believers of the 800 volt hype. Yeah. Comfort. No, the ride comfort is way better than the GLC, and also the GLC is quite. It's the top 10. It's a 10th place on the noise level. You can watch it. Yeah. Let me see. I need to adjust this. There. Okay. Maybe I can force the Jova fridge to be off now. Yeah, it wants to cool. Okay. The compressor is running now. I could just switch it off. Yeah, I can do that. There. Then I should say something smart and see what kind of cars we are at 9:15. I have to check here. Okay, so it was almost 2 hours faster than the old EQB. Yeah, but the old EQB was also a lot cheaper. Okay, let me see. Let me check the list here. 1,000 kilometer. Okay, so 9. Okay, so obviously the CLA, but that was kind of 40% wet. Okay, but okay, CLA they did it 9 hours, 202 consumption only. Okay, this one is 230, but that actually is not too bad. Around 230 watt-hour per kilometer. Yes. Okay. But the fastest 7-seater ES8, that's battery swap. Okay, X9, but that's kind of okay minivan. Yeah. I don't know. Can we call this a 7-seater? Wait, what about Ioniq 9? Where the heck is it? Ioniq. Okay, it was a cold run, but still. 955. What? 340 watt-hour per kilometer. 340. What the heck happened there? Okay. What about EV9? Search. EV9. 1020? EV9 doesn't charge that fast, but okay, Ioniq 9 must have charged faster, right? Okay, but those cars are actually big, unlike this car, which is like, I mean, it's like, it's smaller than a fat e-tron, but then somehow they managed to squeeze a third row in there. I mean, it is basically like a Model Y, like a standard Model Y, you know. So I mean, technically it is a 7-seater, but yeah, what category do we put this thing in? I mean, it's just a 4.7 meter SUV, like a ID4, you know, Ford Explorer, G6, right? I mean, size-wise, yes. And those seats there, okay, they are there. Well, I think we should categorize it like a 5-seater SUV, not a 7-seater, because there's a reason why those big like EV9 and Ioniq 9, they are a bit thirsty because they are actually bigger. Same with like the in this Neo EL8. The EL8 with charging was actually quite fast. Let me see here. EL8 battery swap, okay, but the EL8 with charging, 940. Oh wow, but also 288. Okay, still that was very, very nice weather, but the EL8 was not that efficient. But again, it's a big car, you know, big heavy car, all-wheel drive. Just like over 5 meters long, so naturally it consumes something. Plus, that the EL8 was not very efficient, I feel like. So, what the heck should I say about this 915? It's just a 4.7 meter SUV, yeah. So then, in that regard, it's actually pretty fast. It beats Tesla. Okay, not beaten by, for example, the iX3, but okay, 7X 855. But you had a bigger battery and faster charging. Well, a slightly bigger battery, but faster charging. But you see, the 7X was thirstier. Okay, G6 performance, similar size, 9 hours. G9, okay. GLC was 905, okay. Similar size also, yeah. Okay, so it's decent. 915 is decent for a SUV this size. That's what I conclude. I think I will not count the 7 seat. It's kind of silly. Oh shit! I've been digging around too long. What is 32% now? We can just disconnect. No, I forgot. I can keep this on. Okay. 5 plus 2-seater. Yeah, I mean that's what I would call it. Not a true 7-seater. Yeah, I agree. Model Y. Okay. 32%. Okay. How much did that cost? Just curious. The Tesla app is so slow when it comes to processing. 47 NOK. Okay, I'll take it. 26 kilowatt hour, 47 NOK. Okay. Okay, let me get back to this, then this, then this. Dude, I'm not gonna check something here. Airport shuttle thing. Where's the next possible thing? Sunday. Okay, on Sunday there will be some guy who will arrive. Oh, the guy. Okay. Right. So next thing is Sunday at 6. Okay, he will arrive. Then I can try to pick him up. the airport shuttle. There was this guy with a Model Y Performance. He arrived yesterday, Friday at 11, and I told him the day before that, okay, just come over here. I can shuttle you to the airport. And then he came here at 11, but then I forgot about him, and I went to Yes Home and did so. I had to purchase some stuff. I went to Biltema. I went to buy the keyboard and stuff, and I totally forgot about him. So he just arrived, parked in front of the house, and then took some Bolt to the airport. But he's only staying for 3 days. Yeah, I hope it was worth it for him. I think for 3 days, you don't get too big discount on long distance, like Gardermoen parkering. But then, yeah, so he would probably waste over 1,000 NOK, maybe almost 2,000 NOK on parking. So hopefully he saved some money there. But anyway, okay, just checking. But now let's go back to the table. Okay. So 9:15, how fast is it? Well, compared to the old EQB, that was almost 2 hours improvement. So you see how much improvement it makes if you make the car more efficient and also bigger battery, but most important, way faster charging. Those three things together, right? Yeah. Okay, compared to other modern cars, at least nowadays, I think we can't call this a 7-seater because this is only 4.7-ish meters long. So it's like a Model Y or a Neo EL6, or maybe the Xpeng G6, right? In that ballpark. So some guys in the live stream, they said that we should call this a 5+2-seater, because if you compare it to the true 7-seaters like a Neo EL8 or the Kia EV9 or Ioniq 9, they are bigger and they are also thirstier naturally. But okay, but 9:15, I would say it's still quite fast for an SUV. Yes. So yeah, I'm not sure what else to say, man. Not the fastest out there, but compared to, for example, the Seeker 7X, which is thirstier, yeah, it was slower because the Seeker was charging faster and had slightly bigger battery. So, I mean, overall, what should I say? The nice upgrade here allows you to travel far, charge relatively fast, and you can enjoy the ride without charging too often, or the charging stops are not too long. So yeah, there you have it. A great family car, right? And actually today already, I'm going to take a trip to Lilleputthammer and back again. So it's just a day trip. But I will actually not start with 100%. I might start with around 60%, but that's plenty. I can charge on the way there and all that. You're gonna see it. You know? We're gonna try to experience it as a family car and see how it goes. So anyway, that's gonna be it for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching and talk to you later. So we're like, thank you so much for watching this video, and like and subscribe if you like it and you feel like supporting me on the Patreon, then thank you very much. After the video is done. Yeah, that's how it goes. Like, and then, oh shit! After all the cameras have been shut, then yeah. You know all that stuff, right? Behind the scene, yeah. Backstage, that's what all that shit happened. What the heck is that smell? Shit, man. Wait, did I not shut down this? Wait, let's see. Okay, oh, it's just reflection. So yeah, guys, have a nice Sunday drive. No, I mean Saturday. Have a nice weekend. And yeah, 9:15. It was actually quite good. Better than I predicted even. I wish it... Okay, I need to just highlight this. just let me see. Okay. It's not shit. No, what the fuck? What the? Shh. Okay. Probably just put this. We just put this before the end shot. See, here are a couple of things that I kind of feel like it's a bit weird here versus like many of the Chinese cars like Xpeng, Seeker, also Tesla, of course, is that the software here might not be as smooth, developed, user-friendly as the other cars I mentioned, the Tesla, right? Because here we have, okay, we don't have physical button for the memory anymore, but if I just do, like I have adjusted the seat, and then I want to adjust it back to the memory. What do? You can't just do this, and then in other cars like Xpeng and Tesla, there will be a pop-up, and then you just say, oh, restore or save. Here, you must go here, and then you must click here to either save it or click here to resume or to restore. Why? They could have made it so much easier. And I also noticed something else. If you want to stop, turn off HVAC, if you press and hold here, it goes to high. What? No. Okay, okay, but if you press and hold slightly more to the left, it goes to low. What? Okay, so it's not, you can't use that gesture. Okay, but at least if you press and hold on the menu here, it should turn it off. No, then it just does this weird speed 3. Why can't it work like other cars where you press and hold to turn it off? I don't know, maybe I'm nitpicking. Oh, that's good. I'm done. But I mean, seriously, many cars, or many, yeah. What, did I turn it off again? What? No, what? Oh. This car is really aggressive on switching off the whole car. It needs to conserve those 90 kilowatt hours very badly. It's super aggressive on turning off stuff. Like, why? If you had only 24 kilowatt hour in an e-Golf, totally understandable. But if you have 90 kilowatt hour, at least run the shit for 5 minutes before you start turning off shit, right? So, I don't know, man. Like, when I test, you know what I think? Most people who buy this Mercedes who has never tried other cars, they will not notice this. They'll think, oh yeah, great, it turns off. I don't have to push the start button. But if you try the other cars that works way better, you'll be like, why is it like this? Why is it so stupid? Why is it so clumsy? Okay, let's see. I need to turn on the... There. Before I forget it. Okay. And they say, well, at least here, if I press on the menu, wait, can I click somewhere else? I can't. It's to dismiss it. I click on the menu, Okay, that's good, yes. When I click on the menu to bring up the HVAC, I can click again to dismiss it. Yes. But there was one car I tested where that didn't work. I think it was the BMW. It was very annoying. I bring up the HVAC to do some adjustment. I click again to dismiss it. No, it doesn't work. So, like common gesture or common ways that UI works in many cars or in many phones, or like you do a swipe down, you can see some menu or something, right? Like you would expect that that kind of gesture, whatever you do, will work across many different platforms, but somehow the car industry, they don't follow those common things, guidelines or the common things. So it's, I don't know, and especially in a car where you tend to be busy focusing on it, you just want to, okay, it's a bit too hot, let me just, what the fuck, man? And it's like, oh shit, I'm gonna crash into a moose or some shit, or another car now because I was digging too long on the HVAC settings. It's not like, oh, why didn't you shouldn't operate the car while you're driving. Yeah, what do you do then on the autobahn or a motorway where there is no place to stop and it's too hot? Okay, then you need to operate it while driving, and it should be easy to operate it, right? So yeah, I don't know, it seems like sometimes common sense was forgotten when they designed software for electrum. And also Mercedes, they claim that physical buttons are better. Well, guess what? Also for physical buttons, you still need to kind of look where, unless you can feel it where it is. Yeah, but I blame Mercedes for not designing a good touch screen system. And also Mercedes is the car that has a relatively big screen, but they don't utilize the space. They have lots of empty space. It's the same with the EQS. Lots of empty space, no hotkeys or nothing there, just part of the map or some shit like that. Yeah. So that's a bummer. It's kind of funny. It's similar to Toyota. Toyota say they make shitty EVs and they say people don't want EVs, and then Mercedes, they make so much shitty touchscreen UI, and then they say that touchscreen is bad and unsafe. Look at Tesla, they managed to implement it really well, and also especially Xpeng, where you can set more hotkeys. I wish they could do that in Tesla. Then you could just have your most common hotkeys that matters to you, right? Whether it's turning on seat heaters, steering wheel heater, or maybe some places that's not relevant. If you live in Spain, then maybe you want, in Thailand I want recirculation, but in Thailand you want the ABC always be recirculation anyway. But maybe some places, even in Norway, many times I just want to recirculate because there's some smelly shit in front of me. Then I want that to be a hotkey. Along with maybe, if I drive a car with shitty HVAC system, I want defroster to be easier available because they tend to have some fogging problems in the windscreen. But of course, as long as you drive Tesla, then that will not be a problem. Okay, anyway, enough rant. I'm gonna plug it in now, charge on AC. Wait, this can stay on. That will be okay. This can go out. Okay. My dislike on the GLB really is body colored metal paint, even on the yeah. I kind of agree. You see here, it feels cheap because it's like this is screaming E up. Yeah, and I think even classic Ionic was like this. So I don't know. Like for me, premium means that we don't see all this stuff. So I agree. Hello, I think once a month coming with MG4 Urban. I don't know if it's available in Norway. I have to check now on the baby status, how it's going. Well, it's still not up yet. Well, you know what that means? Oh shit, how do I do this? Like this? Okay. There, another like this, okay. You just there. Just remember it. What? Wait, I might be bugged now. Yeah, I wonder if it's bugged. Maybe not. Ah shit! Dude, the thing is bugged now. How is this again? You can force it off. Force stop. Now you have to just this is not good. Wireless controller. Okay, it is connected, but it seems like it was running in the background until when we played during the challenge, and then it remembered. You see now the controller is weird. See, I've seen this in the Mercedes. I haven't seen this in other cars. So what I normally do in this situation is I delete this, and then you have to re-add it. So it's like, is this common problem or? There. So, and then it should vibrate. There. Okay. Hopefully that fixes things. But I haven't had these problems in a Tesla. So, same controller, but then in Tesla it always. But now the shit doesn't work. You see, like I had this so many times, and the problem is. Force stop. Settings, Bluetooth. Is active? Yes, it's active. Okay. Man. If it doesn't work now, then I just fuck it. Oh shit! Wrong button. No, shoot, wrong button. So there's no GLB you can drive here. Oh, now the crawlers. What the fuck, man? Shit. It's the car. It's not the. I have never seen this in a Tesla before. You see? What's up with the German software, man? Did the angry kid make the software? Mine. No, the throttle doesn't work. Helvetes munshit. Okay, that's it. I had enough. The gaming kind of works here, but I don't know. It's just highly unstable. Experimental. Yeah, so okay. Hopefully not too many people buy the Jova controller and try to game in here in a GLC or GLB, because I don't know, man. It was working great during the challenge, but it seems like after that then stuff got stuck somehow. But I did lock, yeah, during the challenge I did lock the car. No, wait, at Varberg, that was the first stop. No, wait, I think I might not have done a proper lockdown where the car shuts down everything, right? Because Varberg, didn't I game at Varberg? Wait, or did I game? I might not have had yeah, because I was surprised the game was still running in the background for many hours. And then something got stuck there, and even if you saw that I removed the controller, added it again, but then it was weird. It doesn't control properly, or it loses connection and stuff. So but I never experienced any of that in a Tesla. Hard reset? What do you mean hard reset? I did shut down the game, open it again. I probably need to lock down the car and wait for the brain to sleep. Lock it for 10 minutes and then come back to it. Yeah, then yeah, the German reset button. But just showing that at home, it looks like this. 11 kilowatts. Yeah, so we can check now. If I go here, where to lilla Hammer start. Yeah, okay, let me test something. 8:15 is the time now. Now it calculated quite quickly. Oh, okay, no, it wants to charge there. Wait, does it tell me how long? Nine to 24%. Okay. What the heck is this? What? What? Is there a charger there? Okay, there is a charger at the Biri. What the heck is that charger? 200. What? Oh, because then the charger. Oh, it wants to stop at 9%. But why would it stop there? Because if you stop a little bit earlier, over here, there's 225 kilowatt at least. But guess what? If you stop at Rudshögda here, there is 400 kilowatt chargers here. 600. It claims 600. No, that is not correct. Wait. Let me see. What does it calculate then? Okay, then it wants to stop there. You see, it will arrive with 11%. No, I was looking at something there. Dude. Munshit. Oh, it calculates based on new state of charge it's receiving. Or, no, it doesn't. Huh? What? Dude, I didn't experience this while I was doing 1,000 kilometer challenge, but 3 minutes it will charge over there. Huh? Wait. To reach the next level, please charge 3. Does it claim that you can charge from 11 to 26% in 3 minutes? That is adding 15%. Okay. Yeah, 260. Oh, that sounds plausible. 260 kilowatt average. Okay. Wow, it takes only 3 minutes to pump it up. And it claims to be 600 kilowatts. What the heck is that thing? What kind of CPU is it? Huh? Wait, I need to check out that. Do we have 600 kilowatt there? But then need to arrive at 11%. Don't really need to charge there. Okay, whatever. This is the problem. It wants to add charging stops. And even if we delete it, it will just find another charging stop. No. Shit. Okay, now he wants to stop. Are you guys seeing this? Instead of stopping at Rudshøgda and charge for 3 minutes, it wants me to stop here and charge for 6 minutes. Munshit. It's not very smart in it. Oh, okay. Get the camera, man. This is foolishness not to record this. Okay, just sorry, I'm going to put you guys a little bit back. He's going to be behind me. Okay, I just noticed something. Just put this. Wait, sorry. Just put this before the end shot. Okay, we now have 35%. We are home, and I'll show you something interesting here. Some people keep asking me, why don't you use the car's navigation? Just navigate and then let the car decide where you want to charge. Okay, see here. We don't have enough juice to go to Lilleputthammer, right? We will arrive at 10%, but it adds a charging stop there. So let me show you here. Okay, what this does? Well, supposedly there's a charger at the Biri Center, right? On the other side of the bridge here. And it wants me to charge from 10 to 25%. It takes 6 minutes. But when you look closer, this is a 200 kilowatt charger. Why? Because we have 350 kilowatt capability. You guys have seen it during the challenge. But look, let's see. Okay, I'm going to show you something. Okay, it wants me to stop there, right? With 10%. Well, guess what? If we stop at the Rudshøgda instead, I know this location. It's claimed to be 600 kilowatt. I don't know about that, but okay, whatever. If I do this, add stop. Rudshøgda, okay, start. Look now. What? It needs to recalculate. It needs a couple of seconds to. We're not going to arrive at 35%. Okay, it's a bit slow, but let me show you here. You go here. What? Oh, it hasn't. Okay, just wait. It's so slow. It needs to calculate for. I have to give it a good minute before it calculates because we are at 35% now. The car hasn't realized it needs to add the charging stop yet. I don't know how long it needs, man, before the slow brain calculate that. Oh, we there. Okay, there. Yeah, you see now it took a while. It took a good 2-3 minutes before the car calculated. Oh, we are at 35%. We will arrive at 12%, and then but we need to charge here that I suggested Rudshögda, because that's okay. It's at least 300 or 400 kilowatt there, and then wait. To reach the next destination over here, we need to go from 12% to 27%. I calculated this is 260 kilowatt average, which is plausible, yeah. But wait, if I suggest that, that is 3-minute charging stop. Edit stops. If I remove my suggestion here, this stop is this, remove it, start, then the car will find a charging stop for me instead. Oh, I think not, wait. Yeah, I'm not sure. Now we might have enough juice to make it out. No, we don't. Okay, wait again. Well, you already saw it with your own eyes that, no, I'm pretty sure we can't make it there with 4%, and arrive at 4%. Okay, the only problem is that, oh, okay. The problem is that we've been charging a little bit, and then maybe we just passed the threshold where it can go there, so, yeah. But I mean, I already shown it. Okay, I think now it claims that we can make it there, so it doesn't add charging stops. Okay, I need to do this manually, which is I have to navigate somewhere else beyond that place. Not Lilleputthammer, but something like doesn't matter really. I could even choose like Sokokering maybe, for example. Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, I was typing something there. Shit, man, I mistyped and then okay. So I missed between this and this. Okay. Ah, okay, found it. I mistyped. Okay, that's good. There. Okay, now it's gonna find charging stops for me. There, it found one charging stop there. Let me see what this does. Yeah, 400. By coincidence, that is a good choice, because that is going to take 3 minutes. Okay, yeah. So it was just weird. Sometimes it makes weird choices. I think what I need to do is I need to go just a little bit further north. So not Lilleputthammer, but just slightly further north, because we're charging now, so it changes things a bit. Half-Japan, but that's Lillehammer, that's Lilleputthammer. Okay, but if I go just a little bit further, because we're charging, like here, 13, yes. Where to Circle K 13. There. Let me see if we could do that weird again. Start. Wait for it. 7%. Add the charging stop. Okay, but whoa, oh, maybe no. Then it chose the right one. Yes, which is, yeah, here. So it seems like most time it will choose the right one, but there will be some times when it chooses the weird location. Yeah, 400 kilowatt. Is it that's better? Oh wait, it's because by the time we get there. Yeah. I see the problem. It made some weird choices. So what I need to do is I need to do something like this. Okay, Okay, I need to cheat a bit, which could happen, right? I want to go to Lilliputhamn, but I want to add a waypoint, which is I need to go via Kløfta first, like here. I need to visit Cleavage for some reason. Not that side. No. There. Chat stop. Yep. Okay. Then that might trigger it. Let me see. Yep. There we go again. There we go again. Okay. Okay. There it chooses the. Okay. Now let me see. I had to hurry because as we are charging now, I could stop charging. That would actually be better because then we won't mess up with things here. So let me stop the charging for now. Wait, no, I want to go to Kløfta first. And then, no. Kløfta, Rudshøgda, Lilliputhamn. Okay, start. There, okay. Okay, I had to stop charging now. Wait. Okay, I had to stop charging, but it messed up my thing. I want to show you here. This is a bit interesting. If you look here in the route, when it's highlighted like this, it means that I have manually added these points. So I had to actually add going south a bit. So we're gonna go to Kløfta a little bit south, and then we go north because we charge there. Sometimes the car will do some weird choices, and you see if I manually choose that I want to charge at Rudshøgda, if I click here, then it says 3 minutes, right? Just we had before, and all good. We can make it there to. It's 17%. What? Okay. It needs to recalculate. It's a bit slow, the brain, but whatever. It wants me to charge at 3 minutes. If I do this, edit stops, and then remove Rudshøgda, and then only go to the south, and then go to Lilliputhamn, start. It will not, for some reason, not choose Rudshøgda. Wait, then it chooses another thing. Oh, but that one is faster. That's 4 minutes. But why charge for 4 minutes if you could have charged for 3 minutes? But previously it would not choose this. It would choose the charger at Biri that was 6 minutes. So you see what I mean? Is that the car does some weird choices, and that's why we can't trust it in 1,000 kilometer challenge. And that's why I need to choose myself where we want to charge. Okay, whatever. That was a bit clumsy, but we had a prime example earlier before I started charging, and then the things got messed up a bit. Okay, whatever. I think the kids might have woken up by now. But it's not the first time I've seen this. I've seen this in other cars also, that they tend to do some weird, make some weird choices where to charge. Like, yeah, I wonder if I've seen this in the, was it on, I'm not sure if this was Volkswagen, Audi, or some of the other cars. Like, it would do some weird shit, like charge at some 50 kilowatt charger for hour. Why? You know, there are plenty of other chargers. Why did you pick the 50 kilowatt charger? I have no idea, man. But this is why I bet route planners still exist, because cars navigation, many of them, they are not very good. Okay, the time was 9:15, but I'm gonna go now. I've been digging around in the car for a little bit too long. Not sure if I'm gonna use this navigation section or not, but I'm gonna check now again. I think the kids should be awake. Like it's 8:30. Wait, wow, Axel is waking up really late. Isabel should be awake by now. Is she? Yeah. Oh, she's awake. Okay. I'm gonna go to Isabel. Okay, guys, we're gonna leave now. So thank you so much for the live stream, joining me on live stream. So talk to you guys next week. Is gonna be busy next week. Okay, bye bye.